Otherwise, your body will completely collapse. Lam Than moved with blinding speed. He leaped gracefully between the massive branches. There is no need, he declared. We have already wasted far too much time. The 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 flower is about to bloom. His tone turned dead serious. Our absolute priority is reaching that flower before it opens. The elder reluctantly agreed. Very well, but do not push beyond your limits. In a flash, Lam Than reached the highest branch in the forest. He stood above the thick canopy of leaves. A pure white bud rested at the very top. It trembled beautifully beneath the bright moonlight. Lam Than closely analyzed the glowing bud. A massive crowd of disciples has arrived. It seems snatching the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 flower today. It will be a brutal challenge. 𝐓𝐑𝐀 sent a grim warning. Lam Than, you must tread with extreme caution here. I sense a terrifying surge of energy. Lam Than's expression turned deadly serious. He dashed closer to the ancient tree. Leaping through the night air, he made his vow. No matter what forces arrive, I will crush them all. Whoever dares to keep me from the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 flower is my sworn enemy. He landed silently after a massive leap. Then, he concealed himself behind a nearby trunk. A massive crowd stood just ahead. They completely surrounded the giant ancient tree. 𝐓𝐑𝐿 suddenly detected a hidden presence. His voice echoed, Lam Than. 100 meters ahead lies a 𝐓𝐇 10th stage aura. Lam Than confirmed the target. That must be the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 flower. Yet, a heavy doubt lingered in his mind. Why is there only a single blossom? Did Uncle Van not say there were 3? He quickly questioned his master. 𝐓𝐑𝐿, why do I only see one plant? The elder calmly explained the phenomenon. These are 3 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 flowers tightly intertwined together. These 3 bizarre ancient trees. They are the exact giant trees that the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 spirit flower must absorb. Once this divine flower blooms, 2 new saplings will sprout from its roots. Lam Than gasped in utter awe. How magical. The treasures of heaven and earth are truly miraculous. Suddenly, a heavy hand firmly gripped Lam Than's shoulder from behind. A familiar voice instantly followed. Brother Lam Than, you are still alive. He spun around on high alert. It was 𝐕𝐄 Tuong, beaming with sheer joy. This is fantastic. Brother Lam Than, with you standing by our side, our Tai Than sect will surely secure the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 spirit flower. Looming right behind him was Van Wy. Her face twisted in a deep scowl. Lam Than casually replied, 𝐕𝐄 Tuong, has senior brother been well? Van Wy glared at him with pure disdain, snapping, with or without his help, the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐿 spirit flower will still be conquered by our Tai Than sect. Lam Than flashed a wicked smile, his gaze shamelessly locking onto her upper curves. He replied. She glared at him with deadly intent. Where exactly are you looking? Lin Chen wore a shameless expression as he stuttered. I am not looking anywhere. Yet, his mind was utterly consumed by a single thought. Such magnificent curves, so massive and undeniably soft. Yunyi's cheeks flushed a furious crimson. Her voice echoed with pure rage. You dare deny it, you shameless scoundrel. Wu Jiang wore a completely serious expression. With absolute innocence, he turned and asked her, Senior sister, what is big brother Lin Chen looking at? Yunyi's fury reached a boiling point. She snapped her head toward him. Do you want to look too? Lin Chen flashed a wicked, triumphant grin. He answered with absolute delight. Amazing treasures. Extremely massive. And perfectly round. Hearing this, Wu Jiang replied with pure enthusiasm. Then I want to look too. Yunyi erupted in complete exasperation. You 2 absolute degenerates. In that exact split second, her hand moved like lightning. She delivered a devastating slap to Lin Chen with. Each martial general unleashed a devastating strike. The overwhelming impact sent them both flying backward. With a heavy thud, 𝐕𝐄 Tuong crashes face first into the dirt. His rear points awkwardly to the sky, and his bruised cheek swells with stinging pain. Groaning, he turns to his companion. Brother Lam Than, where is all this supposed good stuff? Both 𝐕𝐄 Tuong and Lam Than are still clutching their throbbing heads, suffering the painful consequences of provoking Van Yi's blazing temper. Suddenly, a strange and potent aroma cuts through the air, hitting 𝐕𝐄 Tuong right in the nose. He squints, taking deep, greedy sniffs of the mysterious fragrance drifting all around them. He turns his head. Brother Lam Than, do you smell that sweet scent of wine? Lam Than furrows his brow in confusion. The sweet scent of wine? The aroma reaches him too, and it immediately clicks. He remembers this is the unmistakable fragrance of premium spiritual wine. Deep within, Huet Lao senses a sudden disturbance and immediately alerts Lam Than. Lam Than, the elder warns. I detect violently surging magic power just up ahead. Lam Than's gaze sharpens on an approaching group. The hounds of Loi Vuong Fu, he mutters. Disgust flashes across Vanya's face. She instantly curses the approaching pack of scoundrels. Sure enough, wherever we go, these absolute pests are never absent. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoes from the rival crowd. Well, well. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is our adorable little sister, Van Y. Van Y's eyes blaze with fury as she replies, Tu Van, stop running your mouth before you make me completely sick. The provocateur standing before them is Tu Van. She shifts her arrogant gaze toward Lam Than and sneers, Oh my, you are here too, you pathetic little thief. Lam Than simply crosses his arms, an amused smirk playing on his lips. Ah, so it is you, he mocks back. Did you not swallow enough wine the last time? Whispers immediately erupt among the rival disciples. Junior sister Tu Van's breath is absolutely atrocious today, one mutters. You smell it too? It reeks of a rotting corpse. Hearing this, all color rapidly drains from Tu Van's face. Burning with intense humiliation, she screams, You insolent brats. Utterly flustered, Tu Van begins to panic. I rinsed my mouth perfectly, she thinks frantically. Do I really stink that badly? Van Y flashes a wicked, victorious smirk. Seizing the chance to strike, she taunts. Even your own people say your breath is foul. Have some mercy on them. Tu Van's shame instantly combusts into blinding fury. She turns her murderous glare toward Lam Than and snarls. You lowly thief. Are you trying to ruin my reputation with these vile lies? On the contrary, playing the innocent victim, Lam Than lazily waves his hands. I have no idea what you mean. Stop speaking such nonsense. Van Y, pointing a triumphant finger at the two guards standing directly behind Tu Van, offers a brilliant suggestion. If you think he is framing you, just ask those two guards right behind you. Tu Van whips around to look at them. The guards violently avert their eyes, putting on perfectly clueless expressions to dodge her wrath. We did not hear a single thing, they claim in unison. Lam Than stifles a laugh behind his hand, adding, See? I speak nothing but the absolute truth. Tu Van trembles, barely containing her explosive rage. Gritting her teeth, she shoots him a death glare. I would rather die than swallow this insult. Lam Than. Your life ends right here. Surging aura erupts around her hand as she channels her lethal chi, preparing a devastating strike. Realizing the situation is escalating into chaos, Van Y quickly shouts a stern warning. Tu Tuong, before the Thuthian Ngok Lin Hoa blossoms, there is strictly no fighting allowed. Are you trying to shatter the sacred rules? Beside them, Vo Tuong panics. Brother Lam Than, watch out. Unfazed, Lam Than stands with mountain-like confidence, casually waiting for Tu Van's assault. Do not worry, he says calmly. Let her try whatever she wants. I will handle it all. Blinded by pure wrath, Tu Van abandons all reason and launches a savage punch directly at Lam Than. Go straight to hell, you absolute bastard, she roars with all her might. A dark chuckle escapes Lam Than. You think you can kill me now? You are still centuries too early. In a flash, he shifts his body to the side, effortlessly dodging her furious blow. You deserve to die, she screams, in total frustration. The explosive punch grazes harmlessly past Lam Than's head. Like a striking viper, he seizes her extended arm, drives a swift knee into her stomach, and effortlessly lifts her off the ground using just one leg. A smug, victorious smile paints his face. Senior Sister Tu Tuong, it seems your reaction speed has severely dropped. Xiao Wen's face burned with profound embarrassment. She spun around, cursing at Lin Chen. You absolute bastard, go to hell. She unleashed a fierce blast of magic, forcing Lin Chen to release his grip. In a flash, she lunged at Lin Chen. She grabbed his head, locking her legs tightly around his body. Lin Chen shouted out, Wait a minute. He struggled to lift his head. Looking at her flushed face, he spoke. Senior Sister Death General, your chest is crushing my nose. Hearing this, Xiao Wen was completely speechless. Yun Yi witnessed this entire spectacle from behind. She simply turned her face away and scoffed, utterly shameless. To use such a vulgar technique. The Marshal General behind them squeezed his eyes shut, a stream of blood flowing from his nose. The two masked soldiers behind them looked extremely awkward, thinking to themselves, we shouldn't look. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind the crowd, startling everyone present. "Death General, halt your actions." The crowd immediately turned around to see who had spoken. The owner of that commanding voice was none other than the Blood General. The soldiers clasped their hands in deep respect. "We greet the Vice Pavilion Master." Xiao Wen finally noticed the Blood General. A brief flash of sheer surprise crossed her face. Without hesitation, she threw her arms wide and rushed to hug him. She cheered joyfully. "Senior brother, you have arrived," the Blood General coldly asked her. "Xiao Wen, has something happened here?" As he spoke, he smoothly sidestepped, causing the rushing Xiao Wen to completely lose her balance. She crashed face first into the ground. Lin Chen witnessed this pathetic scene. He was left utterly speechless. Suddenly, Blood Elder sent a dire warning to his mind. "Lin Chen, be extremely careful of this man. His power is overwhelming," Lin Chen replied with heavy caution. "I know. I can feel the immense magical power surging deep within his body." Meanwhile, Xiao Wen was pinned down by the massive gourd on her back. Unable to lift herself off the ground, she began whining and throwing a tantrum. But the Blood General merely stared down at her with dead serious eyes. "Xiao Wen, stop playing these foolish games." With that said, he turned his threatening gaze toward Lin Chen, his eyes overflowing with lethal killing intent. "I presume you must be our little friend, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen refused to back down. He glared right back and demanded, "And who exactly are you?" The Blood General's face remained cold, feigning false humility as he replied, "Just a nameless nobody. Not worth your attention." Standing right behind them, Xiao Wen crossed her arms and proudly introduced him. "He is the Vice Master of the Thunder King Pavilion, the absolute head of the 10 great generals. Senior brother Blood General." Lin Chen clasped his hands in a mock greeting, but his expression lacked any trace of actual respect. "I have heard so much about you." The Blood General began to interrogate Lin Chen. "Little friend, are you truly unaware that all combat is strictly forbidden before the spirit flower blooms?" His tone dripped with hidden threats. "If your actions disturb the spirit flower and prevent its blooming, who exactly will bear that unforgivable sin?" Yunyi let out a cold laugh from behind. She boldly challenged the Blood General's logic. "If that is the case, you should be interrogating your precious junior sister, Xiao Wen." The Blood General merely responded with a chilling tone. "Oh, is that so?" He turned his darkened, furious gaze toward Xiao Wen. "Junior sister Xiao Wen, explain yourself immediately." Xiao Wen panicked, frantically pointing her finger at Lin Chen, stuttering as she tried to shift the blame. I did not start the fight. It was him." She desperately continued her lies. "This absolute bastard provoked me first." Suddenly, the sacred flower bud atop the ancient tree began to glow. Everyone turned their heads and screamed, "Look up there! Quickly, look! The heavenly jade spirit flower is finally blooming. Heavens above! It is truly opening." Xiao Wen screamed out in sheer disbelief. "Senior brother, the flower is blooming." The magnificent bud at the tree's peak began to open, radiating a blinding light before the eyes of the stunned crowd. The Blood General turned back to glare at Lin Chen with a final warning. "Very well, little friend Lin Chen. We will settle this later." Lin Chen respectfully returned the greeting. "Farewell." Wu Jiang rushed over to him. "Brother Lin Chen. Senior sister Yun Yi. We need to leave. Now." Lin Chen dropped his playful smirk. "Understood," he replied seriously. Suddenly, Blood Elder manifested with a grave warning. "Conceal your cultivation base." This Blood General possesses terrifying strength. The raw power of 20,000 giant elephants. He is not just ruthless, he is absolute cruelty incarnate. From behind, Yun Yi suddenly barked. "Lin Chen, why are you just spacing out? If you are not moving, do not block the way." Her harsh words made Lin Chen frown. She glared at him coldly. "I do not expect you to contribute anything to the Qing Manor anyway." Wu Jiang scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Trying to diffuse the tension, he said, "Brother Lin Chen, come on, let us go together." But right at that moment, Lin Chen felt it. A searing agony flared from his hidden wounds. He had suppressed the damage earlier, but now, "I cannot hold it back anymore," he thought. Clutching his chest, Lin Chen suddenly coughed up blood. He collapsed heavily. Yun Yi's eyes widened in shock as she rushed to catch him. Panic laced her voice. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Chen just forced a smirk. Resting his chin heavily on her shoulder, he whispered, "It is just a small scratch." A furious blush spread across Yun Yi's cheeks. "You are nothing but trouble," she scolded. She immediately turned to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang, help him sit down over there. He nodded eagerly. Right away, Sister Yun Yi. Lin Chen leaned his weight on Wu Jiang. His expression turned serious. Thank you, Wu Jiang. Understanding his unspoken burden, Wu Jiang replied, do not mention it. He propped Lin Chen against a massive tree. Lean here. Once settled, Wu Jiang could not help but ask, but brother Lin Chen, how did you get such a severe wound? His voice trembled with worry. Was it from the clash with Xiao Wen? Lin Chen grimaced in pain. It was not her, he grunted. He then looked at Wu Jiang with intense focus. Hurry and gather the squad. If we delay our hunt for the heavenly jade spirit flower, we will miss our chance. Wu Jiang hesitated. But brother Lin Chen immediately waved him off. I am fine. Go. A sharp voice suddenly cut in. Stop trying to act like a hero. Yun Yi stood there, hands on her hips, looking utterly annoyed. I will never understand what Qing'er sees in you. Both Lin Chen and Wu Jiang froze. They exchanged utterly baffled looks, completely speechless. Yun Yi lifted her chin with an arrogant huff. The Manor Lord gave you this. Drink it, restore your aura, and make yourself useful to the Qing Manor. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a gleaming emerald pill bottle. Lin Chen reached out and snatched it from the air. Staring at the bottle, an image of Yun Qing flashed in his mind. He was deeply perplexed. The Qing Manor Lord? He thought. How did she even know I was injured? Wu Jiang stared at the small bottle in Lin Chen's hand. His eyes widened with absolute reverence. Brother Lin Chen, there are only 2 bone-forging origin pills in the entire Qing Manor. Every single one is worth millions of contribution points. The Manor Lord is incredibly generous to you. A second later, Lin Chen slowly stood up. He firmly clasped his hands together. Lin Chen, thanks the Manor Lord. Yun Yi turned her back to him. Save your useless breath. Just make sure you pull your weight when we secure the heavenly jade spirit flower later. Hearing this, Wu Jiang just stood there, scratching his head with a knowing chuckle. Lin Chen tossed the divine pill into his mouth and declared, count on it. But inside his mind, Blood Elder chimed in with a sudden warning. If the medicinal energy, fully absorbing the bone and muscle origin pill, it will take at least 6 hours, but the heaven-expanding jade spirit flower, it will fully bloom in less than 2 hours. Lin Chen frowned heavily. We must rely on the great chaotic battle. It is our only way to stall for time. Elder Blood asked in total disbelief. You plan to confront the final victor? A wicked smile crept across his face. He replied confidently. Exactly. Elder Blood gasped in pure awe. You are truly ruthless. Lin Chen raised his hand, revealing his dangerous master plan. Senior sister Yun Yi. Senior brother Wu Jiang. I will enter the village first. I need a quiet place to absorb the pill. You two must hold the line here. Yun Yi flared with explosive anger. She screamed furiously. This is so damn annoying. If you dare run away, I will kill you myself. She unleashed a fierce burst of aura. Wu Jiang quickly intervened to calm her down. Senior sister Yun Yi, please relax. Brother Lin Chen will never abandon us. Lin Chen turned away with a final warning. Beware of the Blood General and Xiao Wen. Their true target is not just the spirit flower. I leave this battlefield in your capable hands. I will return soon. Lin Chen immediately entered a deep meditative state. A long while passed. Elder Blood called out urgently. Lin Chen, the Great War has officially begun. He sat within a glowing array of light, completely focused on absorbing the spiritual pill. Elder Blood gazed at the roaring flames and spoke with grave concern. The Thunder King Manor is backed by the Blood General. The Qing Manor might not survive this absolute disaster. Lin Chen remained perfectly still, sinking deeper into his own consciousness. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. His voice rang with absolute conviction. I will never let him succeed. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed through the air. A mocking voice replied, Is that so? Let us see if you have the power. Both Lin Chen and Elder Blood were completely startled. He turned around in shock. Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen was standing nearby, leaning against a massive tree trunk. A sinister smile stretched across her face. She whispered dangerously, Lin Chen, you arrogant little thief. You dared to humiliate me before everyone. It is time to settle our blood debt. Elder Blood panicked in absolute desperation. Oh no! The pill absorption. You are not finished yet. Cold sweat dripped down Lin Chen's face. How did she find this place? Xiao Wen stepped closer to Lin Chen, feigning a deeply mocking concern. Oh my, it seems you cannot. Move your body right now? Lin Chen glared at her in silence. Filled with utter embarrassment, he sent a frantic mental command. Elder Blood, hide yourself. I will handle this. Elder Blood agreed instantly. Understood. Xiao Wen extended a teasing finger. Oh my goodness. Let me take a wild guess. She traced her finger along his jaw. Her other hand pressed against his core. A wicked glare flashed in her eyes. You are digesting the bone and muscle origin pill. Lin Chen felt a wave of absolute panic. He gritted his teeth and roared. Do not touch me. But Xiao Wen showed absolutely no mercy. She gripped his neck tightly, leaning intimately close to his ear. You think you can order me around? That would be completely humiliating for me. Xiao Wen ruthlessly traced his features. Mocking his helpless state, Lin Chen warned her anxiously. A true gentleman never strikes a helpless opponent. Do you have no honor, senior sister Xiao Wen? But she completely ignored his warning. Her hand slipped inside his robes. Running across his firm, muscular chest, she let out a chilling laugh and replied, Because I understand. I spared your life. Lin Chen was completely paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as her hands roamed his body. Xiao Wen smirked with wicked intent. Does your senior sister know how to properly cherish a delicate flower? At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body began to tremble. He grimaced, looking like an innocent victim about to be devoured. He stammered out a desperate plea. Senior sister, please keep your hands to yourself. However, Xiao Wen's fingers continued tracing his chest. Watching from within, Blood Elder panicked. Lin Chen, brace yourself. Is this demoness trying to steal your purity? Right at that moment, Xiao Wen bared her razor-sharp fangs and hissed. You dared to humiliate me earlier. Now it is my turn to break you. She sank her teeth into his neck and screamed. I want you dead. Frozen in terror, Lin Chen could not react. I am finished. Xiao Wen raised her hand, gathering a dense spiritual aura. She unleashed her lethal art. Spirit-killing stone death talisman. A blinding sphere of light, condensed at her fingertips. Lin Chen glared at her, gritting his teeth in defiance. Xiao Wen, striking a man when he is down. That is the act of a coward, not a hero. Xiao Wen slowly stood up behind him. Radiating pure killing intent, she scoffed. I am no hero, nor am I a righteous warrior. I only need you dead. Lin Chen could only furrow his brows. He watched the glowing blue spiritual threads, multiplying rapidly before his very eyes. Deep down, he sighed in relief. At least my purity is safe. Blood Elder watched the grim scene, utterly speechless. Lin Chen was now completely entombed, bound by the deadly threads like a mummified corpse. Blood Elder frantically shouted a warning. Lin Chen, the talisman's wine vapor is highly toxic. Hold your breath immediately. Lin Chen responded with bitter helplessness. I am squeezed so tight I cannot even inhale. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Blood Elder face-palmed in absolute disbelief. Xiao Wen clutched her stomach, laughing maniacally. All my effort was not in vain. She shot a death glare at Lin Chen and declared, Perish in agony, Lin Chen. Xiao Wen pushed off the ground. Launching herself backward at blinding speed, she formed a hand seal with 2 fingers and chanted, Spirit-killing stone. Death talisman. Detonate. Trapped within the glowing blue cage, Lin Chen could only await his explosive doom. Basking in her cruel victory, Xiao Wen stood tall. She cackled madly and cursed. That naive wench. Closing her eyes, she shouted, Yun Yi told me you were critically injured. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Is that so? Xiao Wen froze. A primal sense of dread washed over her. In a flash, Lin Chen focused all his explosive power into a single fist and charged straight at her. Xiao Wen's eyes widened in sheer terror. She screamed his name in disbelief. A split second later, his fist obliterated her face. The devastating impact crushed her jaw. Burning with rage, Lin Chen roared, You are the one who dies today. Agonizing pain ripped through Xiao Wen, yet she choked out a question. How? You were completely paralyzed. Lin Chen delivered another brutal strike to her face, and coldly replied, Your timing was just pathetic. Lin Chen casually rolled his wrist, before ruthlessly stomping his boot onto her head. His voice dripped with menace. What did you do to senior sister Yun Yi? Despite the merciless beating, with her face violently swollen and bloodied, Xiao Wen smiled with twisted, psychotic satisfaction. She spat out her venomous words. Senior brother Blood General has surely ripped her to shreds by now. She is already a corpse. Let us all burn in hell together. Those haunting words acted as a catalyst, pushing Lin Chen's fury beyond its limits. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Violent arcs of lightning erupted around his arms. In the next breath, he pulled out a mysterious pink slip and raised it high into the air. He unleashed a deafening roar. Heaven and earth, descend! Radiant beams of supreme power crashed toward Xiao Wen. Seeing this, she screamed in absolute terror. No, stop! Xiao Wen watched the blinding light approach. Death was closing in on him. He shrieked in pure, unadulterated fear. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Boom! The sheer force of the blast swallowed everything. A thick, suffocating white smoke blanketed the battlefield. Meanwhile, a magnificent, vibrant flower bloomed elsewhere. An ancient tree continued to gather pulsing azure light. It formed a massive, glowing array. Within it, a figure lay completely motionless, sprawled across the cold ground. Their hands were completely drenched in crimson blood. Fallen disciples lay everywhere, pierced through by ruthless blades. Yet, a few brave souls were still trying, pushing their limits in a bloody struggle. Yun Yi's eyes suddenly flared. A terrifying pink aura ignited within them. Her presence became utterly menacing. She roared with absolute fury. Thunder King, left and right, protectors. Gripping her blade tightly, Yun Yi charged forward. Her battle cry shattered the air. You bastards! You have tormented us long enough. Today, I will settle this debt in blood. The left protector stepped forward. He issued an arrogant challenge. Come then. Let us see if you are just a fragile vase. The right protector instantly chanted core formation, 9 Thunders Curse. Without hesitation, Yun Yi and the two of them clashed violently, triggering blinding flashes of golden energy. Steel sang against steel in a deadly symphony of destruction. Falling back, Yun Yi crossed her arms. A chilling, bloodthirsty smile crept across her face. She scoffed at their ultimate technique. The 9 Thunders Curse? I am not afraid of such a trick. With those words, she unleashed an instant lethal strike. The sheer power of Yun Yi's attack overwhelmed the left protector. The right protector's defenses began to crumble. In absolute panic, they both cried out, "This is bad." Suddenly, Yun Yi glanced over her shoulder. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. The Blood General, she realized with dread. Out of nowhere, a hand clamped down on Yun Yi's deadly blade. A cold voice echoed, "Caught it." Instantly, a massive shockwave ripped through the air. Yun Yi was forcefully brought down before the Blood General. He used a master technique to completely suppress her weapon. He spoke with maddening calmness. "Forgive my rudeness, junior sister Yun Yi." Hearing this, burning rage consumed her. She scoffed fiercely in his face. Wiping her bruised cheek with her hand, she glared at him. She mercilessly tore down his polite facade. "Drop the hypocritical act. Everyone knows you are the most sinister snake in the Thunder King manor." The Blood General effortlessly shattered her blade to pieces. He offered a twisted, mocking smile. "You flatter me too much, junior sister." Nearby, Wu Jiang forcefully shoved an enemy disciple away. He dashed desperately toward Yun Yi's position. He screamed out in panic, "Senior sister!" Taking his stance beside her, he asked frantically, "Are you all right?" Drenched in cold sweat, she gritted her teeth. "I am fine." "Wu Jiang, get ready to strike together." Her voice trembled with absolute caution. "The Blood General is overwhelmingly powerful. We can only stall for time until junior brother Lin Chen arrives to help." The left protector immediately bowed his head. He greeted the man with absolute reverence. "Vice Lord." Then, both the left and right protectors trembled uncontrollably and spoke in unison. "Your subordinates are useless." The Blood General merely stood there, his hands placed behind his back, staring down at them. Suddenly, a demonic crimson light flared in his eyes. His voice dripped with absolute wrath. "Truly, utterly useless." A split second later, blood-red lightning began crackling wildly around his hand. He thrust his palm straight forward with devastating intent, and unleashed a tyrannical roar. "Disciples of the Thunder King Manor, get the hell out of my sight." The sheer oppressive aura crushed the two protectors into the dirt. The overwhelming force made them violently cough up blood. In the blink of an eye, his brutal attack sent both protectors flying away like broken dolls. Their battered bodies convulsed uncontrollably on the ground. The right protector stammered weakly, But, sir." Suddenly, another mysterious presence appeared. Agonizing screams echoed endlessly. The left and right protectors froze in absolute horror. Vo Tuong and Van Wai shuddered at the sight. They cried out together, "What utter cruelty!" The blood general suspended a disciple in midair with his dark magic. He scoffed, "But so what?" He carelessly dropped his victim. The poor soul had been completely drained of all strength. Raising a hand to his mouth, the blood general licked the fresh crimson from his fingers. His chilling gaze swept forward. The left protector, the right protector, and the remaining disciples fled in absolute terror. Voices trembled as they shouted, "Orders received! We are leaving!" The nightmare continued. The blood general locked his deadly stare onto Van Wai and Vo Tuong. He tilted his head, issuing a dark challenge. Well then? A sinister, blood-red aura erupted from his body. The sheer killing intent was incredibly suffocating. He narrowed his eyes with a scowl. "Are you done negotiating your pathetic lives?" Boiling rage instantly overtook Van Yi's features. Pointing a trembling finger at him, she gritted her teeth. "Blood General, we are the elites of Thon Manor. Save your arrogant boasting." In response, the crimson aura radiating from the blood general blazed even brighter with devastating power. He mocked her with a venomous tone. "Is that so? Once I crush you, will those cowards still have the guts to fight?" Van Wai furrowed her brows, refusing to back down. "Blood General, your cheap provocations will not work on me." A wicked smirk twisted across his face. He whispered with chilling calmness, "Junior Sister Van Wai, has anyone ever told you?" Without warning, he unleashed a devastating shockwave. "That your mouth runs far too much?" The sheer force of the blood general's attack sent Van Wai and Vo Tuong flying backward like broken dolls. Piercing screams left their lips. The blood general then stomped his foot with monstrous strength. The earth shattered with a deafening roar. Unleashing his ultimate martial art, he dragged their battered bodies right back to him. His sadistic grin only grew wider. Crimson energy slashed through the air. In a flash, his ruthless hands clamped down around the throats of Van Wai and Vo Tuong. He hoisted them high off the ground. Their bodies violently convulsed in his iron grip. He mocked, "Oh, dearest Sister Van Wai, if you somehow survive this, how about serving the men of Vuong Loi Manor?" Sweat poured down her face. Coughing violently, she managed to curse him. "Blood King, your corpse will rot in pieces." Vo Tuong grimaced in agony but forced out a warning. "Blood King, our big brother Lam Than, will absolutely tear you apart." The blood general's eyes flashed with a demonic, blood-red glint. His voice turned into a menacing growl. "Silence, you filthy insects." With a brutal slam, he pinned Vo Tuong face first into the dirt. He ground his heavy boot right into Vo Tuong's face. The brutal impact left him bruised and swollen. Coughing up blood, Vo Tuong roared with unyielding defiance. "Blood King, you have no idea what Big Brother Lam Than can do. If he were here, he would never let you leave the Tu Loi forest alive." The blood general kept his crushing foot planted on Vo Tuong's skull. He coldly asked, "Why are you just like that garbage Tu Thuong? You both constantly praise that useless young master to my face." Pushed to the absolute brink of pain, Vo Tuong still defied him, screaming, "You will never die in peace." The blood general pressed his foot down with bone-crushing force. He sneered, "My patience is running dangerously thin. Do you hear me? Bring that pathetic brat to me. Staining my hands with your blood is simply a waste." With those cold words, he slowly advanced toward Van Wai. She remained slumped on the ground, head lowered in defeat. In the blink of an eye, the blood general's hand clamped around her throat again. The suffocating grip slowly drained her life away. He smirked and declared, "You actually possess quite a beautiful face. Why do you not serve my brothers for a while? I might just spare your pathetic little life. How about it?" Yun Yi furiously spat back. "In your dreams, unhand me, you filthy bastard." The blood general furrowed his brow. "You are truly a stubborn fool," he sneered. "Then do not blame me for crushing such a delicate flower." The very next second, he shoved Yun Yi violently toward a crowd of waiting men. "She belongs to you now," he roared. "Take her. Do whatever you please." The thugs instantly grabbed her, whispering wickedly among themselves. "Can we really do this? She is the third great general, after all. The Vice Lord gave the order. What are you afraid of? Let the fun begin." Greasy hands began to grope Yun Yi as tears welled in her eyes. Despair gripped her heart. Has my little brother Lin Chen truly abandoned me? The mob of men wore sinister grins. Their eyes burned with a sickening, ravenous hunger. They laughed with grotesque satisfaction, barking over each other. "Step aside, I am going first." What an absolute treasure. You truly live up to your title as a demoness. The men ruthlessly tore at Yunyi's garments. Seeing no escape, a heavy realization hit her. Is this where my story ends? Will I, Yunyi, perish in this hell? Nearby, the Marshal General, covered in brutal wounds, desperately reached his hand out. Watching Yunyi in peril, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Senior Sister Yunyi, release her this instant. You absolute animals." The Marshal General wept tears of absolute agony, pleading in his mind. "Big brother Lin Chen, I beg you, please save us." The mob continued their frenzied assault on Yunyi. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air. "Blood King, tell me, how exactly do you wish to die?" The Blood General violently flinched at the sound. A thick, suffocating smoke materialized right behind him. Recovering his wicked smirk, the Blood General scoffed. "Who dares to make such a racket in my presence?" But then, the smoke parted. Lin Chen emerged from the shadows, his face twisted in absolute blinding fury. In a flash, Lin Chen swept Yunyi out of the filthy mob's grasp. He glared forward, his aura radiating pure murder. Barely clinging to consciousness, Yunyi whispered, "Lin Chen." He carried her gently toward a massive ancient tree. Carefully lowering her to the soft earth, he spoke in a tender, soothing voice. "Senior Sister Yunyi, your wounds are severe. Save your breath. I will handle the rest." Yunyi stammered faintly. "Lin Chen, I." She gazed up at him, her eyes overflowing with a deep, unspoken affection. "I truly thought you had left me behind," she confessed in her heart. "I thought you were never coming back." Lin Chen slowly unfastened his heavy coat. He draped it warmly over Yunyi's shivering shoulders, murmuring, "Just listen to me and rest. We can talk all you want once you are fully healed." A shy blush crept across her cheeks. "All right," she whispered, before a violent fit of coughing shook her frame. Securing the coat around her, Lin Chen's expression hardened into pure steel. "Senior Sister, I swear to you, I will carve out justice for your suffering. I will make that wretched bastard kneel and beg for his life. Thank you," she breathed softly. As the sky bled into an ominous darkness, Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet, his deadly gaze locked directly onto the enemies ahead. The Blood General flashed a sinister, mocking grin. "Oh my, young master, glaring at me with such venom. It truly makes me shake with absolute terror," he sneered, dripping with sarcasm. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Chen pulled out a mysterious paper glowing with azure light. "Is this your subordinate?" he demanded coldly. He unleashed his aura, expanding the paper drastically so the Blood General could see every detail. The blinding blue light crashed down onto the battlefield. From within the glow, Xiao Wen was forcefully ejected, looking utterly broken. She lay completely paralyzed on the cold dirt. Witnessing this shocking scene, the surrounding crowd erupted. "Ah, Senior Sister Violet General!" they shrieked in horror. "That animal Lin Chen actually defeated the Violet General. How is this possible? She is the absolute #1 beauty of Thunder King Manor." Unfazed, Lin Chen tightly clenched his fists. "She was arrogant and relentlessly domineering," he declared. "She looked down on the world. I only shattered her dantian, which was an act of mercy." The disciples standing behind the Blood General dropped their jaws in absolute terror. Meanwhile, the Blood General narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Little martial sister." Lin Chen then shifted his gaze and declared coldly, "For you people of the Thunder King Manor, this very fate awaits you all." Yet the Blood General remained unfazed, sneering, "Did you just say you would let me choose how I die? It seems someone is getting a bit ahead of himself, right, young Master Lin Chen?" Suddenly, Lin Chen exploded into motion. In a flash, he lunged straight for the Blood General, reaching out with deadly intent as he roared, "If you cannot choose, then I will decide for you." Seeing the incoming strike, a sinister grin twisted the Blood General's face. He raised his hand, summoning a blinding ray of light. The sheer power was terrifying. He bellowed, "What ultimate arrogance! Come face your death," he thought to himself. "Let this general see what you are truly made of." In that split second, Lin Chen and the Blood General unleashed their ultimate techniques, clashing head-on. Their fists collided with explosive force. Lin Chen's momentum burned like a raging wildfire, but the Blood General felt his defenses crumbling. He was losing ground. Panic flashed in his mind. How does he possess such monstrous strength? "I was careless." Lin Chen let out a dark chuckle. "Your Thunder King Manor has made one fatal mistake." His voice echoed with power. "You heavily underestimated my strength. and blindly overestimated your own." With those words, he locked onto the Blood General's arm in a vice-like grip, delivering a devastating kick to his torso. The impact sent the Blood General flying back dozens of meters. Mid-air, a realization hit him. Such terrifying agility. No wonder he could cripple my little martial sister. The Blood General crashed into the dirt, drenched in cold sweat. The sheer force of the blow had severely wounded him. He violently coughed up blood, clutching his chest tightly as agonizing pain tore through his body. Lin Chen pressed his advantage without hesitation. Underestimating your enemy is a quick ticket to the grave. Despite the heavy damage, the Blood General slowly wiped the blood from his chin. A twisted, sinister smile crept back onto his face. He let out a chilling laugh. "Not bad at all. I will admit, you are indeed a genius." Instantly, the Blood General's entire body erupted into blazing, violent energy. His aura was overwhelmingly fierce. "It seems I have no choice but to go all out." Witnessing this, his disciples exploded with outrage. "The Vice Manor Lord is injured. That bastard Lin Chen. He must have used some despicable trick." Nearby, the subordinates of the Left Protector and Right Protector were shivering uncontrollably. Doubt crept into their minds. Could it be that the Blood Death General is actually no match for Lin Chen? We completely misjudged this monster. Meanwhile, the Blood General was gasping for air, still hacking up mouthfuls of blood. Yet, terrifying crimson rays of light began radiating from his body. Gripping his chest in agony, he shot a venomous glare at Lin Chen, his voice dripping with pure rage. "Lin Chen, I swear I will make you weep. You will crawl at my feet and beg for mercy." Lin Chen simply clenched his fists tighter and replied, "We will just have to see if you actually have what it takes, Blood General." The Blood General threw his arms wide and shouted, "Lin Chen, do not think defeating the Death General gives you the right to act so arrogant before me. Prepare to taste the true horror of my blood hell eruption." In response, a brilliant, blinding blue aura flared up around Lin Chen's body. His eyes locked onto his enemy with fierce intensity. "Bring it on," he roared. The Blood General threw his hands toward the sky. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Blood Slaughter Prison Elephant. A colossal, blood-red mammoth materialized from thin air. Its terrifying presence suffocated the battlefield. The massive beast took a heavy step forward. Boom! The entire earth quaked beneath its feet. It let out an endless, deafening roar. Its demonic eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light. Mirroring his beast, the Blood General's eyes flared with bloodthirsty madness. Pointing a deadly finger forward, he bellowed with pure rage. "Lam Than, drop dead." Lam Than clenched his fists tightly. A sudden realization hit him. This was the Blood Slaughter aura. "So, you have also mastered the demonic path's 6,000 scriptures," he noted. As the beast's giant trunk swung down to crush him, Lam Than stood his ground. "Let us see whose power reigns supreme," he shouted. "Your Blood Slaughter aura, or my Ghost God aura." Lam Than instantly erupted with his Ghost God aura. He seamlessly transitioned into his flow technique. Surging true energy engulfed his body. A blinding, radiant azure light exploded around him. Witnessing this absolute power, the Blood General broke into a cold sweat. Panic gripped his mind. "Ghost God aura? The Yama's great slaughter scripture?" he gasped. "Isn't that the legendary martial art, belonging to Hu Not Sin? How could this brat possibly wield such divine power? Is he secretly connected to the Hu family?" The Blood General's eyes widened in utter disbelief. But then, a terrifying thought struck him. "No, wait. The aura of the Great Slaughter Scripture is not this overwhelmingly pure and majestic. This technique carries the aura of the Supreme Orthodox Ghost Path. Could it actually be the Yama's Heavenly Slaughter Scripture?" At that exact moment, a terrifying golden light pierced through Lam Than's eyes. His deadly gaze locked onto the colossal beast before him. Gathering every ounce of his boundless strength, he channeled it all into a single, devastating fist. He unleashed the Heavenly Slaughter Shattering Hand. The demonic elephant blasted a torrent of crimson energy at him, but Lam Than firmly planted his feet and raised his fist to the heavens. Without hesitation, his hand pierced right through the lethal red blast. With explosive momentum, he drove a godlike punch, straight into the beast's massive body. Bam! A deafening shockwave ripped through the air. The giant elephant shrieked in unbearable agony. Watching his ultimate beast get crushed so effortlessly, the Blood General's jaw dropped to the floor. "Impossible," he screamed internally. "Nobody can even approach my Blood Slaughter Prison Elephant. Just how in the world did he do that?" Consumed by blinding fury, the Blood General thrust his hands forward once again. He channeled the absolute peak of the demonic path's 6,000 scriptures. He summoned the blood-slaughter prison elephant. The moment he raised his glowing palms, dozens of sinister chains erupted from the void. The blood general gripped the phantom elephant's manifestation and prepared a devastating killing strike. Pointing directly at Lamthan, he barked his deadly order: tear him to pieces. Dark, menacing chains instantly wrapped around the demonic beast's massive body. Driven by pure bloodlust, the monster charged straight at Lamthan. Unfazed, our hero stomped his foot onto the earth. Boom! The ground shattered completely. Lamthan began chanting an ancient spell, unleashing the almighty devouring furnace. "Devour everything," he commanded. In a flash, a massive, imposing iron cauldron materialized above them. Hovering majestically over Lamthan's head, the divine furnace began forcefully absorbing the beast's crimson aura. Golden light flared fiercely in Lamthan's piercing eyes. Without breaking a sweat, he continued his assault. Continuing his mystical chant, he roared, "Seal! Seal it all!" Sensing the catastrophic shift in power, the blood general began trembling in absolute terror. "This is impossible!" he shrieked. "How is he absorbing my own blood slaughter aura?" Meanwhile, a glowing crimson arrow formed in Lamthan's hand. "Condense!" Lamthan commanded with absolute authority. Drawing his arm back, he violently launched the arrow and roared, "Shatter!" The devastating projectile pierced straight through the demonic elephant's armored hide. In a fraction of a second, the colossal beast was completely drained of its terrifying power, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the blood general fell to his knees in absolute madness. He clutched his head in despair, unleashing a relentless scream. His voice was filled with absolute agony. "My origin pill." The blood general's eyes flared with a mad light. He looked utterly terrifying. But Lin Chen simply took slow, measured steps toward him. Lin Chen glared down at the blood general. "This is your inevitable end." The martial general slumped on the ground. "Brother Lin Chen," he gasped, "I will remember your life-saving grace for the rest of my days." Lin Chen smiled warmly. "You called me senior brother, Marshal General. Of course, I had to step in. Think nothing of it." Tears welled up in the Marshal General's eyes. "Thank you, brother." Moments later, Lin Chen grabbed the blood general fiercely by the collar. His expression darkened as he began his judgment. The Grand Vice Lord of the Thunder King Manor, bullying a weak woman. What a total disgrace. The blood general barked a wicked laugh. "My only regret is not playing her to death." Hearing this, Lin Chen's fury erupted. A bright pink aura ignited around his fist, his brow furrowed with pure wrath. "The one thing I, Lin Chen, absolutely despise is a pathetic scumbag who bullies women." Seeing Lin Chen ready to strike, the blood general's eyes filled with sudden terror. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? I belong to the Thunder King Manor. You cannot kill me." Lin Chen shot him a death glare. "I plan to wipe out the entire Thunder King Manor anyway. Why would I fear you? This strike is payback for senior sister Yun Yi." With that, Lin Chen unleashed a devastating massive vortex. Instantly, the blood general's clothes were shredded to pieces. He dropped to his knees, crying out, "My clothes! Lin Chen, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please do not humiliate me like this." The young women nearby hurriedly covered their faces in shock. The Vice Lord's clothes. How utterly shameless. Lin Chen crossed his arms, staring down at his pathetic foe. He smirked coldly. "Still trying to cover up?" The blood general's jaw dropped in absolute horror. He crawled forward, desperately clinging to Lin Chen's leg. "No, please. I am begging you. Not there, please. I am sorry, I was wrong." At that moment, Lin Chen's entire body flared with a blinding golden aura. His presence was utterly terrifying. His eyes narrowed with lethal intent. "Save your pitiful apologies for my senior sister." Without hesitation, Lin Chen delivered a crushing kick straight to the blood general's groin. The villain shot into the air, screaming in pure agony. "This is for my senior sister. How does that taste?" The blood general curled into a pathetic ball on the ground, weeping miserably. He choked on his own sobs. "Lin Chen, you are no human." He lay there, trembling violently in the dirt. His shattered mind raced. Lin Chen was not a human. He was a monster, a true demon. Watching their master fall, his disciples were paralyzed with overwhelming terror. They shook uncontrollably. Lin Chen stepped forward, his voice echoing like thunder. "Who else wants to challenge the so-called trash of the Lin family? Step forward." The left protector and right protector heard this. panic gripping their hearts. Terrifying. This monster is absolutely terrifying. Together, the two protectors shouted in unison, Lin Chen, what more could you possibly want? You have slaughtered so many disciples of the Thunder King Manor. You will face the ultimate sect punishment. Lin Chen scoffed, finding their empty threats utterly laughable. Your sect rules? Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning struck. A deafening roar shattered the air. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in confusion. What on earth was that? The golden lightning surged directly toward the Blood General. In a flash, his aura exploded with unprecedented vitality. He threw his head back and roared with joy. A message from Lord Thunder King. The great Lord has come to save me. The Blood General thrust his hands toward the sky. When the Thunder King's message arrives, his clone follows. He then tightly gripped a golden arrow. Lin Chen toyed with a crimson object in his hand. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A smirk played on his lips. Oh? Reinforcements? He glanced over. A message from the Thunder King? The Blood General barked. Exactly. Lin Chen gripped the red paper tightly. He casually asked, How do I use this? The general stammered. Use your true qi. Lin Chen raised a brow. Oh, I thought I needed a spell. So the Thunder King Mansion's security is this pathetic? Cold sweat drenched the Blood General. He barked back. Show some respect. Lin Chen simply turned away. He lazily picked his nose, completely unfazed. He sneered. I am being disrespectful. What are you going to do about it? Without warning, he extended 2 fingers. Instantly, he pointed them at the crimson paper. His gaze sharpened with fierce intent. A brilliant flash erupted. The Thunder King's projection materialized before him. Lin Chen let out a mocking laugh. He stared down at the figure and scoffed. Is your clone so weak it only forms this tiny toy? The Thunder King erupted in blazing fury. Disciples of the Thunder King Mansion, hear my command. Forget the heaven-subduing jade spirit flower. Rip Lin Chen to shreds. The left and right protectors, alongside their peers, trembled in cold sweat. They cried out, Lin Chen is a monster. Meanwhile, Lin Chen clenched his fist and calmly declared, No need to rush, Thunder King. I will hunt you down soon enough. The moment the Thunder King processed his presence, terror washed over him. He stammered in panic. Lin Chen? Where is the Blood General? The Purple General? The Protectors? He launched himself at Lin Chen, screaming, This bastard is actually still alive. Lin Chen casually raised his hand. A devastating azure aura wrapped around his palm. He fired back with a cold smirk. I survived. What a tragic disappointment for you. But rest assured, even when you rot in hell, I will still be standing. In a heartbeat, Lin Chen unleashed a lethal strike. He roared, I am sick of looking at your wretched face. Farewell. The Thunder King choked out, You absolute bastard. Before he could finish, the brutal strike cleaved his projection in half. His phantom form shrieked in agonizing torment. The surrounding disciples froze. Their eyes widened in absolute horror. The left and right protectors shuddered in despair. They cried out for their lord in disbelief. Lin Chen slowly advanced toward the Blood General. His piercing gaze locked onto his prey. Do you know why I called you dumber than the Purple General and the Protectors? Because I am the one you should have feared the most. The absolute nightmare of your Thunder King. The Blood General poured with cold sweat. His entire body shook uncontrollably. The crushing realization hit him. I am the real clown here. Just a pathetic, insignificant bug. The Marshal General propped himself up from the ground. Brother Lin Chen. Despite his exhaustion, he clenched his fists. He beamed with triumph. You actually won. Lin Chen gently placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder and smiled as he spoke. My late arrival caused you to suffer. Vo Tuong shook his head. I am fine. Thank you, brother. Van Wai approached him gently. Her eyes softened with deep gratitude as she looked at Lam Than. Junior brother Lam Than. Without you, the disciples of the Than sect would have surely perished. Lam Than replied calmly. Fellow disciples must stand united. Senior sister Van Wai, you need not worry. Suddenly, something caught Lam Than's eye. A crimson pouch pulsed with a strange light on the ground. He stepped toward the glowing pouch. A smile crossed his face. Thank heavens. The 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Hoa has not fallen into the hands of Loi Vuong Fu. Lam Than picked up the mysterious bag. Inside, radiant petals gleamed. They shimmered with pure spiritual energy. He gazed intently at his prize. His mind raced. This is perfect. Even before completing the trade with Van Lam, using just one 𝐓𝐑𝐀 pill will be enough to break through my current realm. 𝐓𝐑𝐀 ancient voice echoed in his mind. Little friend, a heavenly treasure like this belongs inside the 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Linh Hoan. Lam Than pondered the elder's words. 𝐓𝐑𝐀 is right. Who knows what greedy beasts lurk on the road ahead? Someone might try to snatch my treasure. Lam Than raised his hand and chanted a divine incantation. What is mine stays mine. It is safest with me. With those words, he tightly gripped the crimson pouch. Then Lam Than offered the glowing bag to his comrade, junior brother Vo Tuong. The 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Linh Hoa belongs to Than Fu. Vo Tuong furrowed his brows. This does not feel right, brother Lam Than. You risked your life to secure this flower. Van Wy spoke up with hesitation. Junior brother Lam Than, our Than Fu has no use for this treasure. You already saved our lives. We cannot accept the flower on top of that. Lam Than rubbed the back of his neck and smiled. Senior sister Van Wy, you are being too polite. He continued firmly. Than Fu led the vanguard to claim this flower. I merely lent a helping hand, so I absolutely cannot take it. Please do not stand on ceremony with me. You must keep it. Van Wy bit her lip in hesitation. But Lam Than turned his back to them, his aura steady. Without Than Fu's protection, Tu Tuong would have struck me down long ago. Your faction even gifted me a 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Nguyen Dan pill. Therefore, this 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Linh Hoa must stay with Than Fu. Hearing this, Vo Tuong suddenly spoke up. Senior sister Van Wy, listen to brother Lam Than. Just take it. Vo Tuong handed the crimson pouch to her. Senior sister, this is Lam Than's goodwill. Refusing him now would be truly ungrateful. Van Wy shyly accepted the glowing treasure. All right then. She looked deeply at Lam Than, making a solemn vow. Lam Than, for this massive debt of gratitude, I, Van Wy, swear to repay you one day. Lam Than fell silent, his thoughts shifting to their enemies. Loi Vuong, the left and right protectors. A terrifying, murderous intent washed over his face. He locked his deadly gaze onto the two captive protectors. An overwhelming dread consumed the two men. As they trembled in pure terror, he spoke. Tell me, how exactly should I deal with Loi Vuong Fu? The Ta Ho 𝐓𝐹 and Hu Ho 𝐓𝐹 panicked completely. They stammered in unison. Lam Than, we know you want us dead. We tried to kill you first. Lam Than crossed his arms, a wicked, bone-chilling smile spreading across his lips. Then, he asked his final question. And so? The left and right protectors fell to their knees. They clasped their hands in absolute despair. Together, their voices trembled as they pleaded. You can take our lives. But our brothers and sisters, they have never wronged you. We beg you, show them mercy. A golden light flared deep within Lin Chen's eyes. His piercing gaze locked onto the two of them. He smirked. Oh, how unexpected. The two great protectors actually value loyalty. But then, Lin Chen moved like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he stood right before them. Looking down at the protectors, he asked a chilling question. My father always taught me to pull weeds by their roots. Did your fathers never teach you this simple truth? Shock washed over the two kneeling figures. Panic gripped the left and right protectors. They stuttered in sheer terror. We do not have fathers. Lin Chen tapped his chin in mock thought. He sighed heavily. Well, that leaves me no choice. I will have to teach you myself. Are you paying close attention? The protectors cried out in unison. Lin Chen, what exactly do you want from us? Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. Crackling lightning danced across his palm. He echoed their words. What do I want? He snapped his fingers with a wicked smirk. A sinister smile crept across his face. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Naturally. Every single one of you must die. Mad laughter erupted from his chest. The crowd behind them shivered in absolute terror. They begged for their lives. Young Master Lin, we were forced. Please. I have a wife and children. Hearing the chaos, the protectors roared at their men. Shut your mouths, all of you. But suddenly, a gentle voice pierced the tension. Brother Lin Chen, please let them go. The sudden interruption caught him off guard. Lin Chen turned around with a deep frown. His eyes widened in realization. Yun Yi stepped forward, bowing to the newcomer as the mansion master. The fierce general by her side announced loudly, the mansion master has arrived. Lin Chen watched Yun Qing floating gracefully toward him. He smirked playfully. Should I call you Yun Qing? Or Lord Mansion Master? She descended gracefully to the earth. Her delicate feet touched the soft grass. Soft rustling followed her elegant steps. Yunqing struck a playful pose, staring right at him. Glowing spiritual butterflies fluttered from her body into the night sky. Brother Lin Chen, just calling me Yunqing is fine. It has been so long. You look well, but I have truly missed you. The surrounding crowd froze in disbelief. They trembled, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this cute girl really the terrifying master of the Qing mansion? Cold sweat dripped down their faces. We are doomed. We are absolutely dead this time. Meanwhile, Yunqing pouted adorably. You are so mean, Brother Lin Chen. Bullying my people like this. Lin Chen immediately waved his hands in defense. Faced with her charming little tantrum, he quickly tried to explain himself. Do not twist the truth. I would never dare to bully you. She stomped her foot in frustration. Last time at the Dark Cloud Pavilion, you promised to come find your Yunqing. But you never visited me, not even once. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head with an awkward chuckle. He cursed his luck silently. Did she actually believe those empty words? Standing nearby, the general and Yun Yi were completely lost for words. Was their all-powerful mansion master actually like this? Shaking off their shock, they bowed deeply. We pay our highest respects to the mansion master. Yunqing turned her attention back to her subordinates. Senior sister Yun Yi. Senior brother general. I have told you both countless times. There is absolutely no need for such formalities. Just calling me Yunqing is perfectly fine. Both of you are much older than me anyway. Yet, the two subordinates replied with unwavering respect. We would never dare. Yunqing gently rubbed her head and continued. All right, as long as you two are happy. She then raised her hand, channeling a condensation art. 2 small vials materialized in her palm. She handed one to each of them and spoke. These are 2 holy healing pills. I prepared them especially for you both. The 2 warriors smiled and expressed their gratitude. Many thanks, Manor Lord. Lin Chen stared at her radiant smile. He asked with a hint of doubt. Yunqing, why do you want to spare their lives? What Thunder King Manor did to Qing Manor? With all those heavy casualties and massive losses, can you not see it? Her eyes gleamed with resolve. Turning to face him, she gently explained. I saw everything, but that is exactly why this endless slaughter must finally stop. Pausing for a moment, her eyes widened. She continued her thought. Besides, furthermore, if you slaughter every disciple of Thunder King Manor, the prejudice other factions hold against you will only grow. Moreover, I truly believe these ordinary disciples. In normal circumstances, they should not be forgiven. But if we have the power to show mercy, let it go. Lin Chen stroked his chin in deep thought. To think this little girl would actually worry about my reputation. Though I, Lin Chen, never truly intended to massacre them. I just wanted to strike some fear into their hearts. Blood Elder suddenly spoke up from the void. Little Lin, this young girl speaks the truth. These people's cultivation bases are vastly inferior to yours. There is no need to drive them to absolute extinction. He nodded in agreement and replied. Blood Elder is absolutely right. He then firmly clasped his hands together and spoke. Manor Lord Yunqing, your words hold deep wisdom. For whatever happens next, I leave it to Sister Yunqing to preside over justice. I merely came here to protect the heaven-subduing, jade spirit flower, and nothing more. Yunqing raised her hand and commanded the crowd. You may go. Never commit malicious deeds against others again. Furthermore, follow the Alliance leader faithfully and never collude with demons to commit unforgivable sins against heaven and earth. He watched the defeated crowd clasping their hands, staring at him with weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless eyes. Lin Chen simply raised his hands in surrender and sighed. Do not look at me. Manor Lord Yunqing has already spoken her piece, so I naturally will not make things difficult for you. The survivors were so overjoyed they burst into tears, hugging each other as they cried out, We are safe. It is finally over. Thank heavens we are alive. Manor Lord, we swear we will absolutely never offend Qing Manor again. Yunqing gracefully clasped her hands as if thanking them. Adding one final instruction, come visit Qingshan Island more often in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was weeping bitter tears in his heart. Shouldn't they at least be thanking me too? Lin Chen and Yunqing stood side by side, gazing up at the quiet, star-filled night sky. Behind them, rustling footsteps echoed through the tall grass. The left protector and right protector approached to express their utmost gratitude. Thank you both for sparing our lives. We will never forget this monumental grace. Lin Chen clenched his fist and smiled. It is nothing. I am no bloodthirsty demon after all. Yunqing took a few steps toward the remaining men and said, "Very well. Take your people and leave this place." A marshal general standing nearby was left completely stunned as a single drop of cold sweat rolled down his face. He asked in total disbelief, "This was supposed to be a brutal battlefield of slaughter, so why has it turned into a Thanksgiving ceremony?" Yun Yi, standing right beside him, answered cheerfully, "Having one more friend is always better than making another enemy." Manor Lord Yun Qing used true kindness to reform Thunder King Manor, and Lin Chen is clearly a man who understands righteous principles. Under the veil of the quiet night, golden fireflies danced gracefully above the dense ancient forest canopy. Van Thon stood close to Lam Thon. A tender look appeared in her eyes. "Brother Lam Thon, it has been too long. I missed you dearly." He forced an awkward smile. "I missed you too." He wondered what she was plotting. Suddenly, she took a bold step forward. Her boots pressed against the grass. She threw her arms around him. Caught completely off guard, he panicked. "What are you doing?" Holding him tight, she smiled like a blooming lotus. "Nothing at all. I just wanted to hold you." "Tell me, Brother Lam Thon, have I grown a little?" His face flushed crimson. He averted his gaze and stammered, "I have no idea." Seeing his flustered state, she burst into laughter. "Look how nervous you are." Within his mind, Huet Lao watched with gleaming eyes. The elder chuckled secretly. "Lam Thon, your luck with women is truly boundless." The young man mentally screamed at him to stop, but the old man only laughed harder. He was thoroughly amused. The surrounding crowd had not dispersed. They stayed to watch the spectacle. It was a scene they never expected to witness. Their dignified manor lord was acting so boldly. Lam Thon desperately tried to resist her embrace. He coughed awkwardly, begging her to let go. Yet she only pressed herself closer, her soft curves pressed tightly against his chest. She whispered playfully, "No way. Did you really not miss me at all?" He wanted to push her away, but he did not dare. He could only endure the sweet torture. He forced out a reply, "I did miss you. But please, can we step back?" His heart raced as her softness brushed against him. Burying her face in his chest, she giggled. "You are too funny, Brother Lam Thon. I should tell Sister Thon Nu about this." He finally managed to push her back. He stuttered in defense, I did no such thing." Still deeply embarrassed, he turned his back to her. She leaned in and asked, "Brother Lam Thon, tell me honestly, if Sister Thon Nu knew we were this close, would she be jealous?" Hearing that name, his demeanor shifted instantly. He turned his head and warned her, "Enough messing around, Van Thon." Her face beamed with absolute delight. "I would not dare." "Fine. I will stop teasing you." She then glared at the crowd behind them. "What are you all staring at? Get your formation ready so we can leave." The marshal general just smiled awkwardly at Lam Thon. He gave a respectful thumbs up. "Brother Lam Thon, you are truly the boss of this manor. We are all deeply impressed. You have my ultimate respect." Lam Thon quickly deflected. "Just focus on healing your wounds. She is just causing trouble." Behind him, Van Thon continued making playful faces. She made sure he could not see her antics. Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, his expression turned serious. He called out to her, "You must lead the Thon Manor disciples out of the 𝐓𝐑𝐀 kingdom immediately." Confused by this sudden order, her eyes widened. "Why must we leave?" Standing tall, he explained the grim reality. "If my guess is right, news of this incident has already spread. Other sects definitely know by now. With an event this massive, the sect elders will soon descend upon us." Hearing his concerns, her voice softened to reassure him. "Brother Lam Thon, you do not need to worry about that." In truth, the battle for the 𝐓𝐑𝐀 𝐒𝐄 Lin Hoa was already sanctioned by the sect elders. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sanctioned? Van Wy began to explain the hidden truth. The truth is, incidents like this happen quite often in the 𝐓𝐑𝐀 kingdom. Ordinary sects simply could not comprehend this truth. The disciples of the Tai Ching sect did not cling to life. They abandoned the safety of their shelters. Instead, they faced mortal peril head-on, deep within the demon-hunting realm. Far beyond the borders of the known world, the sect elders would never intervene, unless total devastation was truly imminent. Hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood their path. Yet, he still found their methods ruthlessly cold. Yun Qing turned her piercing gaze toward him. "By the way, Brother Lin Chen, where exactly do you plan to go next?" Nearby, Yun Yi and the marshal general perked up. They quietly eavesdropped on the conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen erupted with an intense aura. His voice echoed with absolute resolve. Finding the Thunder King will be incredibly difficult, but I absolutely cannot let him ascend. I will not let him reach the divine realm so easily. Hearing his bold declaration, Yun Qing and Yun Yi high-fived in pure excitement, while the martial general grinned widely and cheered. We guessed it right. Lin Chen's eyes burned with fierce determination. He will pay dearly for looking down on me. Yun Yi and Yun Qing watched his blazing spirit, thinking this intense rivalry was exactly what he needed. Under the cover of the silent night, Yun Qing's voice cut through the darkness. Yun Yi, Marshal General, heed my command. She stood before them with absolute authority. You must immediately escort the wounded. Take the Qing Manor forces to heal. Once they are secured, return to base at once. Do not linger outside under any circumstances. The two warriors bowed in deep respect. Understood. Yun Qing then turned back. She looked at him and said, Brother Lin Chen, come with me. He nodded without hesitation. Very well. Lin Chen followed closely, his mind racing. He had no idea what this little demon was planning, but he decided to play along for now. Meanwhile, Yun Yi and the martial general watched them dash into the dense forest. Staring into the shadows, Yun Yi's voice carried a heavy hint of sorrow. Tell me, Marshal General, why exactly are those two traveling together? Hearing her question, his mind flashed with blurry images. He blushed furiously and stammered, Could they be doing that? Yun Yi shared her own theory. Unless I am completely mistaken about this, the Manor Lord and Lin Chen are joining forces. They are going to hunt down the Thunder King. They plan to shatter his ascension to the divine realm. However, according to the latest intelligence, the Manor Lord is still tracking down the exact location of his breakthrough. The Marshal General frowned in deep concern. Aren't those two being far too reckless right now? The sheer power of the Thunder King is far more terrifying than we can imagine. Yun Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Her voice softened with worry. I understand why the Manor Lord wants to stop him. And Brother Lin, his desire for vengeance makes perfect sense too. But the Manor Lord has immense spiritual power. If things go wrong, she can easily escape. But what about Lin Chen? She looked up with unwavering conviction. Knowing his stubborn personality, he would rather break than bend in battle. He will never retreat from a fight. He will only push harder. Tell me, do you believe Lin Chen can actually win? He offered a comforting smile to ease her fears. Of course. I have absolute faith in his ultimate victory. Hearing his reassurance, Yun Yi sighed heavily. But we are talking about the divine law realm of the 3,000. Even if Lin Chen unleashes his full rage, even with 20,000 lives, bridging that massive gap is nearly impossible. Her face flushed with deep anxiety. Against the Thunder King, he might actually die. Meanwhile, Lin Chen leaped across the branches. He chased after the incredibly agile Yun Qing, staring at her back. He finally demanded answers. Yun Qing, where exactly are we heading? She stopped in her tracks. Van Thon leaned against a tree with a teasing smile, demanding he call her Little Thon Thon or Little Van Van from now on. Otherwise, she would tell Sister Thon Hu about his wandering hands. She threatened to expose him as an absolute pervert. Lam Thon's face burned bright red. He shouted in sheer frustration. Who groped who? You touched me first. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. Van Than crossed her arms, her cheeks flushing as she smirked. Is that so? Then why is your face so red? The question hit Lam Than hard. Embarrassment completely paralyzed his tongue. He struggled to speak. But deep within his mind, his honest thoughts betrayed his defense. How could someone so young possess such a devastatingly alluring figure? He smacked his own head to snap out of it. What kind of nonsense was clouding his mind? Lam Than stood tall, his eyes turning fiercely serious. Van Than, I have an urgent mission. If I cannot find the Thunder King's location, I fear it will be too late to stop him. Van Than blushed once more, but stubbornly stood her ground. Call me Little Thon Thon, or Little Van Van right now. Hearing her relentless demand, he let out an awkward shout. Completely overwhelmed with burning shame, Lam Than hesitated before yelling, Little Thon Thon. The silent night air wrapped around them. Glowing fireflies danced gracefully in the dark. Standing high in the ancient tree, the scene felt like a romantic dream. Then, Van Than's sweet laughter echoed. Leaning against the bark, she smiled brightly. Brother Lam Than, I actually brought you here to show you exactly where the Thunder King is advancing. His eyes widened in absolute shock. What? You know his breakthrough location? A sudden realization struck his mind. Does this mean you want to help me stop his advancement? A faint blush crossed her cheeks as she smiled. You guessed perfectly. Lamthan looked at her with intense seriousness. Why would you risk stopping his breakthrough? He quickly analyzed the history. Between the Thon Manor and the Thunder King Manor, they had some minor friction, yes, but it was never a blood feud. They were not sworn enemies who demanded absolute destruction. Van Thon completely shifted the subject. Have you ever heard of the 17 Kings? Lamthan shook his head. Never. Her expression turned completely serious. The true core of our sect consists entirely of true disciples. To enter this elite rank, the sect rules demand a cultivation at the divine magic realm. Once someone ascends to become a true disciple, they are crowned with the legendary title of the 17 Kings of the Tai Thon sect. And I am the 17th true inheritor. Lamthan fell into deep contemplation. He never expected the inner sect disciples to hold such a complex hierarchy. The title of the 17 Kings represented 17 supreme masters of the divine realm, a force strong enough to wipe out entire rival sects. After all, divine realm masters were incredibly rare across the Holy Spirit continent. He could not hide his burning curiosity. But what does this legendary status have to do with you? Van Thon laughed loudly. It changes everything. Mystic purple aura erupted around her body. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she revealed the truth. If the Thunder King successfully advances, it will bring disaster to my sister. Since she cannot make a move, I will strike in her place. Lamthon instantly caught on. Your sister? You mean Thon Nu? She calmly replied. Not Sister Thon Nu, it is Sister Van La. She proudly holds the third position among the 19 kings. Meanwhile, the Thunder King's master, the Tai Thon Saint, holds the absolute first rank, and he has a bitter, deeply rooted rivalry with my sister Van La. The truth finally struck Lamthan like lightning. The pieces of Destiny's puzzle had finally aligned. Lin Chen wondered once again. Just who exactly was this Tai Ching saint? Yun Qing was taken aback by his question. A deep frown crossed her face as she replied. He is a wicked villain. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Lin Chen repeated blankly. A wicked villain with terrifying strength? She sighed in defeat and changed the subject. Enough. Let us not speak of him anymore. Yun Qing turned back with a bright smile. Brother Lin Chen, I know where the Thunder King ascended. I will need your help later. He smiled at her request. Of course. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Yun Qing has reached the half-step divine law realm. Teaming up with her is highly beneficial. It brings absolutely no harm. Yun Qing playfully skipped toward him. She opened her arms wide. Carry me on your back. He quickly declined in deep embarrassment. I refuse. Do you not have Dharma power? Are you lacking true chi? Why do you want me to carry you? Others will easily misunderstand us. Yun Qing pouted in protest. If you do not carry me, I will not show you the way. Furthermore, I will tell Sister Qingru that you bullied me. Hearing her threat, Lin Chen froze like a statue. He sighed in defeat. Little sister, you can eat anything, but you cannot say just anything. I surrender. I surrender. Lin Chen turned around. He knelt down with a slight blush. Hop on. I will carry you. Watching his actions, Yun Qing blushed deeply. She happily hopped onto his back. This is wonderful. Brother Lin Chen truly knows how to cherish a lady. He was completely unwilling on the inside, yet he replied with a hint of shyness. Needless to say, he carried her through the silent forest. Suddenly, glowing red eyes emerged from the dark bushes. He sensed a sudden movement. Lin Chen observed his surroundings while carrying Yun Qing. There is something ahead. He stopped in his tracks to look closer. Yun Qing immediately recognized the threat. It is a wild bull demonic beast. Standing right in their path was a massive wild bull demonic beast. It possessed a ferocious aura. Sparks flew from its terrifying eyes. Razor-sharp fangs gleamed in the dark. Its deafening roar shook the entire mountain forest. Lin Chen grew visibly annoyed. He whispered to Yun Qing, Such a nuisance. Hold on tight. Yun Qing was caught off guard. Still, she obediently tightened her grip around him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a casual palm strike. The sheer force blasted the giant beast away. The beast took the devastating blow. It flew into the distance before it could even react. It was launched so far away, it vanished like a fading star in the night sky. Yun Qing watched the creature disappear. She was utterly astounded, seeing the beast completely obliterated. She cheered in sheer delight. Brother Lin Chen, your physical strength is simply incredible, judging by the king stage standards. Your physique must be at the high-grade king stage, right? Lin Chen felt a bit modest at her praise. He quickly replied, I am currently at the supreme grade king stage, but I am still far from what you imagine. Exactly, Brother Lin Chen. The Thunder King ascended to the heaven realm using a low-grade imperial weapon. Your sturdy body is perfect as a human shield. That will protect me from the lightning strikes. Lin Chen was left completely speechless. He turned his head and stared at her. The Thunder King ascended, using a low-grade imperial weapon? Low-grade? What royal aura? She quickly explained. The Purple Thunder Pool. It seems the Thunder King's current breakthrough requires a sacred artifact. The Purple Thunder Source. Only this can complete his evolution. Hearing her words, Lin Chen's mind raced. The pool, the source. If my deduction is correct, this Purple Thunder Pool is actually his inner core. Night had fallen. The forest path was cloaked in shadows. Guided only by fireflies and a single lantern, they pressed forward into the abyss. But suddenly, an eerie rustling echoed through the trees. Lin Chen halted instantly. Something is closing in, he warned. Yun Qing gasped. A trap from the Thunder King? Be careful. If we take another step, he will definitely sense our presence. Yet Lin Chen showed zero hesitation. He surged forward like a shadow. He barked a single command to Yun Qing. Hold on tight. We must find the Thunder King before his breakthrough is complete. She smiled brightly and agreed. Lin Chen dashed into the dense woods like lightning, completely unaware. A mysterious figure stood lurking, watching their every single move from above, exuding an aura of absolute arrogance. His crimson eyes pierced through the darkness. Lin Chen, the Holy Maiden has finally emerged from seclusion. I am waiting for you to prove your strength. Show me if you are truly worthy of her. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued his sprint with Yun Qing on his back. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. He glanced back at the cheerful girl behind him. We are completely surrounded. What exactly are these things? Yun Qing? Shouldn't you get down now? Yun Qing remained completely unfazed. I have no idea what they are either. After all, I am not the one walking. She flashed a mischievous grin. Letting a massive pervert like you hold my legs for over an hour. Now I have another reason to report you to Sister Qingru. Hearing her relentless teasing, a vein popped on Lin Chen's forehead. Even if you are a celestial fairy, I absolutely despise threats. A smirk crept onto his face. He was about to teach her a lesson. Without warning, he opened his hands. Releasing his grip entirely, he mercilessly dropped Yun Qing to the ground. Suit yourself, he muttered. Yun Qing was outraged. She glared at him with teary eyes. Lin Chen, you absolute jerk, how dare you drop me? I am definitely telling Sister Qingru. He glanced back, remaining completely silent. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The Blood Elder spoke. Brat, stop wasting your breath on this little girl. You have exactly 74 enemies surrounding you, and every single one is a terrifying beast. Prepare yourself for a massacre. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed in deadly focus. 74 immensely powerful beasts? Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stood perched on a high branch, silently observing their every move. Yun Qing was still fuming at Lin Chen. Furious that he had dropped her without warning, he turned to her with a deadpan expression. Yun Qing, there are 74 10th-level heavenly immortal beasts here. You better watch your back. Yun Qing lifted her chin proudly. You are the one who needs to be careful. I am already in the half-step Dharma realm. I am far more powerful than you. Before she could finish her boast, a sickening crunch echoed. The surrounding branches violently snapped. As the shadows cleared, Lin Chen and Yun Qing were face to face with a terrifying horde of demonic beasts. Lethal lightning crackled across their monstrous bodies, and their hungry eyes were locked dead onto their prey. The beasts lunged forward with vicious intent. Seeing this, Lin Chen instantly stepped ahead. He shielded Yun Qing with his arm. He shouted, "Find cover immediately." Instead of seeking shelter as told, she gently pushed his arm aside and stepped forward. She commanded with immense authority, "Vile creatures, be gone at once." But the furious demonic beasts could not understand human speech. They charged together toward the pair, ready to strike. But, strangely enough, just as they seemingly closed in to attack, they suddenly scattered in pure terror. Fleeing frantically from Lin Chen and Yun Qing, the duo stood completely bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Lin Chen froze in shock, wondering, Was that aura a bit too overwhelming? Yun Qing smiled brightly and grabbed his hand. Brother Lin Chen, let us go. Just a little deeper lies the Thunder King's breakthrough site. He replied without hesitation. Let us move. Upon arriving, Lin Chen suddenly dropped to one knee. They stared at the blinding spectacle before them. He asked, Is this the true form of the Demon King? Yun Qing softly said, Brother Lin Chen, please put me down. Lin Chen continued to speak. To think the magical power of the Thunder King could be this terrifying. At this very moment, within that true form sat a silent figure, resting perfectly in the center of an array, wrapped entirely in crackling lightning energy. The radiant light it emitted, though just a fraction, was enough to illuminate the entire forest. That figure was indeed the Thunder King. He was fiercely concentrating, refining his true qi for a breakthrough, ascending to a much higher realm. Tremendous waves of spiritual energy pulsed around him, waiting to be devoured. Yun Qing whispered, Brother Lin Chen, what should our next move be? Should we charge in and strike him down? Lin Chen watched the enemy nearing his breakthrough. He carefully calculated his strategy. He needed to unleash the heavenly fiend ghost. This required closing the distance to within 20 meters. However, observing this massive thunder pool, the target was still 30 meters away. Trying to approach the Thunder King risked falling directly into the lethal pool, a low-grade magical artifact, Thunder Pool. One misstep into that abyss meant absolute death. Suddenly, he turned to Yun Qing. Yun Qing, if I can get within 20 meters of the Thunder King, I have absolute certainty of ruining his breakthrough. I can even extinguish his life for good. But closing that 20-meter gap, that will be almost impossible. Yun Qing gasped. What do you mean? She asked in confusion. Brother Lin Chen, why must you get within 20 meters? To successfully stop his breakthrough, Lin Chen quickly replied, It is too complicated to explain now. The Thunder King has definitely sensed our presence already. You must be extremely careful. Very well. I will activate my defenses to help you cross the Thunder Pool. As soon as Yun Qing spoke those words, Lin Chen sighed internally. If you could do that all along, why not say so sooner? Lin Chen instantly surged his true qi and roared, Perfect. Let us do it. The Thunder King fully sensed their arrival. Breaking his intense cultivation trance, his eyes violently snapped open. Glaring directly at him, he sneered, Lin Chen, master of the Azure Manor, what is the meaning of your intrusion? He locked his terrifying gaze on the pair standing right before him and continued, Have you come to witness my glorious breakthrough? Without missing a beat, Lin Chen charged forward and roared, Thunder King, save your breath. You ruthlessly hunted me down to the bitter end. Today, we settle our grudges once and for all. The Thunder King remained seated in absolute arrogance. Seething with rage, he bellowed, You dare disrupt this king's ascension? Lin Chen boldly fired back, I am not just here to disrupt you. I am here to claim your wretched life. In that very instant, Lin Chen awakened his third eye. Terrifying waves of aura erupted violently from his body. Yun Qing trembled as the realization hit her. Could this dark aura belong to the heavenly fiend Yama? Hearing Lin Chen vow to take his life, the Thunder King let out a booming laugh. Dripping with absolute arrogance, he sneered. Such foolish arrogance. Then this king will gladly crush your pathetic little life. The Thunder King immediately channeled his inner power. His entire body was quickly engulfed, wrapped in a devastating storm of purple energy. His eyes shot wide with pure malice. The Thunder King thrust his hand forward, unleashing the Bone Slaughter Palm. A colossal purple hand instantly manifested. It crashed down heavily toward Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's aura exploded in immediate response. He focused pure true qi into his hands to intercept the strike. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed the Heavenly Fiend right hand. A massive surge of energy erupted to counter the strike. The monstrous purple and pitch-black hands violently collided. The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Lin Chen was utterly consumed by the devastating aftershock. Blown completely away, his arm suffered severe damage. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Such overwhelming martial power. The raw destructive might of a low-grade king weapon. It truly cannot be underestimated. Sensing the dire situation, the old master quickly spoke up. He warned Lin Chen, You must be extremely careful. This Thunder King is absolutely no ordinary foe. The immense power gap between a low-grade emperor weapon and a peak-grade king weapon is simply too vast. You cannot face it head-on. Furthermore, upon the Thunder King's body, lies an artifact brimming with extreme lightning power. Getting close to him will be nearly impossible. Hearing this warning, Lin Chen's mind raced. An artifact containing such devastating lightning energy. Could it be the origin of purple lightning? Suddenly, Yun Qing appeared beside him, asking with intense curiosity, "Brother Lin Chen, was the technique you just used the heavenly fiend Yama scripture?" He glanced at her, replying, "Yes, why do you ask?" Her expression immediately turned solemn upon hearing his confirmation. So it really is the true heavenly fiend Yama scripture. He looked back at her, a profound thought crossing his mind. What does it matter if I cultivate it? Yun Qing's demeanor shifted instantly, gently grasping his hand. With a soft smile, she asked, "Brother Lin Chen, could you tell me where you learned this demonic scripture from?" He heard this and smoothly replied, "Naturally, it was." Suddenly, Lin Chen sensed a lethal disturbance and shouted, "Watch out!" Sinister cracks were violently ripping through the ground toward them. Sensing the deadly threat, Lin Chen instantly swept his arm around her waist. Grotesque hands burst forth from the shattered earth, lunging upward to strike them down. The duo narrowly evaded the terrifying ambush in the nick of time. In that exact moment, a mocking voice echoed. The Thunder King's sinister tone filled the air. "Lin Chen, if you want to play lovers, do it in hell. Stop standing in this king's absolute path." Standing firmly in front of Yun Qing as her shield, he declared, "Yun Qing, fight by my side, against the Thunder King. You must keep your guard up." She nodded firmly, saying, "Understood." Lin Chen locked his blazing gaze on their foe, roaring, "Thunder King, the one whose fate ends today, is you." Yun Qing and Lin Chen ignited their auras in perfect sync. They commanded as one, "Strike." At that exact second, a massive torrent of true qi coalesced into a giant hand. It surged relentlessly toward the Thunder King's domain. The spectral hands collided with apocalyptic force, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shook the very heavens. Boiling with supreme fury, he bellowed, "Yun Qing, how dare you strike at this king?" The Thunder King conjured a gigantic, ghastly skull. Pulsing with dark purple energy, he spat, "Then do not blame me for showing absolutely no mercy. To your wretched soul." He thrust his hand high into the sky. Concentrating his terrifying true qi, he roared, rolling heavenly thunder. Hovering in the air, the Thunder King pointed his finger, directing the catastrophic strike straight down at the pair. Looking at where they stood, he coldly declared, "Accept your death." An overwhelming surge of apocalyptic energy descended rapidly, crashing directly toward their location. Yun Qing swiftly formed a hand seal, activating the Azure Mystic Shield. A monumental fortress of solid ice materialized, instantly freezing the blast, completely halting the Thunder King's absolute wrath. Pushing her powers to the absolute limit, she cried out, "Brother Lin Chen, leave the Thunder King's attack to me. Brother, go stop the Thunder King's breakthrough." Hearing this, Lin Chen dashed forward. He looked back with deep gratitude. "I leave this to you, Sister Yun Qing." Yun Qing smiled brightly. "Go. Be careful. We will return to the Tai Ching sect together." On the island, the Thunder King's fierce strikes shattered the surrounding ice. Yun Qing brought her hands together, summoning a brilliant azure aura around her. Her voice echoed like thunder. "Your true opponent is me." She levitated high into the air as massive, ethereal hands manifested behind her. An earth-shattering battle ignited between the Thunder King and Yun Qing. Chanting ancient mantras, she gritted her teeth. "I must buy a little more time, for Brother Lin Chen." Meanwhile, the Thunder King's elemental form began to crack. He scoffed with dark amusement, as expected of Emperor Yun Luo's sister. "What spirit!" His voice then dropped into a deadly roar. "But before this king, you have no right to be arrogant." He instantly unleashed his devastating technique, world-crushing heavenly thunder. He thrust his hand forward, blasting lethal purple beams straight at Yun Qing. Her eyes widened in absolute shock at the sheer scale of the attack. The violet energy erupted into a storm of violent, catastrophic lightning. In a heartbeat, Yun Qing was completely swallowed by the blinding purple flashes. The force blasted her into the sky before slamming her mercilessly into the shattering earth below. Cold sweat poured down her face. Suddenly, her protective garments began to tear under the pressure. The fabric ripped with a sharp, crackling sound. Gasping for breath, Yun Qing finally landed on the ruined ground. "That was far too close," she whispered. The battlefield itself fractured into jagged pieces, groaning under the immense impact. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. The relentless purple lightning continued to lock onto her position. Seeing this, Yunqing quickly summoned a glowing azure celestial board. She braced herself, activating the Yun-Luo heavenly compass. The Thunder King's eyes narrowed sharply. "The Yun-Luo heavenly compass?" he muttered. A twisted, sinister grin crept across his face. "To think you actually mastered Emperor Yun-Luo's legendary technique. You truly live up to your title as the Tai King sect's youngest genius." Raising his hand to the heavens, the Thunder King roared. "But no matter how skilled you are, before this king, you are nothing but an insignificant ant." The deadly purple energy rained down mercilessly, pushing Yunqing's defenses to their absolute breaking point. Drenched in sweat, she cried out, "Brother Lin Chen, the Yun-Luo heavenly compass cannot hold out much longer. Please hurry." Meanwhile, Lin Chen surged forward like a meteor toward the blinding purple storm. Launching into the air, a grim realization hit him. To think I have not even fully entered the purple thunder pool, yet the pressure is already this overwhelming. If I step inside the pool, just 10 meters deeper, how devastating will the sheer gravity become? A low-tier emperor artifact. It truly lives up to its name. This is no longer mere king's intent. This is the dominating will of an emperor. Burning with resolve, Lin Chen charged the Thunder King. He roared to support Yunqing. "Hold on just a bit longer. Let me crush this old bastard." The Thunder King locked eyes with Lin Chen, his aura flaring wildly. "You two pathetic insects. Dare to challenge my absolute majesty? I will obliterate you until not even ashes remain." In a split second, a lethal ring of purple energy trapped Lin Chen completely. Panic flashed through his mind. "Damn it, I am trapped." Staring into the deadly abyss ahead, he calculated his odds. "This is bad. At this rate, the Thunder King will completely suppress me. I cannot fall into his trap." Lamthan furrowed his brows in deep thought. "Wait a minute. If the devouring furnace can swallow absolutely anything in this world, then I will just have to devour this purple lightning." Without a second thought, Lamthan soared into the sky and unleashed the devouring furnace. A massive vessel materialized right above his head. Suddenly, the Blood Elder manifested with a terrifying aura. The Thunder King watched in absolute shock. What on earth was this? He stared intensely at the Blood Elder and frowned. Is this brat really daring to pull such a crazy stunt? Suddenly, Lamthan hoisted the iron vessel high into the sky. Devouring furnace, swallow it all. Van Thun watched his incredible technique unfold. She stood there, completely mesmerized by the sight. Brother Lamthan, what kind of divine ability is this? Meanwhile, the Thunder King exploded with blistering rage. Damn you, Lamthan. You dare use my lightning finger for body tempering? The heavy iron vessel crashed back down to the earth, rapidly absorbing the surrounding purple lightning. Seeing this miraculous sight, Van Thun covered her mouth with a beautiful, radiant smile. To wield a low-grade royal artifact like that, only Brother Lamthan could possibly achieve such a legendary feat. The Thunder King roared with overwhelming fury. Damn it, curse you to hell. He thrust a colossal hand straight toward Lamthan. Watch me obliterate you, you insolent thief. But the iron vessel above Lamthan kept working, relentlessly gathering the purple lightning aura. Cold sweat began pouring down the Thunder King's face. A deep sense of impending doom suddenly washed over him. He watched in pure disbelief as Lamthan charged straight into the path of the colossal palm strike. What on earth is this brat planning? Is he actively seeking death? By now, Lamthan's entire physical body was completely engulfed in a blinding, radiant light. He was actually absorbing the devastating purple lightning. The Thunder King gasped in absolute horror. He could barely believe his own eyes. To think he could devour even this level of power. His greed instantly flared. I must snatch that ultimate treasure from his dead hands, no matter the cost. Right after, the Thunder King slammed his hand against his knee. He unleashed a completely unhinged, maniacal roar. Lamthan, let us see just how much energy you can swallow. I will force you to explode from the inside out. Pushing his ultimate technique to the limit, he summoned 5 massive hands and sent them crashing toward Lamthan. Lamthan's eyes widened in brief concern. 5 lightning palm prints? There is no way I can devour all of them at once. His mind raced for a tactical solution. I can only absorb 2 palms at my current limit. Then I will just have to blow up the other 2. Beads of sweat formed on his determined face. With a fierce battle cry, Lamthan unleashed the devouring furnace to its peak, erupting in a brilliant azure light. The Thunder King sneered. I absolutely cannot let him devour any more lightning. He aggressively clenched his fists together, creating ear-shattering cracks of thunder. Meanwhile, 𝐓𝐑𝐀 darted through the battlefield, expertly weaving past the devastating strikes. Suddenly, intense pulses of azure energy exploded from 𝐓𝐑𝐀's body with a deafening boom. 𝐓𝐑𝐀 looked up with a fearless smirk. "Hey, Thunder King, why not throw a few more palm strikes my way? Come on and try to kill me." Loi Tuan completely lost his mind in blazing fury. He roared with pure killing intent. A petty thief dares to spout such arrogance before this king. "You shameless rat, using dark arts to siphon my lightning. I will absolutely end you." Meanwhile, Yunqing watched from the sidelines. A highly satisfied smile graced her lips. She crossed her arms and spoke with utter amusement. To think the mighty Thunder King could be driven to such absolute fury by a mere junior. If word of this humiliation spread, how would the martial world react? As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind. Big brother Lin Chen is truly a rare treasure. Sizzling streams of purple light coiled fiercely around the Thunder King's hands. He rose to his feet, declaring, "If you think you can step on this king, you are sorely lacking in strength." Raising 2 fingers, the Thunder King sneered. "Lin Chen, since you wish to flaunt your arrogance, this king shall grant you a taste of my true, devastating methods." Beneath his wrath, he mocked them internally. Challenging this king? You are still 100 years too early. In a flash, he thrust his hand toward the heavens. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Thunder Talisman Puppet. With a swift thrust of his palm, a lethal strike roared straight toward Lin Chen. Yunqing's playful demeanor vanished into panic. "Big brother Lin Chen, watch out. This Thunder Talisman Puppet is one of the Thunder King's ultimate trump cards. Its full combat power rivals 2 blood generals." Facing the onslaught, Lin Chen merely extended his hands. "Such pathetic parlor tricks," he stated coldly. Throwing his arms upward, Lin Chen initiated his counterattack. Blinding arrays of azure light erupted from his body. The sheer force generated a series of deafening explosions. Witnessing this, cold sweat drenched the Thunder King. His mind reeled in absolute shock. How is this possible? Struggling against the pressure, panic set in. Even the supreme power of my purple lightning origin is being absorbed by him. Just what exactly is that bizarre artifact? How can it possess such terrifying might? Locking his furious gaze onto Lin Chen, the Thunder King roared. "Lin Chen, do not think that just because you shattered one of my Thunder Talisman puppets, you can act so highly." In the very next breath, the Thunder King raised both arms to the sky and bellowed. "This king can command 3 Thunder Talisman puppets at once. Let us see if you can withstand them all." His face twisted in malice as he screamed his commands. "Slaughter him. Tear him limb from limb. Leave absolutely nothing behind." Lin Chen furrowed his brows, shooting a piercing glare right back at his enemy. Raising his hand toward the firmament, he unleashed the heaven-subduing hand. A tremendous, sky-shattering boom echoed through the air. Endless streams of violent purple lightning crashed relentlessly against his massive azure palm. The colossal phantom hand was instantly swallowed by an ocean of blinding purple energy. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lin Chen's instincts flared. Something is wrong. The Thunder King is not foolish enough to willingly feed me his power, especially after witnessing the devouring might of my furnace. This has to be a deadly trap. Suddenly, a distressed cry shattered the chaos. Lin Chen's eyes darted toward the sound, and dread washed over him. "Damn it, it is Yunqing!" Panic gripped Lin Chen as he screamed her name. She was now completely bound by agonizing chains of purple lightning. Desperately, she cried out for him. "Big brother!" The Thunder King erupted into maniacal laughter, roaring in absolute triumph. "Lin Chen, the true limit of my control is actually 4 Thunder Talisman puppets." Lin Chen's eyes widened in sheer horror. The terrifying truth finally clicked into place. I knew it! How could such a sinister rat be stupid enough to let me drain his lightning unchallenged? His true goal was this despicable sneak attack all along. Lin Chen's voice echoed with pure fury. "Thunder King, how dare an elder like you use such despicable tricks? Shameless." The Thunder King merely curled his lips into a sinister smirk. "Are you just figuring that out? You think this king is shameless? Let me tell you a little secret. This king is the very definition of shameless. If you had not come here to ruin my plans today, I would have already ascended to the next realm." And now you dare to call me shameless? Meanwhile, Yunqing gritted her teeth in pure agony. The excruciating pain was becoming absolutely unbearable. Lin Chen stood his ground and roared fiercely. Thunder King! The bitter grudge between us ends today. Tell me what you truly want. The Thunder King slowly raised 2 fingers. Crackling lightning danced across his fingertips. What do you think I want? Lethal arcs of purple lightning struck Yunqing without mercy. Seeing this brutal torment, panic washed over her entirely. She could not stop screaming in sheer terror. The Thunder King's sinister smile only grew wider. So, what if I crush you all? You ruined my breakthrough. Naturally, this king will never let you leave here alive. Lin Chen desperately shot back. Thunder King, let Yunqing go. Name your price and I will accept it. Hearing his desperate plea, Yunqing cried out, Brother Lin Chen, do not worry about me. Fighting through the agonizing torment, she bravely screamed, You must strike down the Thunder King right now. Stop his advancement at all costs. I am not afraid to die. The Thunder King laughed with twisted satisfaction. Standing at death's door, yet still so incredibly stubborn, his piercing gaze shifted back to Lin Chen. Listen closely, Lin Chen. If you wish to save this wretched girl, hand over your slaughtering rare treasure immediately, and swear to never cross this king again. If you refuse my generous offer, do not blame this king for being merciless. I will slaughter this little girl right before your very eyes. Yunqing urgently warned him. Brother Lin Chen, please ignore my suffering. Whatever you do, never hand over the slaughtering rare treasure to this monster. Lin Chen's head drooped in heavy silence. Shadows veiled his eyes entirely. Slowly, he looked up and answered. Fine. You can have it. The Thunder King burst into maniacal laughter. Finally, you have learned your place. Lin Chen summoned the slaughtering rare treasure into his hands. But remember this one thing about my treasure. It is not something just anyone can handle. You better hold on to it tightly. Suddenly, an eerie green aura pulsed outward. The mysterious light completely engulfed Lin Chen's body. Thrusting his hand high into the sky, he unleashed a blinding surge of green energy. Witnessing this reckless move, Elder Blood desperately questioned him. Boy, what exactly are you planning? The heaven-devouring diagram absolutely cannot fall into the Thunder King's hands. Lin Chen calmly replied. Do not worry, Elder Blood. I know exactly what I am doing. Without another word, he tossed the mighty artifact forward. Go, unleash the power of the heaven-devouring diagram. The Thunder King's eyes gleamed with wicked greed. In this vast world, there is absolutely no supreme treasure that this king cannot conquer. Snatching the glowing artifact, he raised it in ultimate triumph. The power surged through the air. This legendary artifact finally belongs to me. Absolute power is now in the palm of my hand. Suddenly, Lin Chen bolted forward like a shooting star. Is that what you truly think? Leaping into the heavens, Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate technique, Heaven Subduing Hand. A colossal golden palm manifested directly above his head. The Thunder King scoffed at the divine strike. You shameless little rat. Trying to steal from this king? You are 100 years too early. With a furious roar, he pointed a deadly finger straight at Lin Chen. Forming a rapid hand seal, Lin Chen finally roared his command. Elder Blood, now is the time to strike. Instantly, the mighty artifact erupted with a blinding green aura. The Thunder King's arrogant smile shattered into pure dread. The Thunder King roared in panic. Damn it! It is a trap. Suddenly, Blood Elder materialized with a terrifying aura. He let out a deafening roar and bound himself tightly around the Thunder King's body. Blood poured heavily down the Thunder King's face. Furious, he screamed into the heavens. Lin Chen, I will end you, Thunder Axe Puppet. But Lin Chen relentlessly continued his assault. He called out a warning. Blood Elder, focus. Heaven-devouring diagram. Swallow him whole. Blood Elder simply replied, understood. Meanwhile, a sinister pink aura engulfed the Thunder King. Writhing in absolute agony, the Thunder King shrieked. Lin Chen, you will not die a peaceful death. Lin Chen hovered above him and sneered. My apologies. It seems your ascension has failed. A piercing green light flashed within Lin Chen's eyes. He unleashed his supreme technique. Eye of profound meaning. Taking the opening, Blood Elder constricted even tighter around his prey, forcing endless streams of blood from the Thunder King. The giant shut his eyes. A horrifying realization hit him. Is that the heavenly fiend demonic bug? Blood Elder unleashed a frantic bellow. Lin Chen, strike now. My grip is failing. Out of nowhere, the Thunder King threw a devastating counterattack. A shockwave shattered the air. The battlefield rumbled violently. Driven to absolute madness, the Thunder King roared. Lin Chen. This king demands your life. Unfazed, Lin Chen clasped his hands together. Radiant golden energy converged around his body. He immediately unleashed his next strike. Heavenly Fiend Yama-Sutra. A split second later, a massive phantom staff materialized. It pierced straight through the Thunder King's chest, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his lungs. Clenching his bloody fists, the Thunder King roared. Ah, the demonic seed. You are Zhao Yisheng's loyal hound. All of you, die for this king. Violent purple lightning erupted across his flesh. Instantly, a catastrophic explosion detonated. A thunderous boom echoed through the realm. As Blood Elder slowly levitated higher, a gargantuan hand suddenly crushed around him. He gritted his teeth against the soul-crushing pain. Crimson blood spilled from his lips, but his ancient eyes burned with fierce determination. The giant fist squeezed with lethal force. A second later, the Thunder King rose back to his feet. His monstrous, towering figure shadowed the earth. He crushed Blood Elder in his merciless grip and roared to the heavens. Those who block my path shall be slaughtered. Hacking up blood, the Elder screamed. Lin Chen, control the demonic seed quickly. This old man is about to be crushed to dust. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light pierced the sky. A sonic boom shattered the battlefield. Lin Chen's right hand pulsed with terrifying power. Enveloped in a brilliant green aura, he clenched his fist and declared, Demonic seed, obliterate. Channeling every ounce of his aura, Lin Chen slammed his fist straight onto the Thunder King's skull. He roared with absolute authority, Detonate! The Thunder King's brow furrowed in sudden terror. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Lin Chen bellowed, Blood Elder, fall back now. The Thunder King was entirely drenched in his own blood. He wailed in indescribable torment. His colossal body violently ruptured from the inside out, unleashing a catastrophic, heaven-shaking explosion. When the dust finally settled, Lin Chen and Blood Elder had achieved the impossible. The legendary Thunder King had collapsed onto the ruined earth. Rushing forward, Lin Chen asked anxiously, Blood Elder, are you holding up? The old man coughed and replied, I am fine. But the Thunder King's cultivation is profound. Do not lower your guard yet. The fallen king lay dead silent in the crater. But Lin Chen's eyes remained locked on his target, perfectly vigilant. He locked eyes on his fallen foe. Then, Lin Chen turned to Yun Qing. Are you hurt? Sitting on the shattered ground, Yun Qing shook her head. I am fine, brother Lin Chen. These scratches are nothing. Suddenly, Blood Elder's eyes flashed with fierce light. Little friend, you must pull the weeds by their roots. Leave no survivors. Lin Chen nodded with cold determination. I know exactly what to do. In that very moment, Yun Qing forced herself up. Brother Lin Chen, let me dispose of the Thunder King's body. Stepping behind him, she urged, You must flee the Tai Ching sect immediately. Avoid their wrath for now. Whatever happens next, leave the fallout to me. Hearing her plea, Lin Chen slowly turned around. His voice was calm but absolute. Absolutely not. I carry the weight of my own actions. I fear no man's vengeance. Let them come for my head. Yun Qing pleaded desperately. Brother Lin Chen, why must you be so stubborn? With Qing Qing and I standing guard, the Holy Sun will not dare make a move. Lin Chen gently patted her head, offering a warm smile. Thank you for worrying about me. But I have walked this far, and I bow to no one. There is a mission I must complete. Until my goal is achieved, I will never abandon the Tai Ching sect. Suddenly, a wet cough broke the silence. Lin Chen and Yun Qing froze in pure shock. Lin Chen's eyes widened. He is still breathing. Like a restless ghoul, the Thunder King dragged himself up. His broken body pulsed, wrapped in a sinister crimson aura. He locked a death glare onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you bastard! If it were not for that wretched heavenly fiend Yama-Sutra, how could a rat like you defeat this king? The defeated king trembled violently, barely able to stand. Lin Chen stared down at him with icy calm, receiving the absolute guidance. Of Senior Jiao is my greatest fortune. Without breaking eye contact, Lin Chen stepped forward, his presence overwhelming. Now that you understand the true depth of our blood feud, speak your final words and meet your end. Suddenly, the Thunder King's aura violently compressed. His face twisted in pure malice. Wearing a demonic grin, he clutched his chest and spat. Do you even know who I truly am? Lin Chen did not blink. The disciple of the Tai Ching Holy Sun. Hearing his title, the Thunder King burst into manic laughter. His ego swelling, he mocked, "So you do know my backing." He violently pointed a bloodied finger at Lin Chen. "Since you know my master's identity, then crawl away on your knees. If you dare to end my life, my master will make your existence a living hell." Unfazed, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. A brilliant azure aura flared violently around his palm. He looked down at the pathetic king. "Do you want to know a secret? I am entirely immune to threats." Lin Chen's brows furrowed with lethal intent. He clenched his fist, so hard his knuckles cracked like thunder. His voice echoed with killing intent. "Everyone who threatened me is already dead." Panic set in. The Thunder King pointed wildly at Lin Chen's face. "Lin Chen, you do not have the guts to kill this king. If my blood spills today, my master will rain absolute destruction upon you. He will dig up 18 generations of your ancestors. Their souls will suffer for eternity." Ignoring the madman's screams, Lin Chen slowly levitated into the air. "You brought this upon yourself." His entire body erupted, consumed by a blazing azure aura. Streaks of brilliant blue lightning tore through the air. Like a descending god of war, Lin Chen shot straight toward the Thunder King, his hand glowing with devastating power. Terror finally broke the Thunder King's facade. What are you doing?" In a split second, Lin Chen's inescapable grip locked onto his throat. A deafening crash shattered the silence. Lam Than's grip tightened around Loi Vuong's throat. "You forced my hand," he growled. The once mighty Loi Vuong trembled violently, gasping for air. "If you kill me, the Tai Thon sect will hunt you down," he choked out. Lam Than's aura flared. He crushed the Thunder King's throat with terrifying force. The sickening sound of bone cracking echoed through the air. Crack! Lam Than's eyes burned with cold fury. "I am already an outcast. What more do I have to fear?" Just as Lam Than raised his foot to deliver the final strike, a desperate voice pierced the tension. "Stop. Spare him." Lam Than's rage refused to yield. "Show yourself," he roared. Stepping from the shadows was Van Than Nu. She rushed to his side. "Lam Than, it is me, Than Nu." The sheer killing intent in his eyes softened as he turned to face her. His ferocious expression faltered. "Than Nu, what are you doing here?" she pleaded. "Brother Lam Than, please listen to me. You cannot kill Loi Vuong." Nearby, Van Than stared in disbelief. She looked at Van Than Nu, completely baffled by this interference. "Sister Than Nu, why are you stopping Brother Lam Than from ending this trash?" Van Than clenched her fists in frustration. "Loi Vuong has tried to take Brother Lam Than's life countless times. They are locked in a blood feud. If we let this bastard live, aren't we just handing him a second chance to kill us?" Van Than Nu turned to her, her expression heavy with sorrow. "I know all of that. I know every sin he has committed." But she turned back to the furious warrior. "But Brother Lam Than, if Loi Vuong dies here, the Tai Thon Holy Sun will unleash his full wrath upon you. With your current cultivation level, you are simply no match for the Holy Sun's divine power. A single rash move now will drag you straight to the gates of hell." Her desperate warning echoed through the battlefield. She looked at Lam Than with deep, pleading affection. Lam Than fell silent, weighing the heavy cost of his vengeance. Suddenly, Van Than grabbed her sister's arm. "Sister Than Nu," her voice trembled with lingering fear and absolute defiance. "Please stop making this so difficult for Brother Lam Than. Do you have any idea the pure nightmare we just survived? Yes, killing him invites trouble, but if we let this monster walk away today, his power will only grow. Once he returns stronger, how is Brother Lam Than supposed to survive?" Van Than Nu's expression turned cold and commanding. "Hu, remove Van Than from this area at once. Do not let her utter another word." The shadow guard instantly bowed his head. "As you command, Holy Maiden." Hu materialized right in front of the protesting girl. His sudden, phantom-like movement caught Van Than completely off guard. Placing a hand over his heart, the guard spoke with absolute duty. "Forgive my disrespect, Palace Master." Van Than pointed a trembling finger at the guard, her aura flaring. "Don't you dare touch me. Just because you serve Sister Than Nu does not mean I will not strike you down." But before she could unleash her spiritual energy, her eyes widened in absolute shock. Moving faster than the eye could track, Hu effortlessly swept her off her feet. She beat her fists against his armored chest in pure fury. "Put me down! Let me go this instant!" Her desperate cries echoed across the ruined battleground. "Let me go! Brother Lam Than, save me!" Van Thanu simply sighed at the chaos. Van Than, be quiet and trust me, she scolded. But the struggling girl was already being carried off into the distance. Throwing a complete tantrum, she wildly hammered against Hu's iron-like defense. Let me go right now. Finally realizing resistance was futile, she crossed her arms and pouted, her eyes blazing with adorable rage. You are all just ganging up on me. Beside her, the formidable shadow guard simply stood there, sweating buckets under her deadly glare. He thought salvation had finally arrived. Yun Qingguo shifted her gaze toward the Thunder King. She stood there, completely torn. Meanwhile, the Thunder King shivered uncontrollably. He stammered out in pure desperation. Holy maiden! Barely keeping his eyes open, he gasped. This Lin Chen is a deadly cancer, a plague upon our Tai Ching sect. He ruthlessly slaughtered his fellow disciples and dared to sabotage my breakthrough. His crimes are absolutely unforgivable. Cripple him and cast him out as a slave. Hearing this, Yun Qingguo furiously roared. Shut your mouth. Her eyes flared with absolute disgust as she spat. You have committed countless atrocities. You have no right to speak in my presence. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, the Thunder King snapped back. To think the dignified holy maiden of the Tai Ching sect, who would abandon all justice for a mere boy toy. Lin Chen instantly tightened his lethal grip around his throat. He coldly commanded, silence, his brows furrowed with lethal intent as he whispered, Thunder King, did you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? The Thunder King's body continued to shake violently as he pleaded, Holy maiden, execute this madman at once. Otherwise, he will bring total ruin to the Tai Ching sect. Yun Qingguo fiercely shot back. If you dare slander Lin Chen one more time, or even mention punishing him, I will execute you myself right here and now. She then turned her soft gaze back to Lin Chen, begging him. Brother, please listen to me just this once. Lin Chen frowned in confusion, questioning her intent. You want him alive? For my own good? Pressing a trembling hand against her heart, she softly confessed. I simply cannot bear to see you in danger. Caught completely off guard, Lin Chen thought to himself. Qingguo. His heart began to race wildly in his chest. A moment later, his intense aura softened. Fine, I will listen to you. Yun Qingguo looked up with hopeful eyes. Truly? Lin Chen offered a gentle smile. Yes, I will spare his miserable life for you. With that promise, he finally released his iron grip. The Thunder King immediately collapsed to his knees. Yet, the brilliant blue aura radiating from Lin Chen continued to blaze with terrifying power. He glared down at the pathetic king and paused. But before he could even finish his thought, the Thunder King screamed out in pure panic. Lin Chen, what are you planning? Let me remind you, I am the disciple of the first emperor, one of the legendary 17 emperors. If you dare take my life, you will face the absolute worst punishment the Tai Ching sect has to offer. Lin Chen's expression darkened into a demonic glare. Is that so? Drenched in a cold sweat of absolute terror, the king desperately turned for help. Holy maiden, you must save me. Seeing the deadly shift in the atmosphere, Yun Qingguo instantly reached out to stop him. Brother Lin Chen, you promised. But without a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen thrust his hand forward. A surge of devastating energy gathered in his palm, aiming directly at the Thunder King's abdomen. Realizing his doom, the fallen king erupted in fury. Lin Chen, you absolute bastard. With a violent jerk, Lin Chen pulled his hand back. Blinding streams of pink light violently erupted, tearing their way out of the Thunder King's body. Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. Mesmerized by the glowing core resting perfectly in his palm, his cultivation shattered and dripping with sweat, the Thunder King reached out in absolute despair, screaming, My inner core, my origin of purple thunder? Give it back. You have to give it back to me. Lin Chen just stared coldly at the stolen power in his hand. Give it back to you? Who will pay for the torment I endured because of you? Today, out of respect for Qingguo, I shall spare your miserable life. But if you dare to cross my path again, I will obliterate you without a single trace. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his aura exploding with absolute dominance. I am Lin Chen, and I bow to no one. I am not some weak insect you can easily crush. If you seek my head, you better have the strength to take it. Suddenly, the Thunder King violently coughed up dark blood. The defeated Thunder King viciously gritted his teeth. He swallowed his agonizing pain and spoke. Desperation filled the arrogant Thunder King's eyes. He reached out his trembling hand and roared, "Holy maiden, why are you just standing there? Execute this bastard for your king at once." But in a terrifying flash of lightning, Lin Chen's iron grip violently crushed the Thunder King's throat, choking back his pathetic final words. The mighty Thunder King dangled helplessly in the air. Lin Chen's eyes burned with cold fury. "Do not raise your voice at her, unless you have a death wish." Watching the terrifying scene unfold, Yun Qingguo cried out, "Brother Lin Chen, please." Lin Chen's deadly gaze remained locked onto the trembling Thunder King. "I have always walked the path of absolute righteousness. I never strike the first blow. Yet your people continue to push me to the edge, hunting for my life time and time again. Did you really think I would just roll over and die?" With a sickening thud, Lin Chen slammed his enemy into the dirt. The fallen king wailed in sheer agony. Lin Chen's voice echoed with dominating power. "Get out of my sight." Lin Chen turned his gaze. "Qingguo, I kept my promise to you. His life is spared, but I am claiming his inner core. His cultivation ends here today." Hearing this devastating sentence, Yun Qingguo stared at him in utter shock. A heavy, suffocating silence fell between them. Finally, the holy maiden slowly closed her eyes. Her voice trembled with deep sorrow. "Why do you refuse to listen to my warnings, even just once? By shattering his precious inner core, you have essentially signed his death warrant. The Tai Ching Holy Sun will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Lin Chen casually raised his hand. His aura remained utterly unshaken. "So be it. If he dies, the Holy Sun hunts me down. If he lives, he will inevitably seek his bloody revenge. Either way, I will forge my destiny on my own terms." Overwhelmed by his dangerous resolve, she could only stutter, "You." Lin Chen's expression softened slightly. "Thank you. I know you were looking out for my survival. For the sake of my future." Having said his piece, Lin Chen turned around. He turned his back to the shattered battlefield. With a cool wave of his hand, he bid his final farewell to the Holy Maiden. "I am leaving now, but our paths will cross again." Panic flashed in Yun Qingguo's eyes. She desperately asked, "Where could you possibly go? The entire Thunder King Manor will demand your blood. Return with me. Let my authority shield you." Without a second hesitation, he firmly rejected her. "I do not need your protection." Left totally powerless, Yun Qingguo could only watch, observing his legendary figure slowly fade into the distance. Meanwhile, young Yunqing was still trapped on Anshu's back. She wildly struggled against the Shadow Guard's grip, screaming, "Brother Lin Chen, please take me with you. I am terribly wounded, and you must take responsibility." Hearing this ridiculous claim, Lin Chen froze in his tracks. Letting out a heavy sigh, he calmly extended his hand. "Hand the little troublemaker over to me. I will heal her spiritual wounds myself." The fierce girl kicked wildly at her guard. "Put me down immediately. My destiny is to follow Brother Lin Chen." Resigning to fate, Yun Qingguo issued her command. "Release her into his care." The Shadow Guard bowed respectfully. "As you command, Holy Maiden." Before parting ways, she delivered one final chilling warning. "Beware of the terrifying punishment hall." Catching the girl in his arms, the lone warrior resumed his journey. He firmly stepped forward with absolute confidence. "I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning." Resting on his shoulder, the young girl flashed a bright smile. "Do not worry about us, Sister Qingguo. With my protection, no one dares to bully Brother Lin Chen." And with those brave words, the duo vanished into the horizon. Breaking the tense silence, Anshu spoke softly. "Holy Maiden, we must return." Staring at the empty path, Yun Qingguo asked with a heavy heart, "Did my actions today just push Brother Lin Chen into a much deadlier storm?" Amhu looked at Van Thon Nu. He hesitated before speaking. "About this matter, I have heard the dark rumors. The recent incident at the punishment hall. Holy Maiden, you worry so much for him. I am sure he knows that. But being provoked time and time again, even I would show zero mercy. Lamthon is a man of fierce conviction. You must not blame yourself." Suddenly, a chilling realization hit Van Thon Nu. The punishment hall master is the Holy Sun. She pressed a trembling hand against her chest. She continued speaking. "His entire hall commands 8 mighty emperors, all under his absolute control. This blood feud is already sealed. I am utterly powerless now. I cannot save Brother Lamthan from his wrath." Amhu frowned deeply. "Should we go and stop him right now?" She raised her hand and closed her eyes. She shook her head. "There is no need. Perhaps this destiny was something I should have foreseen. Sorrow flickered in her voice. But my heart still aches for him. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 scowled darkly at her words. He cursed in his mind. Lamthon, you absolute miserable bastard. A moment later, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 issued a stern warning. 𝐓𝐸𝐄, never raise your hand against Brother Lamthon. Let us leave. Meanwhile, far away, 𝐓𝐸 violently trembled. He slammed his bloody hands against the dirt. A terrifying, golden aura erupted around 𝐓𝐸's shattered body. He fell to his knees, clenching his fists. Pure rage tore from his throat. Lamthon, how dare you cripple my Dantian? I, 𝐓𝐸, swear upon my life, you will suffer a gruesome death. A gruesome death. Deep in the woods, Lamthon sprinted with 𝐓𝐑𝐃 in his arms. She looked up, deeply worried. Brother Lamthon, are you badly hurt? He scoffed lightly. Me? I am perfectly fine. 𝐓𝐑𝐃, you are still young. The brutal ways of this world are beyond you. Hearing this, a vein popped on her forehead. She shouted at the top of her lungs. You are the small one, you huge jerk. Lamthon could only sigh in defeat. All right. You are not young. Winning this little argument brought a smug, triumphant smile to her face. That is much better. Suddenly, Lamthon came to a dead halt. With gentle care, he set 𝐓𝐑𝐃 down against an ancient tree. His tone turned serious. What exactly is the punishment hall? Do you know anything about its true power? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 nodded solemnly. The 𝐓𝐃 sect houses countless hidden halls. Ordinary inner disciples are entirely blind to them. She paused before continuing. Such as the medicine hall, the assassination hall, and many more. Over 100 secret branches exist in total, each wielding its own unique authority. But the punishment hall is terrifyingly unique. Lamthon narrowed his eyes. Unique how? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 closed her eyes. Yes. Her brows furrowed with deep concern. They hold the ultimate authority of execution. They judge and punish both disciples and elders. They are the living embodiment of the sect rules. And that man, the self-proclaimed 𝐓𝐃 Holy Son, he is the absolute master of the punishment hall. Lamthon connected the dots. Wait, 𝐓𝐸's master. Is the punishment hall master? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 nodded heavily. Exactly. That is what makes this hall so dangerous. This self-proclaimed Holy Son is ranked number 1 among the 17 mighty emperors. His cultivation is unfathomable. Even the supreme elders cannot defeat him in battle. Combined with his invincible background, he practically rules the entire 𝐓𝐃 sect with one hand. Finishing her words, she subtly pulled her collar down. Her eyes shimmered with a profound, hidden emotion. Brother Lamthon, help me apply the medicine. Hearing this, Lamthon broke into a nervous sweat. He was completely caught off guard. His jaw dropped in pure shock. A deep blush rushed to his face. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 pulled out the medicine and impatiently rushed him. Hurry up, this hurts like crazy. But do not worry, Brother Lamthon. With Sister 𝐓𝐃 protecting you, absolutely no one in the 𝐓𝐃 sect will dare to lay a finger on you. Not even that self-proclaimed 𝐓𝐃 Holy Son. Even he must show Sister 𝐓𝐃 some respect. Lamthon grabbed the bottle, asking nervously, Are you sure I should be doing this? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 shot back. Just do as I say. Brother Lamthon, why are you hesitating so much? Sweating bullets, Lamthon stammered. All right. And without another word, he poured the medicine directly onto her wound. Intense pain flared up, making 𝐓𝐃 shriek in absolute agony. Lamthon quickly asked, Does it hurt? She snapped. Try taking a few blades and see. My skin is delicate. You have to take responsibility for me now. She covered her mouth, giggling softly. I am just messing with you. I know your heart belongs to Sister 𝐓𝐃. I will not steal you away. Hearing that name, Lamthon suddenly remembered something crucial. Right. 𝐓𝐃. What exactly is her true status within the sect? How much power does the 𝐓𝐃 Holy Maiden hold? It seems incredibly prestigious. 𝐓𝐃 slowly adjusted her clothes and replied, I do not know all the details. But my sister, Van La Hoang, told me this since I was young. Within the sect, the authority of the 𝐓𝐃, Holy Son and Holy Maiden is second only to the sect master. There are certain core secrets that only the divine law realm can access. The things I actually know are quite limited. Lamthon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Second only to the sect master, he pondered deeply about the hierarchy. It seemed that the one known as the 𝐓𝐃 Holy Son was an incredibly terrifying figure. 𝐓𝐃 grabbed his shoulder. Do not worry, she tried to reassure him. According to my sister, the 𝐓𝐑𝐃 sect has never had a true holy son since its creation. The current holy son is just a self-proclaimed title. He has not yet become the true 𝐓𝐃 holy son. If only Big Brother was here. Lamthan gently patted her head. If Senior knew you missed him this much, he would definitely be overjoyed. His expression then turned intensely serious. Von Thon, we should part ways here. Right now, the Thon mansion is like a headless snake. You need to return immediately to take charge. Von Thon nodded in agreement. Understood. Take care, Brother Lamthan. Once I settle the chaos at the Thon mansion, I will definitely come find you. Lamthan grabbed her hand, helping her up. Van Thon gave one final warning. Also, make sure to avoid the disciplinary hall at all costs. Lamthan smiled warmly. I know. With that, Van Thon quickly disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, Huet Lao materialized from the shadows. Kid, your harvest on this journey has not been too shabby. Once you break through to the divine law realm, you will finally begin to touch upon the true world of cultivation. Hearing this, Lamthan's eyes grew heavy with resolve. That is right. Lu Thong Thien must die. My father must be saved. I must avenge the former master of the holy vein and repair the heaven-devouring technique. Suddenly breaking character, Lamthan wailed. I am way too busy for all this. Huet Lao's aura abruptly shifted as he sensed an intruder. Hold on a second, kid. A divine law realm expert is locking onto you. It is that middle-aged merchant from our previous trade, with you at the Dark Cloud Pavilion. Hearing those words, Lin Chen snapped his head around. He called out the man's name. Uncle Yun. The elder stepped from the shadows and spoke. Good kid. You actually detected my presence. Truly worthy of the Lin family's young master. Lin Chen's eyes widened in sheer shock. Uncle Yun? Is it really you? You came to the Purple Thunder Forest too? Yunlin smiled and explained his arrival. You wanted to stop the Thunder King's breakthrough. Could your Uncle Yun just sit back and miss the show? But I never expected you to actually stop him. You even shattered his dantian entirely. This outcome. It is truly beyond shocking. Lin Chen grinned and tossed over a storage pouch. Uncle Yun, here is our promised transaction. Yunlin swiftly caught the pouch in midair. He pulled the items from the bag. His eyes instantly lit up with wonder as he inspected them. Tisk tisk. As expected of the heavenly jade spirit flower. To think it holds such incredible properties. Just feeling this faint mystical spiritual energy. If someone suffers from qi deviation in the future, consuming a heavenly treasure like this, it will absolutely turn disaster into a miracle. Lin Chen stepped closer and threw an arm around the elder. Leaning in, he laughed cheerfully. Uncle Yun, since our deal is done, I will be taking my leave. Since I crippled the Thunder King's core, the disciplinary hall will surely hunt me down. Right now, my top priority is to consolidate my cultivation base. Yunlin's expression suddenly turned dead serious. Brat, you grow more arrogant by the day. By shattering the Thunder King's dantian, you have guaranteed that the disciplinary hall's assassins will come for your head. As an elder of the Tai Ching sect, I truly do not wish to see a monstrous genius like you perish. Touched, Lin Chen dramatically hugged Yunlin's leg and wailed. Uncle Yun, you treat me too well. Everyone else wants me dead. Only you truly care about my survival. Yunlin sighed, his voice completely calm. The disciplinary hall is not hunting you because of the Thunder King. It is because they see you as a massive threat. Hearing this, Lin Chen's playful demeanor vanished. A threat? What do you mean? Yunlin continued his grim explanation. Because your monstrous martial talent allows you to cultivate the supreme art of our sect, the Tai Ching Nine Voids art. This is a legendary technique that could elevate you into a true holy son, or even the next sect master. Lin Chen scoffed in sheer disbelief. Uncle Yun, this is no time for jokes. There are countless experts in the sect far stronger than me. The Tai Ching Nine Voids art, if it truly possesses such heaven-defying power, why haven't you mastered it? Even the Supreme Emperors failed to grasp it. Yunlin's expression darkened. The art's power is indeed absolute, but absolute strength is not the requirement to master it. It requires a peerless genius who has comprehended the heavenly fiend Yama Sutra and possesses demonic divine aura. Suddenly, he pointed a trembling finger right at Lin Chen. And that person is you. Absolute shock washed over Lin Chen's face. His mind raced with the unbelievable revelation. Me? Mastering the Tai Ching Nine Voids art? Lin Chen raised his left hand, staring at it in awe before asking, Uncle Yun, are you saying that with my martial talent alone, I can actually cultivate the Tai Ching Nine Voids art? Yunlin stood tall, clasping his hands behind his back. Exactly. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, he continued. From everything I have observed, your monstrous, martial talent. You are perhaps the strongest talent on the Holy Spirit continent right now. Your martial arts aptitude has surpassed the legends of the past. Therefore, within the entire Tai Ching sect, you are our greatest hope to master the Tai Ching Nine Voids art. Yunlin's expression darkened. His gaze turned razor-sharp as he stated his point. This is exactly why the disciplinary hallmaster wants you dead. Hearing this revelation, Lin Chen froze in pure shock. He thought to himself, if the disciplinary hallmaster wanted him dead, any random excuse would suffice. But why was Uncle Yun revealing this secret? If he mastered it, what benefit would this technique bring to Uncle Yun? Was he truly being sincere? Did he genuinely care for him? Lin Chen tightly clenched his fists. He finally broke the silence. Uncle Yun, let us stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want from me? This blunt question caught Yunlin completely off guard. He burst into hearty laughter and replied, you are quite the sharp kid. Facing this completely unexpected reaction, Lin Chen stared back with utter confusion. Yunlin finally explained his true motive. Aside from the Tai Ching Nine Voids art, I want you to master the shadowless heavenly sword Tao of the Sword Immortal sect, and the chaotic heaven origin slashing art from the chaotic heaven sect. He added sternly, once you succeed, I will reveal the true reason why. Lin Chen gasped in sheer disbelief. The origin slashing art? The shadowless heavenly sword Tao? He thought to himself. Just the names alone proved these profound techniques were terrifyingly powerful. What was Uncle Yun scheming? Suddenly, Elder Blood's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Chen, this is not the time for hesitation. Mastering these two divine arts will only bring you absolute benefit. Agree to his terms first. Left with no other choice, Lin Chen accepted. Fine. I will face whatever destiny throws at me. I trust that Uncle Yun means me no harm. Yunlin's face remained utterly stoic. He began to recount the secrets of the past. Within this coming year, the sect master foresees a massive, world-shaking upheaval. But I have already said too much. You cannot comprehend the full picture yet, he continued grimly. For now, just know this. In a little over 2 months, the time to comprehend the Tai Ching Nine Voids art will finally arrive. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. 2 months, he thought. If such a heaven-defying cultivation art truly existed, waiting 2 months was a small price to pay. He quickly calculated his next move. After all, Senior Xiao Yisheng had already promised him. If he could become the Tai Ching Holy Son, the heart of Tai King would belong to him. He had to save his father. He had to acquire overwhelming power. Fueled by burning determination, Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. Then it is settled, he declared with a fiercely determined gaze. Thank you for the guidance, Uncle Yun. If I can master the Tai Ching Nine Voids art, I swear to fulfill your ultimate wish. Satisfied with his unyielding resolve, Yunlin warned him. Right now, the disciplinary hall master is breaking through to the 4th layer of the divine law realm. The day of comprehension draws near. Therefore, you have exactly 2 months. Push your cultivation base to the absolute limit, and beware of everyone from the disciplinary hall. Lin Chen respectfully clasped his hands together. His expression turned dead serious as he bowed. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Yun. The ancient spirit, Huet Lao, suddenly broke the silence. Young friend, seize this perfect opportunity. Ask this middle-aged man a crucial question. Find out who within Tai Thon Mon possesses the skill to refine a Hoang-grade pill. Lam Thon's eyes sharpened with intense focus. Refining a Hoang-grade pill? Huet Lao revealed the profound truth. Only by forging the Chu Thien Nok Lin Dan could its true divine potential be fully unleashed. Lam Thon thoughtfully bit his thumb. A sudden wave of clarity washed over him. So, that was the hidden secret. He respectfully cupped his hands together. Uncle Van, this humble nephew has a vital request. Van Lam raised his hand gently. A warm smile crossed the older man's face. Speak your mind. I will gladly help if it is within my power. Consider it a gesture of our newfound bond. Lam Than scratched the back of his head, masking his nervous anticipation. He offered a sheepish grin. Uncle Van, your wisdom is vast. Your connections must be equally impressive. Could you introduce me to a master alchemist? Someone capable of forging a Hoang-grade pill. I need to transform this Thien Nog Lin Hoa into a peerless medicinal treasure. Van Lam's expression darkened with grave seriousness. Stroking his chin, he sighed deeply. You ask for the nearly impossible, kid. An alchemist of that legendary caliber does not exist outside the Hall Master of the Duok Duong. He alone holds that power. A shadow of dread crossed Van Lam's eyes. Furthermore, in the presence of that terrifying master, I barely even dare to breathe. Hearing this daunting truth, Lam Thun tapped his lips playfully. He hid his other hand behind his back. He squeezed his legs together, putting on a ridiculously innocent expression. A fake blush spread across his cheeks. He whined dramatically like a spoiled child. But Uncle Van, you just gave me your absolute promise. No matter the cost. You simply have to help me. Witnessing this absurd theatrical display left Van Lam utterly speechless. He glared at the boy in pure disbelief. What in the world was that expression? Van Lam threw his hands up in defeat. He shoved his palm outward to block the nonsense. Stop acting so incredibly pitiful. Your cheap tricks will not work on this old man. It is completely useless. This Hall Master is an absolute tyrant. He controls all pill resources within the sect. His supreme authority is second only to the Vice Sect Master himself. Countless Hall Masters, esteemed elders, and royal families beg for his favors daily. Yet he crushes their hopes without a shred of mercy. What chance do I have? Refusing to surrender, Lam Than cranked up his shameless begging. His eyes sparkled fiercely. Framing his face with his hands, he pleaded. His voice dripped with exaggerated sweetness. But I desperately need top-tier pills for my cultivation. Van Lam's face grew dangerously dark. The weight of defeat crushed his spirit. He finally sighed and surrendered to the madness. Fine, fine. I will personally drag you to his domain. However, you must be warned. The Hall Master is notoriously eccentric. Earning his divine favor will depend entirely on your own twisting fate. Lam Than instantly tackled him in a joyful embrace. Thank you so much, Uncle Van. I will engrave this immense favor in my soul. Van Lam quickly restored his strict composure. Drop the ridiculous theatrical act. Focus on mastering your cultivation methods first. The medicine hall lies deep within Tython Monday. My spiritual energy will carry us there. Spiritual power exploded beneath their feet. They launched into the endless sky. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's curiosity piqued. Uncle Yun, who leads the medicine hall? He asked. Uncle Yun replied instantly. Qiao Yao, ranked second among the 17 emperors. Hearing this formidable title, Lin Chen gasped in awe. He sounds incredibly powerful, Lin Chen exclaimed. Uncle Yun firmly agreed. His power is absolute. Early the very next morning, a massive estate came into view. Lush, emerald forests surrounded the grand domain. Gazing down from the high peaks, Uncle Yun spoke. Lin Chen, behold the inner realm. This is the Tai Ching immortal sect. Lin Chen clenched his fists. The majestic scenery before him completely took his breath away. He finally broke the silence. Incredible. What kind of divine power could force entire mountain estates to float in the sky? Truly worthy of the three great immortal sects. The spiritual formations here are absolutely mind-blowing. Behind him, Uncle Yun smiled with deep satisfaction. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A token resting on his belt began to glow. It violently vibrated. Uncle Yun stared down in pure confusion. Moments later, a glowing blue parchment materialized in his palm. Dense text quickly filled the page. It resembled a deadly bounty poster, a ruthless execution order. The main target was Lin Chen. The crimes were supreme insubordination, slaughtering hundreds of fellow sect disciples, sabotaging Elder Thunder King's breakthrough, and violently crippling his Dantian. Execution date set for 3 days from now. Issued directly by the Penalty Hall Master. Reading this, pure disgust filled Uncle Yun. He clearly fears your rising power will threaten his throne. That is why he issued this execution order. Such petty jealousy from the so-called Tai Ching Holy Son. Absolutely pathetic. Lin Chen glanced at the scroll with cold disdain. I never expected them to strike this fast. What a bunch of scheming cowards. Uncle Yun stepped forward and firmly gripped his shoulder. He spoke with reassuring confidence. You have nothing to fear. I will block the Penalty Hall's forces with everything I have. Furthermore, the Holy Maiden Palace Master stands beside you. Remember, you are never fighting this battle alone. Lin Chen responded with unwavering resolve. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Fear has no place in my heart. If an army arrives, my blade will meet them. I will overcome whatever stands in my way. Those who cross my path will face the consequences. His eyes burned with deadly seriousness. It seems our grand plans must begin immediately. A short while later, the duo arrived before the grand gates of the medicine hall. Uncle Yun broke the silence. We have reached the medicine hall. Be warned. The master here is incredibly eccentric. He demands absolute silence above all else. Sweating nervously, Uncle Yun leaned in to whisper. You must keep your voice to a dead whisper. Lin Chen stood there, completely baffled by the warning. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Uncle Yun, why are you whispering like that? Speak up, I cannot hear a single word. Uncle Yun went pale with sheer panic. Cold sweat drenched his entire face. He frantically shushed the boy and hissed through his teeth. You reckless brat, keep your voice down. Loud noises are strictly forbidden in this hall. Acting like an absolute menace, Lin Chen ignored the warning entirely. He yelled back, Why not? We are not thieves sneaking around in the dark. If you are too scared, I will just go train. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from deep within the hall. Which ignorant fool dares to cause such a deafening racket at my gates? Uncle Yun's jaw hit the floor in pure terror. He desperately clamped a hand over Lin Chen's mouth. He shouted back with utmost respect. Yun Lin, second floor manager of Dark Cloud Pavilion. I humbly seek an audience with the medicine hall master. Lin Chen writhed in extreme discomfort. Like a trapped serpent, he desperately struck at Uncle Yun's restraining hands. Elder Blood's spiritual projection materialized with a grim warning. Little friend, a half-step divine law realm expert approaches. Lin Chen squeezed his eyes shut, his face twisting in absolute agony. He thought to himself, this suffocating aura must belong to someone from the medicine hall. The heavy doors of the medicine hall shrieked open. Qiaolong stepped out with an air of absolute arrogance. Two disciples trailed closely behind him. He spoke with a mockingly polite tone. So it is Martial Uncle Yun. Yun Lin offered a respectful greeting. I presume the young master is the hall master's second disciple. Qiaolong, is it not? To think that in just a few short months, Martial nephew Qiaolong has already broken through to the half-step divine law realm. Truly a peerless genius, a dragon soaring among ordinary men. Elder Blood chimed in with a sudden warning. Little friend, read the malicious aura on this man's face. He is definitely not a righteous cultivator. A cryptic, dangerous smile crept across Qiaolong's face as he replied. Martial Uncle Yun speaks too highly of me. This breakthrough is purely thanks to my master's divine guidance. I merely contributed a fraction of the effort. Yun Lin humbly cupped his hands and bowed deeper. Martial nephew is far too modest. Watching this pathetic display, Lin Chen was utterly speechless. He grumbled internally. Since when did this old ghost become an expert at face reading? However, the enemy's oppressive cultivation level was truly untouchable. Yun Lin extended both trembling hands. He offered up a small, crimson pouch with the utmost respect. He quickly voiced his plea. This is a humble token of your martial uncle's sincerity. Please, martial nephew Qiaolong, accept it. Lin Chen froze in pure shock at this sudden surrender. He screamed in his mind. Uncle Yun is actually giving away the treasure I risked my life to secure for him. Qiaolong snatched the offering, and his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A heaven-soothing jade spirit flower. He masked his greed with false hesitation. Oh, how could I possibly accept such a priceless treasure? But Qiaolong was a man of so-called absolute fairness. His attitude flipped faster than a turning blade. Martial uncle, just speak your request. If Qiaolong can assist, consider it done. The two disciples standing nearby watched this shameless exchange in total defeat. Seeing the bait taken, Yun Lin quickly revealed his true motive. Then I deeply thank you, Martial nephew Qiaolong. I will not hide the truth. I came today to beg the noble hall master to personally help my poor nephew refine his own heaven-soothing jade spirit flower. Lin Chen cursed the sheer hypocrisy in his heart. His lying mouth claims he does not want it, but his greedy hands snatched it without a second thought. At this revelation, Qiaolong's facade cracked into a sinister sneer. A blinding glint of absolute greed flashed in his eyes. His dark thoughts raced. 2 heaven-soothing jade spirit flowers. If I claim both, my supreme power is guaranteed. An arrogant delusion played out in his mind. He pictured Lin Chen bowing like an obedient dog, begging for favor. Greetings, senior brother Qiaolong. I am the lowly Lin Chen. Snapping back to reality, Qiaolong flashed a venomous smile at Lin Chen. Then, he dropped an outrageously shameless demand. How about this, little junior brother? Why do you not offer your heaven-soothing jade spirit flower to me as tribute? I swear on my honor, whenever you visit the medicine hall in the future, You shall never leave empty-handed. Lin Chen instantly shattered his delusion with an ice-cold refusal. Senior brother, I refuse. This heaven-soothing jade spirit flower is absolutely crucial for my own destiny. I will not casually hand over my supreme treasure. Qiaolong erupted in blistering fury. You dare refuse my grace? Know your place, you ungrateful wretch. Lin Chen did not flinch. He took a heavy step forward, closing the distance to stand fearlessly before Qiaolong. He stared him down with killing intent and asked, The ungrateful wretch here is clearly you, senior brother. My uncle Yun already sacrificed his very own heaven-soothing jade spirit flower to feed your bottomless greed. You still desire what is mine? Isn't that a little too greedy? Cold sweat drenched Qiaolong's face. The absolute truth had pierced his guilty conscience. Boiling with rage, he roared out, Get lost, you insolent brat. Our medicine hall has no place for worthless trash like you. Yet, Lin Chen remained completely unshaken. Since senior brother Qiaolong refuses to help, return Uncle Yun's Shutian Jade spirit flower at once. Standing nearby, Uncle Yun nervously reached out. He desperately tried to diffuse the rising tension. Panic and sheer helplessness washed over the old man. Qiaolong thrust a finger toward Lin Chen and fiercely sneered. Are you courting death, boy? Let me make this clear. Not only will I keep what is his, but I will forcefully strip that very root right out of your pathetic hands. Uncle Yun stood frozen in absolute despair. He stammered out a weak plea for peace. Please calm your anger, my two martial nephews. Violent inner qi surged into Qiaolong's fist. He unleashed a devastating strike straight ahead. Die, you filthy brat! He viciously roared. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened like a drawn blade. He effortlessly tracked Qiaolong's every movement. Slipping behind him like a phantom, he coldly smirked. Since I, Lin Chen, have graced this place, I will never leave empty-handed. Qiaolong's mind reeled in absolute shock. His eyes completely failed to track the speed. Suddenly, an opening appeared. Lin Chen locked onto his opponent's exposed backside. He delivered a humiliating, crushing kick. Senior brother is far too loud, he openly provoked. Consider this a painful lesson on behalf of your master. There is no need to thank me. Qiaolong violently crashed face first into the dirt. He whipped his head around in blazing fury. His eyes radiated the malice of a venomous viper. Lin Chen, he bellowed. You dare humiliate me? I will tear you to pieces. Lin Chen casually patted his own backside. He stuck out his tongue in ultimate mockery. Oh, he taunted. We shall see if senior brother has the actual skill. Come and strike me down. Qiaolong's sanity instantly shattered. Violent aura erupted from his entire body. His eyes blazed with bloodthirsty rage. Consumed by unyielding wrath, he roared at the heavens. Lin Chen, surrender your pathetic life. Lin Chen lazily dug at his ear, entirely unbothered. Speak up. I need you to yell a little louder. Uncle Yun desperately reached out in pure agony. Little ancestor, please. Stop causing such apocalyptic chaos. Qiaolong charged forward like a maddened beast. Die, he screamed. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the very earth. An earth-shattering shockwave tore through the courtyard. Thick clouds of dust swallowed the entire battlefield. Uncle Yun stood paralyzed in absolute confusion. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. The big boss has finally arrived. Clad in flowing white robes, Master Qiao Yue radiated majestic authority. He firmly crushed a groaning Qiaolong beneath his foot. Master, please be gentle, he weakly begged. Why has Master graced us with his presence? Qiao Yue's brows furrowed in pure displeasure. How exactly were you raised in my medicine hall? All reckless noise is strictly forbidden. Have you finally grown tired of living in my hall? Absolute terror gripped Qiaolong's soul. He cowered like a pathetic beaten dog. This disciple would never dare. Meanwhile, sudden realization struck Uncle Yun. He nudged Lin Chen with a knowing smirk. The old man finally saw through the brilliant scheme. You deliberately provoked his fiery temper. Lin Chen flashed a triumphantly wicked grin. I simply gave him a bitter taste of his own medicine. Lin Chen stepped forward with perfect martial respect. This junior, Lin Chen, requests a word with the Grandmaster. Beside him, Qiaolong trembled in cold sweat. He desperately pleaded his pathetic case to his master. He claimed Lin Chen had ruthlessly provoked his temper. It was merely a moment of fiery passion. He stammered, claiming he simply forgot the sacred rules. Qiao Yue frowned, piercing Lin Chen with an evaluating glare. He instantly recognized the bold youth standing before him. This was the very target hunted by the deadly punishment hall. Lin Chen awkwardly rubbed his neck and confessed the absolute truth. He deliberately forced Master Qiao Yue to appear, simply to deliver a crucial message for someone else. Xiao Yue's brow knit together in overwhelming irritation. His cultivation had been violently disturbed, and someone had to pay the ultimate price. Sensing the deadly tension in the air, Yunlin quickly stepped in front of Lin Chen. He desperately pleaded that the boy was simply ignorant of the sect rules. He begged Elder Qiao Yue to show mercy just this once. Yet, Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. A mysterious azure flame suddenly ignited in the palm of his hand. He spoke calmly, telling Qiao Yue that this fire would explain everything. Meanwhile, Yunlin was having a total mental breakdown. He silently wept, feeling like his heart was being ruthlessly stabbed by the boy's recklessness. Lin Chen's hands blurred into complex ninja-like seals. Instantly, the azure fire erupted, swallowing his entire body in a blazing aura. Qiao Yue froze in absolute shock at the sight. A legendary technique flashed through his mind. The heavenly Yama death art. Absolute disbelief shattered his composure. How was this even possible? He could only gasp and point at the boy. Lin Chen observed the elder's shock. Knowing the bait had been taken, the young man softly asked if he was willing to listen now. With a swift motion, he withdrew his blazing energy. Standing off to the side, Qiao Long watched the scene unfold. He whined in sheer frustration. He simply could not believe that his master was sparing this arrogant brat. But before the angry disciple could finish his rant, the elder harshly cut him off. "Shut your mouth," he roared. Lin Chen watched the scolding with absolute glee. He mockingly stuck out his tongue, then flashed two highly insulting gestures just to provoke him further. Qiao Long shook with helpless rage. He made a dark vow within his heart. Sooner or later, the day of reckoning would come. He would slice this smug bastard into minced meat. A defeated Yunlin dragged the utterly fearless Lin Chen away. "You really are a living menace," he sighed. "Could you please stop provoking little nephew Qiao Long?" Uncle Yun's head was practically splitting apart. The scene shifts. Qiao Long stood outside the sealed doors, fuming that he was denied entry. Just what the hell was so special about Lin Chen? Yunlin stood beside him, offering an awkward smile to the sulking disciple. "You ask your martial uncle? How am I supposed to know what your grandmaster is thinking?" Qiao Long crossed his arms, his aura burning with irritation. Can a man not even complain to himself? Deep inside the chamber, thick smoke spiraled from 3 burning sticks of incense. Elder Qiao Yang firmly clasped his hands. "Where exactly did you learn the heavenly Yama death art?" he demanded. Lin Chen calmly revealed the truth without hesitation. It was Senior Qiao Yisheng. He passed it down to this junior. The elder's composure instantly shattered. He stepped forward with fierce intensity, refusing to believe the boy's words. He is actually still alive? Where is he hiding? Lin Chen respectfully cupped his fists together. "Senior Qiao Yang," he began softly. He urged the trembling elder to calm down. "The demon emperor has long since fallen at the demonic bone suppression altar. Nothing remains of him but a fiercely burning fragment of his obsession in this world. By a stroke of pure destiny, I encountered the demon emperor's spirit within the land of the demonic path." Qiao Yang's towering figure swayed dangerously. A loud clatter echoed as he muttered, his face twisted in agonizing denial. The cruel truth pierced his very soul. He is truly dead? The formidable elder stumbled backward, his legs entirely giving out beneath him. "Senior," Lin Chen called out in alarm. Qiao Yang weakly waved him off. "I am fine. You claimed he asked you to pass on a final message. Tell me, what did he say?" Lin Chen met his eyes and replied. He simply said, "I am sorry." Those 3 little words struck like lightning. The elder stood entirely paralyzed. Hot tears swelled in his ancient eyes. "Senior, are you all right?" Without warning, Qiao Yang lunged forward, weeping loudly against Lin Chen like a lost child. He wailed out loud, "Qiao Yisheng, you absolute bastard. Even in death, you are still a nightmare." He sobbed violently. "How dare you wait until you die to apologize to me? Damn it. What good does your apology do now? The man I knew is completely gone." Lin Chen helplessly patted his back to console him. "There is no banquet in this world that does not eventually come to an end. I pray you can find peace through this grief, Senior." Peeking his head through the crack of the door, Qiao Long whispered softly, "What on earth is happening, Master? Why in the world are you hugging that filthy brat Lin Chen?" Yunlin rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. "You ask me? How would I know the inner machinations of his mind?" Unable to hold back any longer, Qiao Long kicked the doors open and roared, "Master, if you are being held hostage, just give me the word. This loyal disciple will slaughter Lin Chen where he stands." Before his words could fade, a heavy vase smashed directly into his face. Realizing his complete loss of composure, Qiu Duong immediately stood perfectly straight and cleared his throat. Only then did Lam Than's expression darken. He solemnly cupped his hands to take his leave. Qiu Duong asked, "Are you just going to walk away? Are you still holding a grudge over Qiu Long making things difficult for you earlier?" Lam Than replied with a hint of bitterness. "Senior must be joking. This junior simply sees that the chances of Senior helping me refine medicine are far too slim. Therefore, I might as well just swallow the raw herbs myself." Qiu Duong burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. You little brat. You are merely speaking out of petty anger." Lam Than maintained his resentful tone. "Not at all. This junior is simply speaking the harsh truth. You have inherited that man's ultimate legacy. You can already be considered half a disciple of mine. Furthermore, I once declared." Lam Than froze in shock and asked, "Declared what?" He panicked internally. Is he planning to forcefully pass down some divine art to me again? Does everyone in the Qiu family share this bizarre obsession with forced power transfers? Suddenly, Qiu Duong grabbed Lam Than's hand and proclaimed, "Since you cultivate the heavenly fiend Yama Sutra, you are destined to be the next hall master of my medicine hall. Are you thrilled? Are you surprised?" Hearing this, Lam Than's face was completely filled with sheer confusion. Snot practically dripped from his nose. The next hall master of the medicine hall? Hewitt Lau finally spoke up. "Little friend, you have stumbled upon a massive blessing in disguise." Hearing this, Lam Than awkwardly rushed to refuse. "Senior Qiu Duong, this junior understands absolutely nothing about medicine refinement. Therefore, it is best not to force this medicine hall master position upon me." Qiu Duong replied with absolute finality, "No, the medicine hall master must absolutely be you, even if you never manage a single trivial affair. You must bear this prestigious title." But, just as Lam Than tried to argue further, Qiu Duong waved his hand decisively. "There is absolutely no room for negotiation. If you refuse this position, do not even dream of me refining a single medicinal pill for you. Furthermore, let me tell you the absolute truth. You have no choice but to accept this medicine hall master position." Lam Than instantly turned to solid stone. This immense fortune had crashed down far too suddenly. Hewitt Lau sighed in weary resignation. "Little friend, just agree to his terms. Once you break through to the divine law realm, you will desperately need to absorb the law spirit pill. This grand identity as the medicine hall master will definitely prove useful." Hearing these crucial words, Lam Than's gaze grew sharply focused. The law spirit pill? Although he did not fully understand the exact effects of this law spirit pill, since Hewitt Lau had personally spoken up, he figured that claiming this hall master title would hold massive value. Immediately, he solemnly cupped his hands. "Very well. Senior Qiu Duong, I shall take the mantle of hall master. If Senior ever wishes to reclaim this identity at any time, I, Lam Than, will absolutely hand it back without a second word." Completely satisfied, Qiu Duong continuously patted Lam Than's shoulder and cheered, "Good, good, excellent." A wicked thought surfaced in Qiu Duong's devious mind. Back in those ancient days, this old man was forcefully pushed onto the throne by that despicable demon emperor. Now, at long last, someone else is following in my tragic footsteps. Ha ha ha. Enduring the heavy pats on his shoulder, Lam Than could only force a pained smile. He screamed internally, "This agonizing pain is literally killing me." Qiu Duong then pulled out a blindingly radiant command token, dazzling the eyes of the beholder. He tossed it directly to Lam Than and declared, "This is the ultimate command token of the Medicine Hall Master. It grants you absolute authority to mobilize the entire pill and medicine lineage of our sect." Lam Than joyfully caught the token and spoke with immense gratitude. "Many thanks, Senior." Seeing the grand command token, Hewitt Lau confidently expressed, "Now that my little friend holds this supreme token, you might actually be able to stand against the terrifying Thunder King Manor." Lam Than immediately responded, "The entire pill and medicine lineage is the absolute lifeblood of the whole sect." This truly was an unexpected stroke of fateful luck. Qiu Duok stood with an aura of majestic authority. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "What kind of pill do you need this master to refine?" Lam Than showed zero fear, confessing honestly, "The All Heavens Jade Spirit Pill." 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏 slightly raised his chin and replied, "To refine such an elixir, do you actually possess the pill formula? If you have the skill, do not hide it." Lamthan simply offered a faint smile. "I do." Hearing this, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏 spoke with genuine surprise. "To think you encountered such a legendary fortune. You are truly worthy of the one chosen by that man." He chuckled softly and continued. "However, an imperial-grade all-heavens jade spirit pill will take exactly 3 days to refine. Can you afford to wait?" Lamthan bowed deeply in utmost respect. "Thank you, senior. 3 days is perfect." 𝐓𝐑𝐏 waved his hand casually. "Then it is settled. 𝐓𝐑𝐃, step out here." Lamthan's eyes widened in sheer shock. Out of nowhere, 𝐓𝐑𝐃 descended like a soaring bird. He landed and knelt before 𝐓𝐑𝐃. Elder Hewitt instantly recognized him and warned, "Little friend, this is the first level of the divine soul realm." Lamthan's expression instantly darkened. He thought to himself, "I can feel his terrifying aura. To have such high cultivation at his age, he is an absolute prodigy." 𝐓𝐑𝐃 remained frozen in his kneeling stance. His eyes were tightly shut as his voice rang out. "Master, did you summon your disciple?" 𝐓𝐑𝐃 looked at him and answered, 𝐓𝐑𝐃, since childhood, your talent has been peerless, your destiny vast. I passed my alchemy arts to you for this exact day." He gestured toward Lamthan and made the ultimate introduction. "This young friend, Lamthan, will be the new hallmaster of our alchemy hall. From now on, he is your big brother. No matter what orders he gives, you must obey them unconditionally." Hearing his name called out, Lamthan friendly raised his hand. "Hello." 𝐓𝐑𝐃 immediately clasped his hands in response. "I obey your command, master. I will carve it into my memory." He then stood up, approached Lamthan, and smiled. "Big brother Lamthan, I am your little brother, 𝐓𝐑𝐃. Please guide me well." Lamthan could not wipe the smile off his face. He awkwardly reached up, scratching his head like a complete fool, and replied, "Logically speaking, you entered the sect before me. You should be my senior brother. There is absolutely no need to call me big brother. I should call you senior brother, and you call me junior brother." Hearing these words fall from his lips, 𝐓𝐑𝐃 fell into an absolute mental crisis. He shot a desperate, pleading look at 𝐓𝐑𝐃. The master finally had to step in. "Enough. Enough. Just address each other however you see fit. Now, both of you step outside." 𝐓𝐑𝐃 turned sharply and issued a strict command. "Lamthan, return in 3 days for the all-heavens jade spirit pill. And during my refinement, do not cause any disturbance." Lamthan let out an awkward laugh. "That was just an unavoidable accident. Senior 𝐓𝐑𝐃, this junior will take his leave now." The master turned his back and dismissed him. "Go." Meanwhile, outside, Van Lam and Tu Long were practically glued to the door. It was as if someone had sealed them to the wood with superglue. Tu Long stared inside in utter confusion. "What in the world is going on, senior brother? Why is he following that damn brat around like an obedient dog?" Van Lam let out a sly, arrogant laugh. "Just as I predicted. Once the great disaster strikes, he will surely transform into a soaring dragon. Congratulations to you, my dear nephew Lamthan." Inside, Lamthan spoke with polite restraint. "Senior brother 𝐓𝐑𝐃, you do not need to shadow me constantly." 𝐓𝐑𝐃 immediately bowed his head. "Master's orders cannot be defied. Please forgive me, big brother Lamthan." But as they neared the exit, 𝐓 Long fiercely blocked their path. Scowling deeply, he pointed at Lamthan and roared, "You wretched brat Lamthan! What exactly did you do to master? And what happened to my eldest senior brother?" Unwilling to explain, Lamthan simply replied, "What could I have possibly done? Are they not perfectly fine?" Behind him, 𝐓𝐑𝐃 let out a heavy sigh. "You foolish child." Anxious, 𝐓 Long clung to his brother. "Eldest senior brother, are you all right? Did this bastard threaten you? Just tell your junior brother. I will teach him a painful lesson." Hearing this, 𝐓𝐑𝐃 flared with anger. "𝐓 Long, stop causing a scene. Call him big brother right this instant." But 𝐓 Long only grew more arrogant. Determined to rebel, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Call this wretched brat big brother? Eldest senior brother? Have you lost your mind?" 𝐓𝐑𝐃 snapped back furiously. "Do not speak such insolence. Just obey my command." 𝐓 Long stubbornly pouted. "Must I do it just because you ordered me? Never." Seeing this childish tantrum, 𝐓𝐑𝐃 violently grabbed his arm and scolded him. Will you dare defy the words of your senior brother? If I tell you to call him, then do it. Yelping in sheer pain, Qiulong grimaced. He frantically threw both hands up in surrender. Okay, I will call him. Là được chứ gì, cậu ấy chỉ dám gào thét trong lòng. Khai chứ? Đại sư huynh lớn, đi được. Sau đó cậu ấy chỉ dùng mũi kêu, vừa xoa, tha xa. Lâm Thần nghe vậy nhắm mắt tỏ vẻ hài lòng, như muốn trêu chọc thêm cậu ấy. Vân môi nói, ha, do thủ, Long tức đến nỗi thu đầu. Gào lớn thẳng, tiểu tử thối, ta gọi ngươi là đại. Đến tức điên lên, nên Lâm Thần vô cùng vui vẻ, miệng. Chiếc dép gỗ bị ném đang lao nhanh về phía bọn họ. Cho ta. Nhìn thấy sự xuất hiện của chiếc dép, giật mình như nhớ ra gì đó, mà cả hai đều. Qiulong chưa hiểu sự tình. Đang hoang, nhìn về hướng phát ra tiếng quát, vào chính giữa trán của Qiulong, mà ngã ngửa ra sau, mắt chẳng thể mở nổi. Còn la hét nữa thì đừng trách sư phụ của Kiều Dược. Cậu ấy, một lúc sau, chẳng biết lý do gì, thay đổi 360 độ. Một sự thay đổi lớn, cười thó vẻ ngỗ nghịch chìa ra. Big brother. I had eyes but completely failed to recognize Mount Tai. Here is your teen 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇. Please accept it and keep it safe. Lamthan firmly grasped the pouch. Satisfied, he placed a heavy hand on Qiulong's shoulder. A faint smile crossed his face. From now on, we are fellow disciples of the same sect. No need for useless formalities. Just call me brother Than from now on. Instantly, Qiulong's demeanor shifted to a bright grin. Bowing deeply, he answered loudly, Absolutely, brother Than. Seeing Qiulong tamed so easily, Lamthan realized being a big brother was quite satisfying. Turning his attention, Lamthan called out, Van Thuk, your Thien Ngok Lin Hoa. He casually passed the small pouch forward. Accepting it effortlessly, Van Thuk spoke. Many thanks, nephew Lamthan. Lamthan's expression then darkened into utter seriousness. Van Thuk, when do you plan to depart? Senior 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 has agreed to refine my pills. I will likely be delayed here for another 3 days. Hearing this sudden update, Van Thuk calmly closed his eyes. You truly possess heaven-defying luck, you little brat. To think the legendary manual of the Demon Emperor actually fell into your hands. It is enough to drive any cultivator mad with envy. Catching the crucial detail, the two brothers froze in disbelief. They shouted in absolute shock. The kin Thien Sat Diem La? Their dramatic reaction did not faze Lamthan. He simply nodded with terrifying calmness. Yes, it is a rather long and complicated story. Even I never expected this ancient manual would drag me into such a mess. Seeing his nonchalant attitude toward a legendary artifact, Van Thuk felt an overwhelming mix of irritation and helplessness. Show some respect, you wretched brat. That is a divine treasure others cannot touch even in their wildest dreams. Completely ignoring their overwhelming shock, Lamthan ruthlessly shifted the topic. Van Thuk, after the punishment hall issued that kill order, does it mean the entire Tai Thon sect has absolutely no place left for someone like me anymore? Van Thuk answered with grim honesty. You do not need to flee the Tai Thon sect. But if you plan to cultivate and break through recently, you must find a secure haven. Any disturbance could shatter your cultivation process. Qiao Ding suddenly blurted out. A kill order? Big brother. What exactly is a kill order? Lin Chen simply closed his eyes. He remained in heavy silence. He let Uncle Yun explain the grim truth. The penalty hall has issued a kill order. Your brother Lin Chen is the target. Both Qiao Ding and Qiao Long froze in sheer terror. A suffocating silence choked the room, refusing to accept their looks of pity. Lin Chen raised his hand. He offered a calm and reassuring smile. Well, it is no big deal. Do not let panic consume you all. These penalty hall dogs are just like Wang Lei. When their forces arrive, I will crush them. We have absolutely nothing to fear. His gaze darkened. A fierce grin spread across his face. Besides, a blazing golden aura erupted from his very core. He clenched his fists tight. He looked up with unyielding resolve. He boldly declared, I will break through to the divine law realm, stunned by his absolute arrogance. Both Uncle Yun and Qiao Ding gasped in unison. The divine law realm? As for Qiao Long, cold sweat drenched his face. He was utterly speechless from the shock. Uncle Yun gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. In just a few days? Heavens! Is this boy truly ready to ascend to the divine law realm? Lin Chen stood firm. His decision was absolute. He smiled with unshakable confidence. That is right. I must attain absolute power. Only overwhelming strength can crush fear. It is the only way to destroy these obstacles. To Xiao Ding. Lin Chen's silhouette suddenly seemed as immovable as a mountain, clutching his chest in awe. He whispered, "To become that strong, could I ever reach his level?" Suddenly, Xiao Ding sensed something amiss. He whipped around, his brow furrowed in alarm. "Brother Chen, look! What on earth is that?" The courtyard was suddenly swarming, countless golden talismans, hovering menacingly in the air. Lin Chen instinctively clenched his fists tight, stepping outside into the yard. Yun Lin stood grimly beside Lin Chen. He stared up at the glowing talismans swirling in the sky. "This is the absolute kill order from the penalty hall." Xiao Ding approached from behind. He gasped in shock. "Why are there so many?" A strange hum suddenly resonated from Lin Chen. He swiftly reached out. He snatched one of the glowing seals right from the air. The three of them examined the chilling mandate written upon it. It read, "Penalty Hall Absolute Kill Order. A decree to all intersect disciples. Provide information on Lin Chen. Earn a grade 5 Tai Ching Spirit Vein. Whoever slays Lin Chen, even a mere attempt will be rewarded. 1 grade 5 Tai Ching Spirit Vein. Wound him, and the bounty multiplies tenfold." Murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He instantly incinerated the talisman to ash. Yun Lin's brow furrowed deep. Making such a massive spectacle, the penalty hall wants the entire sect hunting for your blood. Xiao Ding stared at Lin Chen, trembling as he asked, "Brother Chen, what on earth is our next move?" Lin Chen's gaze turned deadly cold. "Obviously, I will forge my own path. No matter what deadly game they play, I, Lin Chen, will annihilate them to the bitter end." Van Lam stared at him in heavy silence. Finally, with a dismissive wave, he spoke. "Nephew Lam Than, your current cultivation is formidable. The inner and outer sect disciples pose no threat. Your real enemies are the Emperor's direct disciples, the young masters of the halls. Those are the figures you must watch out for." Hearing this, Lam Than fell into deep thought. Disciples of the Emperors? Young hall masters? He gazed into the distance. What should be his next move? The punishment hall possessed immense power. Every inner disciple, in the sect, might become his enemy. Furthermore, the punishment hall had 8 emperors. How many would they send after him this time? "Huet." Lao's anxious voice echoed. "Little friend, do not dwell on this right now. Find a place to cultivate first. Absolute power is the only way to silence your enemies." Lam Than smirked with absolute confidence. "I already have a plan." He suddenly turned his gaze toward Qiu Din. "Senior brother Qiu Din, once Senior Qiu Duok finishes refining my pills, please bring them to me." Qiu Din flashed a bright, hearty smile. "Consider it done, brother. Once the pills are ready, I will deliver them personally. But judging from your tone, you will not be staying at the medicine hall." Lam Than's eyes sharpened with fierce resolve. "I am heading elsewhere." He then looked toward Van Lam. "Uncle Van, please take me to the Thunder King Manor." Both his and Tudin's eyes widened in absolute shock. They gasped in unison. "The Thunder King Manor? Why go there?" Lam Than clenched his glowing fist. He gritted his teeth. "Since so many people, I want to take my life. Then I have absolutely no problem letting them witness my breakthrough to the divine law realm." A chilling smirk crossed his face. "I will make them fear me." What sheer arrogance! The two men were utterly stunned. They shared one thought. He wants to show his absolute dominance. Standing before the ruins of the Thunder King Manor, Lam Than sighed. To think the once glorious Thunder King Manor would be reduced to such pathetic rubble. It seems that after I stopped the Thunder King's ascension, the City Lord Manor secretly purged this entire place. Lam Than and Van Lam. Yun Lin touched down in the courtyard of the Thunder King Mansion. He immediately raised his hands in a respectful bow. His face remained composed, but his heart wept, a sea of tears. He finally spoke. "Nephew Lin Chen, please just let me leave. Thousands of enemies are hunting you. If I stay, I fear we will both perish." Lin Chen understood perfectly. He replied with unshaken calm. "Uncle Yun, do not worry. I will survive and return to you safely. Please be careful on your journey back. If anyone asks about my whereabouts, just tell them you know nothing. I refuse to drag you down with me." Hearing this, his racing heart finally settled. Yun Lin let out a heavy sigh and replied, "Very well. Please take care of yourself. When the time comes, We will stall the Emperor Realm experts of the penalty hall for you. With Lin Chen's assurance, Yunlin departed in peace. Lin Chen waved farewell and spoke. Safe travels, Uncle Yun. Just then, Blood Elder spoke up with a loud warning. The whole world wants you dead right now. For Yunlin to treat you this well, it proves he truly values loyalty and honor. In the future, when you gain true power, never forget this immense debt of gratitude. Lin Chen flashed a confident grin. His expression grew solemn as he replied, That goes without saying. Thank you for the reminder, Blood Elder. With those words, he stepped forward and pushed the heavy door open. Pitch darkness swallowed the empty space. A massive wall stood menacingly before him. Blood Elder gasped in shock. Cultivating inside the Thunder King mansion? Do you plan to absorb the source of purple thunder? Right here in the mansion? Lin Chen smiled brightly and replied, Exactly. This is the only place where the source of purple thunder can be perfectly absorbed. Blood Elder went on high alert and declared, You just focus entirely on your cultivation. If this old man senses any fluctuation in magical energy, I will, undoubtedly, warn you immediately. Feeling reassured, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and replied, Thank you, Blood Elder. Without another word, Lin Chen closed his eyes tight. He fell into deep cultivation. Behind his closed eyes, his mind raced. Last time, his physical body had already reached the peak stage of the source of purple thunder. Now, he only needed to condense an even greater force of lightning spirit energy to finally awaken a fraction of the demon bone's power and forge a body equal to a peerless king weapon. Suddenly, Lin Chen waved his hand, summoning the devouring furnace. The colossal celestial furnace materialized directly above his head. Lin Chen endured the crushing pressure. He gritted his teeth and muttered, To think this source of purple thunder holds less than 1/10 of its original power. Yet it still contains such an ocean of lightning energy. Lin Chen pushed his aura to the limit and roared, Devouring furnace, consume it. Instantly, massive torrents of wild energy were violently sucked into the giant furnace. Blood Elder cried out in panic, trying to warn him. Do not push your mortal limits too far. Rushing for success will only result in a deadly backlash. Lin Chen let out a faint chuckle. Do not worry, Blood Elder. I know exactly what I am doing. He thought to himself. If I am not ruthless with myself, how can I ever gain absolute power? Lin Chen forced even more energy into his core. He thrust both hands forward and roared, Absorb! The mighty furnace, after fully devouring the energy, slammed heavily onto the solid ground. As if crushed by a mountain, Lin Chen clamped his eyes shut, his face twisted in pure agony. He gritted his teeth, letting out a series of agonizing roars. Blood Elder called out to him in absolute terror. Young friend, what you are doing is extremely dangerous. Who in their right mind uses their own flesh to forge a peerless king weapon? You have completely lost your mind. From the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, 2 streams of dark blood began to pour. He gritted his blood-stained teeth and spat back. It is fine. I will not die. Right. The absorption process was finally complete. A devastatingly powerful aura surged between Lin Chen's hands. A look of absolute satisfaction spread across his face. Blood Elder watched in sheer terror at this fearless display. He thought to himself, this kid is an absolute madman. He actually forged his own body to resist the devouring furnace. He can even withstand the devouring heaven diagram. What a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, a heavy presence arrived at the Thunder King manor. Tyrant King crashed to the ground on his bare hands, shattering the solid earth beneath him. His massive physique was on full display, rippling with explosive muscles and a chiseled core. Hearing the violent tremor, Blood Elder immediately warned, Little friend, we have company. Lin Chen remained seated in his cultivation state, surrounded by swirling currents of blue spiritual energy. Opening his eyes, he smirked and replied, That was a bit faster than I anticipated. Outside, Tyrant King locked his furious gaze straight onto the heavy doors of Lin Chen's chamber. With a single devastating kick, he blasted the doors wide open. Right after, he stood firm with a dominant stance, roaring out, Do not even think about running away. Get out here and face your grandfather. Recognizing his target, Tyrant King let out a booming laugh, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. I have come to rip that worthless life from your body. Staring at this annoyingly familiar face, Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Why does it have to be this meathead? Rising slowly to his feet, he calmly replied, Tyrant King, it has been a while. I am touched that you are still so obsessed with my life. But as he spoke, Lin Chen sensed an overwhelming shift in energy. He thought, he actually broke through to the half-step divine law realm. This brute's future potential is genuinely unpredictable. Eager to assert his absolute dominance, Tyrant King unleashed a suffocating wave of power. He issued a thunderous challenge. I am light years beyond the warrior I used to be. Take my attacks and let us see if you can survive even a single minute. Lin Chen chuckled softly and responded, naturally. I am not a single bit weaker than you. Such an honest man never tells a lie. Hearing this, Tyrant King fiercely clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth with killing intent, he roared, hand over your life. Without breaking a sweat, Lin Chen casually extended a single open palm. He caught the devastating punch effortlessly, gripping Tyrant King's massive fist. Lin Chen thought, what an incredibly heavy strike. Stunned by this dead stop, Tyrant King panicked inward. Damn it, I dropped my guard. Pushing his limits, the brute channeled every ounce of his raw strength forward. But a second later, Lin Chen smoothly redirected the explosive force, easily tossing the giant backward. Tyrant King dragged his heavy boots across the ground to halt his momentum. He glared sharply at Lin Chen, thinking, using softness to conquer absolute force. Not bad at all, kid. Trembling with competitive rage, Tyrant King shouted, I have evolved, but you have grown into a monster too. Lin Chen humbly cupped his fists together, wearing a faint smile. You let me win. We are both making excellent progress. In response, Tyrant King dramatically cupped his own fists, slamming them together with a massive shockwave, and roared. At the top of his lungs, you earned it, kid. From this day forward, you have my utmost respect. Lin Chen was completely paralyzed by this sudden mood swing. His mouth twitched in utter disbelief as he yelled, respect me. For what exactly? 1 second ago, this brute was fighting a deadly battle. But the next second, he lunged forward to bear hug Lin Chen, shamelessly declaring, I will call you Big Brother Lin Chen from now on. Let me follow you to the ends of the earth. Do you have the guts to take me in? Lin Chen instantly shoved him away, looking absolutely horrified. He feigned shyness and gasped, Brother Tyrant King, we can just talk. No need to be so affectionate. I already have someone in my heart. Tyrant King roared with laughter. Look at you acting all shy. I do whatever pleases me. I care nothing about who holds your heart. Lin Chen looked at him in disbelief. A sweat drop fell as he thought, men truly are a mystery. I will never understand them. Growing serious, Lin Chen stepped forward to ask, Brother Tyrant, how did you know I was here? He instantly replied, because I know you too well. You always choose the craziest paths. Lin Chen maintained his serious gaze. Are you truly certain about this? Do you really want to follow me? Hearing this, Tyrant King erupted in anger. He pointed his finger and roared. When I say I follow, I follow. Stop nagging like an old maid. Seeing his fiery temper, Lin Chen offered a placating smile. All right then. But let me be clear. I am completely broke. Follow me, and you will not see a single spirit stone. Tyrant King flashed a confident grin. He thumped his own chest proudly. I have more than enough wealth for you. Just find me strong opponents to crush. Thrilled to have a wealthy backer, Lin Chen chuckled and pointed at himself. In the entire Holy Spirit continent, no one has more enemies hunting them than me. The two warriors stepped outside. As the golden sunset bathed the land, their fighting spirits resonated fiercely. Lin Chen broke the silence. Prepare yourself for absolute madness. Brother Tyrant. Tyrant King smirked with pure excitement. Bring on the chaos. Brother Lin Chen. Together they stood before a treacherous mountain range. Their sharp gazes pierced the valley below. Suddenly, a powerful presence emerged. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in shock, utterly stunned. A dark silhouette plummeted from the heavens, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A figure slowly rose from the crater, blocking their path forward. Tyrant King scowled fiercely and roared. Who goes there? Lin Chen analyzed the aura grimly. Another half-step divine law realm from the punishment hall. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 stood with unbearable arrogance, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority. He sneered loudly. So there is another half-step divine law realm here, between you two fools. Which one is Lin Chen? Hearing this mocking tone, Tyrant King flared with rage. He angrily rolled up his imaginary sleeves. He bellowed loudly. You arrogant piece of trash! Lin Chen quickly stepped in front to calm him. Brother Tyrant, hold your anger. He then faced 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 head-on. Without a trace of fear, he declared, "I am Lin Chen." Xing Taizi frowned in disbelief. "You are the infamous Lin Chen?" He closed his eyes in pure disdain. "Your cultivation is pitifully weak. I have no idea why the punishment hall mobilized half of its entire combat force just for you." Tyrant King gritted his teeth in fury. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "Damn you! Stop looking down. On my sworn brother! How dare a street rat like you insult Brother Lin Chen?" Lin Chen offered a calm smile. "Brother Tyrant, let him speak. My cultivation is indeed quite low. This arrogant fellow is actually completely right." His gaze darkened as he asked, "Tell me, outsider, exactly how did you track me down?" Xing Taizi was caught off guard, startled by this absolute lack of fear in the face of death. He quickly masked his shock with a cold sneer. "Did you think hiding in the Thunder King Manor he would keep you safe from me? How ridiculous. If you tremble in fear, then attack me together." A sickening crack echoed from his very bones as power surged. Crown Prince Bin launched himself forward. Gaining momentum, he leaped high into the sky. He raised his fist and roared a mighty challenge. "I refuse to let the world falsely claim that Crown Prince Bin bullied the weak." Lam Than remained completely silent, simply tilting his head. He effortlessly dodged the incoming strike. Then, he shot his hand forward, grabbing Crown Prince Bin by the arm. Overwhelming power surged through his crushing grip. With a deeply arrogant gaze, he spoke. "Whoever said I was hiding?" True terror finally dawned upon Crown Prince Bin. Cold sweat drenched his face as he fiercely gritted his teeth. Lam Than mercilessly increased his terrifying strength. He squeezed the Crown Prince's arm with devastating force. The agonizing sound of shattering bones filled the air. Joint by joint, his arm was being completely crushed. With absolute disdain, Lam Than tossed Crown Prince Bin to the dirt. He did not utter a single word. His face remained completely emotionless as he turned away. Bao Vuong stared in sheer disbelief at Lam Than. His mind could not comprehend the sheer dominance just displayed. Even Crown Prince Bin watched in absolute shock. Lam Than confidently stepped onto a towering rock. He looked down at the masses below like a supreme ruler. His voice thundered with absolute authority. "I am Lam Than, and I stand upon the Thunder King Manor. Whoever seeks my head, come and claim it." The crowd below instantly erupted into a massive frenzy. They gazed upward, screaming in pure madness. "It is really Lam Than. He actually dared to expose his own location. Let us storm the Thunder King Manor." A greedy elder roared above the chaotic crowd. "The head of Lam Than belongs to me alone. Charge." Crown Prince Bin let out a sinister chuckle. A dark scheme formed in his mind. This Lam Than matches the rumors perfectly. They call him a total piece of trash. Yet he foolishly exposes himself to the entire world. Is he actively begging for death? Lam Than suddenly shifted his piercing gaze toward him. "Soon, you will have thousands of helpers by your side. All of you can attack me together. I would hate for the world to falsely claim that Lam Than bullied a weakling like Crown Prince Bin." Those mocking words sounded incredibly familiar. Bao Vuong watched as Lam Than humiliated the royal. He burst into a thunderous, roaring laughter. "My judgment of character is absolutely flawless. You are one fascinating kid." Humiliated beyond belief, Crown Prince Bin burned with explosive fury. He ground his teeth in pure rage. "Excellent. Very excellent. I never expected such overwhelming arrogance. I will slaughter you right in front of these thousands." In a flash, he dropped into a deadly combat stance. He prepared to launch a lethal strike. Bao Vuong instantly clenched his massive fists in blazing anger. "If you want to touch my boss, you must go through me." He stepped forward like an unbreakable mountain, shielding Lam Than. With a terrifyingly ferocious glare, he roared, "I have been dying to crush you for a long time." But Lam Than simply placed a calming hand upon Bao Vuong's massive shoulder. He spoke in a chillingly calm voice. "Bao Vuong, let me use him as a warm-up. You can have your turn to crush him later." Lam Than's expression darkened into a demonic smirk. He mockingly curled his finger, beckoning his opponent forward. "Come and face your absolute demise." This casual disrespect pushed Crown Prince Bin to the absolute brink of madness. He unleashed a blood-curdling scream. "You court death!" He fiercely gripped the hilt of his massive battle blade. Without a second of hesitation, he swung his weapon with devastating killing intent. He unleashed the deadly shadow-piercing art directly at Lam Than. The terrifying streams of weapon aura struck his body, only to dissipate harmlessly into nothingness. Lam Than let out a soft, mocking laugh. A mid-grade king weapon? It looks barely acceptable. Lam Than simply raised a single hand, completely halting the devastating onslaught. Crown Prince Bin's ultimate strike was easily blocked. Instantly, Lam Than activated a profound formation, summoning an unbreakable barrier. In a flash, he blocked the devastating strike just in time. The weapon Crown Prince watched in pure horror and screamed, "How is this possible?" Lin Chen effortlessly used 2 fingers to completely crush his force. In the very next second, he bent the supreme blade like a mere child's toy, nothing more, nothing less. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate skill, the devouring furnace. The prized blade of the weapon Crown Prince was instantly swallowed by this massive forging abyss. The prince turned deathly pale in absolute terror. He trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen smirked with overwhelming disdain and asked, "What is wrong? Is this pathetic trick all you have to offer?" The tyrant king proudly marched up to the weapon Crown Prince with a wildly satisfied grin. He puffed out his massive chest and roared, "The warrior that I handpicked will naturally kick your pathetic self several streets away. Now get out of our sight." The weapon Crown Prince sneered with vicious arrogance. He glared at Lin Chen and the tyrant king, mocking, "So, what if your physical body is slightly tough? Now I will make you witness the true might of this Crown Prince." With a fierce roar, he clenched his fists together. A bone-chilling cracking sound echoed through the air. Instantly, 2 massive spheres of violent energy erupted from his hands. The tyrant king raised his arms to block the crushing shockwaves and roared, "What in the world is this bastard doing?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth and warned, "Stay on high alert. Watch out for his hidden lethal attacks." Elder Blood suddenly manifested to warn him, "Little friend, this arrogant junior is wielding a special type of weapon aura." Lin Chen grew tense and asked, "What kind of weapon aura?" The elder quickly explained, "The grim truth. This so-called weapon aura is the secret essence emitted by ancient weapons. Once a secret art forces it into shape, it can perfectly simulate the original weapon's true physical form. I have personally seen fake weapon auras replicate legendary arms before." Hearing this, Lin Chen let out a dark chuckle. Absorbing weapon aura to completely copy its true form? Now that is interesting. Elder Blood urgently replied, "Your physical body is overwhelmingly dominant. I fear no one can actually rival it. That is, unless this junior manages to summon a mid-grade king-tier weapon. You must remain on absolute guard." Lin Chen raised his arm high into the air and declared, "Elder Blood, do not worry. If he successfully forms that weapon, I will just use him to forcibly upgrade the rank of my devouring furnace and the heaven-devouring map." Suddenly, a lethal streak of weapon aura slashed right past Lin Chen's head. Elder Blood panicked and screamed, "Little friend, watch above you." Before his words even faded, a colossal fist came crashing down straight at Lin Chen. Yet the young warrior stood completely frozen in his tracks, his mouth agape in pure shock. The tyrant king fiercely stomped the ground and launched himself into the sky. He successfully leaped in front of Lin Chen, taking the devastating blow head-on. The crushing impact was too much. The tyrant king was violently blasted backward. Dark blood continuously poured from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen anxiously caught his falling body and screamed in panic. "Brother Tyrant," he frantically asked, "are you all right?" The tyrant king heavily wiped the fresh blood from his lips and scoffed, "I am fine. Who dares ambush us? Whose pathetic lapdog are you?" The barbarian king let out a booming laugh. His towering muscular physique rivaled even the tyrant king's. Lin Chen sharply analyzed him and realized this man's sheer height and terrifying build completely surpassed the tyrant king. His cultivation is already at the half-step divine law realm. No wonder the tyrant king suffered such heavy damage from just a single punch. Standing right beside the giant, the weapon Crown Prince flared the weapon aura in his hands and sneered, "Barbarian king, I never expected your intel to be this incredibly fast." The barbarian king replied with a polite chuckle, "Weapon Prince, you are just as swift." He then scanned Lin Chen for 2 seconds. His eyes filled with utter disdain. He instantly concluded this boy was a mere pawn, someone who could not withstand even a single strike. His gaze then shifted to the tyrant king. Sensing a truly intimidating aura from him, trusting his instincts, he clasped his fists and declared, You must be Lin Chen. I am the disciple of the barbarian emperor, the barbarian king. The tyrant king scoffed coldly. Never heard of you. Cut the nonsense. Who wants to die first? Amidst this intense standoff, the completely ignored but extraordinary Lin Chen awkwardly raised his hand. Begging for their attention, he sighed. My apologies. I am actually Lin Chen. The weapon prince flared with furious anger. Spitting out arrogant words, he readied his artifact. Pointing it at Lin Chen, he sneered. Lin Chen, we are half-step divine law realm experts. Your situation is looking incredibly bleak. Meanwhile, their tense standoff was already being watched from the shadows. Suddenly, to Lin Chen's absolute surprise, something crashed down from the sky, triggering a devastating fiery explosion. The Fire King emerged from the blazing inferno. Even his hair and eyebrows burned with a crimson, flame-like hue. Lin Chen quietly assessed the newcomer. Another half-step divine law realm expert. The Fire King's gaze darted between the two, the Tyrant King and Lin Chen. He quickly made his absolute judgment. Stepping right up to the Tyrant King, he bowed. You must be Lin Chen, right? I am the son of the Fire Emperor, the Fire King. The Tyrant King crossed his arms, wholly unfazed. Your grandpa here has never heard of you. The Fire King snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes. What an arrogant, inexperienced youth. Lin Chen raised his hand once again, asking, You three heirs and disciples of emperors, tell me, are your masters affiliated with the punishment hall? The weapon prince ignored the question completely. He summoned his spherical artifact, ready to strike. But in that exact split second, another overwhelming force forced him to stumble backward in shock. Gripping his artifact with both hands, he roared with sheer, unbridled fury. Who dares to be so insolent? A blond youth wielding a heavy saber glared back. The heir of the Kang Emperor, the Kang King. Lin Chen let out an incredibly long, exhausted sigh. He threw his hands up, looking at the sky. Could you all just show up at the exact same time? The Kang King shot Lin Chen a look of pure disgust and spat out chillingly arrogant words. Since when do mere servants talk so much? Tightening his iron grip on his heavy saber, he slashed it down in front of the Tyrant King. Brimming with absolute arrogance, he declared, Lin Chen, I alone am enough to take your pathetic life. Constantly challenged due to this endless misunderstanding, the Tyrant King screamed out in utter frustration. My brother Chen is right over there. I am your grandpa Tyrant. The Kang King's confident face instantly froze. He awkwardly shifted his saber toward Lin Chen and blurted out, This brat is Lin Chen? The weapon prince frowned in deep irritation. Why is his cultivation level so pitiful? Did the hallmaster make a mistake? To deal with such a weakling, why deploy so much overwhelming military force? Lin Chen was too utterly speechless to care. He casually picked his nose as he reintroduced himself. I do not hide my name or my origin. I am the one and only Lin Chen. Enraged, the Kang King launched a violent slash and roared. Stop acting so calm. You just carelessly exposed your own position. Let us see how you survive this. Lin Chen's expression remained completely unfazed. He smoothly dodged the lethal strike. With a faint smirk, he spoke. Is that so? I actually have one question. The Spear King launched another vicious attack. Speak your dying words. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen dashed forward. He maintained his relaxed, mocking smile. With a swift sweep of his leg, he tripped the advancing Spear King. The enemy seethed with rage. How dare this trash humiliate me? Suddenly, the Spear King's eyes widened in pure shock. Lin Chen stroked his chin in thought. He gazed at the three figures behind them and the fallen Spear King. As the enemy sprawled in the dirt, Lin Chen feigned innocent confusion. A cultivator with trash talent like me. What ultimate sin could I have possibly committed? For the punishment hall to issue a kill order against me? The Spear King slowly raised his hand. He wiped the fresh blood from his mouth and roared. We are merely subordinates. We execute orders without question. We only want your pathetic life. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He exchanged a knowing glance with the Tyrant King. I see. You seniors are just puppets of the punishment hall. Right, brother Tyrant? What is the difference between mindless puppets and them? Feeling utterly humiliated, the four enemies erupted in blazing fury. Lin Chen, today we will take your worthless life. Let us see how long your arrogance lasts. If I do not torture you to death, I will take your surname. The Spear King pointed his weapon forward. Lin Chen, with your pathetic skills, what gives you the right to mock us? Lin Chen and the Tyrant King stood back to back. He let out an amused laugh. Is that so? But I must say one thing. The punishment hall does not deserve its name. It should be called the Unreasonable Hall. Right at that tense moment, a voice rang out from behind. Brother Lin Chen. Hearing this, he quickly turned his head. Yun Yi, Wu Jiang, and Yun Qing were rushing over. Wu Jiang smiled brightly and shouted, Brother Lin Chen. Yun Qing happily waved her hand in the air. Brother Lin Chen, are you all right? Only Yun Yi kept a cold expression, her eyes closed in clear dissatisfaction. The enemies gasped in pure shock. The Lord of the Qing Manor? Why is she here? Ignoring the hostile presence, Yun Qing ran up and threw her arms around Lin Chen. She asked with deep concern, Are you hurt? I heard about the kill order. I rushed over immediately. He replied with an awkward smile. What could possibly happen to me? I am perfectly fine. Right in the middle of this heartwarming reunion, Lin Chen awkwardly interrupted. He looked at Yun Qing and asked, Where is your sister, Qingru? She immediately frowned in anger. Raising her small fist, she declared, The one who came to save you. Is me. Sister Qingru is not coming. She is too busy. Lin Chen let out an appeasing laugh. I was just asking. No hidden meaning. Immediately after, Yun Qing spun around. She glared fiercely at the Savage King, the Fire King, and the Spear King, who stood frozen like statues. With a haughty chin raise, she shouted, Punishment Hall? More like the Trash Hall. You bunch of absolute scum daring to bully my brother Lin Chen. Standing right behind her, Lin Chen proudly gave a thumbs up. Well said. Assessing the shifting tides, Crown Prince Ming turned to the Spear King. What do we do now? The Qing Manor has interfered. We have already lost the perfect opportunity to kill Lin Chen. Do we still strike? The Savage King ground his teeth in pure malice. Whoever helps Lin Chen is an accomplice. Wipe them all out. The Spear King's face darkened with deadly intent. He roared out, The 4 sovereigns are arriving soon. We must capture that thief Lin Chen before the master arrives. With that, he raised his lethal blade and lunged forward. Kill! He roared. The remaining attackers quickly seized the perfect opening. Prince Ming charged in barehanded, his voice thundering, Lin Chen, you wretched thief! Surrender your life. The barbarian king, blazing with on of the prows, explosive killing intent, bellowed, Enough talking. Attack! Meanwhile, Yun Qing stood firmly guarding Yun Yi and the martial general. She glared at the ambushers. With your pathetic strength, you dare challenge Big Brother Lin Chen? Are you even worthy? Right at that moment, Prince Ming brought his blade crashing down toward her. Who cares about being worthy or unworthy? Is he a soul formation god? Yun Qing gracefully tilted her body, dodging the lethal strike. Gritting her teeth, she caught the cold steel of his blade with her bare hand. He sneered back, If I say you are unworthy, then you are nothing. The weapon prince chuckled in dark surprise. To think the inner sect hid such a fierce talent. It seems my long isolation on the mountain has made me utterly blind. Yun Qing maintained her iron grip on his blade. Playing with weapons? Are we? You must be a disciple of the Weapon Emperor. But daring to target Big Brother Lin Chen means you have chosen me as your enemy. The weapon prince ground his teeth in pure fury. Courting death, he thrust his hand skyward, unleashing the art of myriad weapons. A massive arsenal materialized from thin air, raining down like lethal meteors upon Yun Qing. She tensed, her mind racing. I cannot believe this scoundrel mastered such a high-level weapon control art. I completely underestimated him. Catching her brief moment of hesitation, the weapon prince scoffed with absolute arrogance. Lin Chen acts like a god, and his followers act the same. Open your eyes. This is the ultimate price for taking his side. Yun Qing simply flashed a fearless smile. Even if you summoned all 999 weapons of your master to strike me down, I would not feel a single drop of fear. Her gaze sharpened into deadly daggers. But as for you, weapon prince, you think you can kill me? Yun Qing instantly activated the Yun Luo compass. An impenetrable jade-green barrier erupted, throwing the weapon prince into a complete panic. He screamed in terror. Impossible! The Yun Luo compass? He pointed at the glowing artifact, his voice trembling. What is your connection to Emperor Yun Luo? Yun Qing held her stance perfectly still, offering a chillingly calm smile. You do not have the right to know. She then channeled explosive spiritual power directly into the Yun Luo compass. A terrifying wave of lightning struck the weapon prince. His entire body convulsed in agonizing shock. With a heavy, sickening thud, he collapsed onto the freezing dirt. Battered and bleeding, he roared in humiliated rage. I may not kill Lin Chen, but someone else definitely will. That arrogant maniac. He defies the heavens. His death is inevitable. Yun Qing stepped toward his miserable form and replied coldly, "If you lack the power to do it, then absolutely no one else can." Elsewhere, the tyrant king roared with explosive fury. He cursed at the barbarian king. "Die, you bastard!" The two titans clashed in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Every single punch and kick carried a devastating surge of energy. The tyrant king's iron fist crashed directly into the barbarian king's sturdy chest. A bone-rattling boom echoed through the air. And then another heavy blast. In that exact fraction of a second, the barbarian king's fist, coated in brutal green aura, ruthlessly smashed into the tyrant king's shoulder. The cataclysmic collision between the two juggernauts triggered a massive explosion, superheating the surrounding air. Thick clouds of dust swallowed the battlefield. As the smoke finally cleared, the barbarian king stood completely unfazed opposite his rival. He casually wiped a streak of blood from his smirking lips. A provocative taunt cuts through the air. Who would have guessed the Tai Ching sect was hiding a monster like you? The tyrant king's face darkens with murderous intent. Spitting out a broken tooth, he fires back with icy resolve. I am not the real monster here. That title belongs to my big brother, Lin Chen. He is the true walking disaster, but the tyrant king is not finished. His voice booms with terrifying inner strength. Your granddaddy is no pushover either. He instantly activates the explosive talisman primordial spirit. In a brilliant flash of light, a ferocious, towering white tiger materializes. Witnessing the phantom beast's terrifying speed, the barbarian king panics. Damn it. Too fast. A chain of deafening explosions rocks the battlefield. Countless golden rays blast his massive frame. Scorching heat sears his very flesh, forcing him to gasp desperately for air. Unable to withstand the devastating barrage, the mighty barbarian king crashes heavily to the ground. While merciless crimson flames continue to ravage his fallen body, suddenly an arrogant voice pierces the smoke. It seems your 4 emperors are nothing but a joke, Dark King. And Shu sneers at the Fire King. You cannot even survive a single strike. The Fire King ignores the bitter insult. His aura remains deadly and unyielding. You are the Dark King, correct? Back in my early years, this king heard tales of your infamy. A supreme master of wind attributes secret arts. An invisible assassin who strikes without a trace. Meeting you here today, I want to test the true power of your killing strike. And Shu smirks at the challenge. Then keep your eyes wide open. He slowly raises his lethal blade, commanding the surrounding wind elements. Gathering a terrifying tempest around the steel, the weapon drinks in the raging storm. Glowing with an ethereal, deadly azure light. Waiting for the perfect moment, Shu leaps, unleashing the devastating Earth Core King's fire technique. He slashes fiercely at the Fire King below. His body moves with impossible, fluid agility, embodying the very element he wields, drifting and accelerating like a phantom gale. In one fleeting, breathless heartbeat, the merciless blade cleanly severs the Fire King's throat, as his opponent crumples into the dust, and Shu lands gracefully, striking a flawless finisher pose. Meanwhile, across the blood-stained battlefield, Lin Chen locks eyes with the Spear King. The tension is thick enough to cut steel. Lin casually points a thumb over his shoulder, his voice dripping with absolute mockery. Oh, I am shaking in my boots. It looks like 3 of your dogs are already down. Your little hunting game is officially over. Hearing such an arrogant declaration, the Spear King erupts in volcanic fury. His voice drops to a deadly, menacing growl. Defeated? How utterly ridiculous. He roars with earth-shattering pride. This king has never tasted defeat. Without a single warning sign, his spear thrusts savagely toward Lin Chen's heart. Lin narrowly twists his body away, dodging a fatal strike by a mere hair's breadth. A chilling thought crosses his mind. This ocular jutsu is incredibly bizarre. I need to tread very carefully here. The Spear King glares with absolute disdain, mocking his opponent's evasion. Is dodging all you are good for? He unleashes a relentless storm of strikes, the raging inferno of his pride burning hotter. He sneers internally with supreme confidence. I have already seen through your every martial move. Just stand still and accept your death. Facing the Spear King's overwhelming onslaught, Lin Chen desperately evades the brutal thrusts. clenching his teeth as he analyzes the threat. This white eye technique is truly effective. It works just like the eye of profound mystery. Both can perceive the fatal flaws in martial skills. But if he thinks this alone can claim my life, you think way too highly of yourself. While Lin Chen was deep in thought, the Spear King's strike crashed down, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, but the attack failed to draw blood. Lin Chen had leaped back just in time. The Spear King grew more ferocious with every strike. His weapon bent into a deadly arc. He unleashed the dragon-slaying spear technique. Lin Chen refused to back down. He roared out, "Heaven-devouring diagram, form the shield." Instantly, an azure barrier materialized before him. In a split second, the brutal spear smashed heavily into the heaven-devouring diagram, trailing a dazzling golden light. Victory seemed absolutely certain. The Spear King threw back his head and laughed. His face twisted in pure arrogance. Looking at the situation before him, he was bursting with excitement, feigning sheer pity. But his voice, his tone, dripped with smug superiority. "Can you not hold on any longer? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Or maybe find those trash teammates of yours to lend a hand? This king does not mind fighting you all at once." As he spoke, the Spear King relentlessly bombarded the heaven-devouring diagram, creating thunderous shockwaves. But completely beyond his expectations, Lin Chen did not look the least bit strained. A smirk played on his lips. He replied with absolute calm, "There is no need for that. I must admit your white pupils are strong. But to deal with you," he declared loudly, "this is more than enough." Then he forcefully tore away the heaven-devouring diagram. A massive shockwave echoed. The spear was violently knocked back. The Spear King's expression darkened instantly. He roared in fury. How arrogant! He was now determined to leave. No path of survival for Lin Chen. His voice carried absolute authority. "Go to hell." Immediately, the spear rocketed toward Lin Chen, moving so fast it tore through the air. Lin Chen swiftly dodged once again, causing it to smash directly into the earth. The Spear King's arrogance finally sparked his anger. Lin Chen let out a cold, sharp snort. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with an azure brilliance. He commanded, "Eye of profound mysteries, open." He questioned with cold disdain, "I really do not understand why you people always love calling strangers trash? What exactly is trash?" As he spoke, he continuously gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Chen asked again, "Is it someone exactly like you?" With those words, he unleashed his gathered power, seizing the Spear King's arm. Panic instantly gripped the villain's heart. The power radiated a deceptive azure light. It seemed harmless as it drew near the face of the utterly terrified Spear King. In mere moments, his entire body was tightly bound, unable to move an inch. Absolute power denied the prey any chance to resist. Just a second later, the Spear King was completely wrapped up, looking exactly like an ancient Egyptian mummy. The Spear King was now consumed by fear, shouting frantically, "What are you doing? Do not touch my eyes." But Lin Chen's advancing hand did not stop at this empty threat. He mocked coldly, "You say do not touch, so I just stop? Would that not make me lose face?" And so, in the blink of an eye, the Spear King was left clutching his eyes. Covered in his own blood, he thrashed wildly upon the ground. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. "My eyes! Lam Thun, you despicable villain." As for Lam Thun, after effortlessly crushing yet another opponent, he turned his back with absolute swagger, tossing a single cold remark over his shoulder. "Me? Despicable? I, Lam Thun, have always acted with pure honor and absolute transparency. You are the ones who attacked without reason, thirsting for my blood. What is wrong with a little justifiable self-defense?" Thuong Vuong still clutched his ruined eyes, wailing in absolute agony. "I was only following orders." Meanwhile, Van Thon clung tightly to Lam Than's arm, her chest pressed against him, in a bold display of affection. Her eyes sparkled with deep admiration. "Brother Lam Thon, you are amazing." She then looked around with gentle concern. "Is everyone else all right?" Faced with her overwhelming closeness, Lam Than's face flushed crimson. Trying to maintain his cool composure, he cleared his throat. "I am fine. Taking out trash who do not know their place is effortless." Suddenly, a deafening boom shattered the heavens. A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing down exactly where Lam Thon and his group stood. His instincts flared instantly. "It is the emperors of Hin Duong. Everyone, stay on high alert. Deploying 4 emperors just for me? I must admit, I have gained quite the legendary reputation. The playful atmosphere vanished. Behind him, Van Thun and Bao Vuong wore expressions of absolute dread. Hu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with fury. You actually think this is a compliment? Lam Thun crossed his arms, overflowing with arrogant confidence. Is it not? Who would have thought a supposed piece of trash like me could warrant such a grand reception? Van Thun desperately tugged his sleeve. Brother Lam Thun, this is no time for jokes. The 4 emperors of Hin Duong are here. Escape is impossible. Before she could finish, another apocalyptic lightning strike pulverized the earth. Blinding dust and thick smoke swallowed the battlefield. As the terrifying aura settled, 4 godlike figures emerged from the crater. Manhwa, Thuong Hoang, Hoa Hoang, and Bin Hoang. Murderous intent radiated from all 4 of them. Instantly, Man Vuong, Thuong Vuong, Hoa Vuong, and Bin Tai Tu rushed forward. They bowed deeply, completely humiliated. We greet you, royal fathers. We have failed our mission. We willingly accept our punishment. Glaring down at their pathetic state, Thuong Hoang's voice cut through the air like a frozen blade. Look at the pathetic state you are in. Get up on your feet. The 4 of you need not blame yourselves. This king never expected any of you to achieve anything of value anyway. The casual cruelty of his words struck Thuong Vuong like a poisoned dagger, plunging straight into his already bleeding pride. Dismissing them, Thuong Hoang slowly turned his terrifying gaze toward Lam Thun's group. His voice echoed with suffocating pressure. So, you are the boy named Lam Thun? Unfazed by the overwhelming aura, Lam Thun casually cupped his fists. That would be this junior. You 4 legendary seniors arrived so suddenly. Forgive this junior for not welcoming you properly. Please, do not take offense. Thuong Hoang's eyes narrowed, scanning the boy. Handsome, imposing, and quite arrogant. Hearing this, Lam Thun casually rubbed the back of his neck. He forced a sheepish smile. I thank the senior for such high praise. I am both flattered and terrified. But inwardly he scoffed. You are making me blush. Suddenly, Thuong Hoang's killing intent flared, pouring a bucket of ice water over the conversation. His voice dripped with absolute disgust. Terrified? Why would you be? Frankly, it is your garbage tier cultivation that truly shocks this king. Seeing Lam Thun insulted so openly, Van Thun's protective instincts erupted. She stepped right to the front. Thuong Hoang, your own son, Thuong Vuong, was just utterly crushed by my brother Lam Thun. By mocking his strength, are you admitting that your own flesh and blood is worse than garbage? But no one could have anticipated the sheer ruthlessness of the Thuong Hoang. Without a single shred of mercy, he threw his own flesh and blood under the bus. That boy is worse than absolute trash. To lose to a useless weakling like Lam Thun, the Thuong Vuong, once again, felt an invisible arrow pierce his pride. Nursing his wounded ego, he sighed in despair. Why am I always the one suffering the casualties? The Bin Hoang could no longer contain his boiling rage. Why waste our breath on these fools? Let me obliterate them right here. The Man Vuong stepped forward, bloodlust flaring. Leave the slaughter to this emperor. The Hoa Hoang was even more ruthless, issuing a blazing threat. One strike of my divine flames will burn them to ash. But the Thuong Hoang's expression grew dangerously dark. He lowered his voice with a chilling calm. Brothers, hold your killing intent. Have you truly not noticed? Those 3 figures standing beside Lam Thun. None of them are ordinary. His sharp gaze locked onto Van Thun. Van Thun, the blood sister of the Van La Hoang, a mere 17 years old. Yet she has already reached the Bon Bo Thun Phap Kan, a truly terrifying prodigy. His eyes shifted. Then there is Hu, the elite talent favored by the Holy Maiden herself. He paused, his voice heavy with caution. And that Bao Vuong. He holds the ancient inheritance of the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 Yoten Bao Yu. He is secretly guarded by a demon saint. His status is absolutely untouchable. The Bin Hoang quickly stepped closer, his arrogance fading. Then what is our next move? We cannot possibly return empty-handed. The Thuong Hoang raised a hand to silence him. We must not act recklessly. A deeply sinister smile crept across the Thuong Hoang's face. We will simply invite Lam Thun back to the Hin Duong. He practically spat the word invite with venomous intent. The Thuong Hoang sneered at Lam Thun, flashing a mockingly arrogant gesture. Lam Thun, this emperor advises you to surrender peacefully and accept the Hin Duong's judgment. Resist, and we seniors will show absolutely no mercy. Lam Thun scoffed, his eyes flashing with utter disdain. His piercing gaze locked onto his hypocritical foes. Thuong Hoang, Bin Hoang. Is that right? I have been wondering. What exact right does your Hindung have to arrest me? The emperor barked back, his aura flaring with tyrannical arrogance. What right? You have committed an unforgivable sin against the heavens. We are simply carrying out heaven's divine will, teaching you the proper place of a mortal. A mocking laugh escaped Lamthun's lips. How noble. Using heaven's will to mask your own greed. I cannot believe you hypocrites actually said that out loud. The Thuong Hoang's face twisted in absolute fury. Destructive energy erupted from his body like crackling lightning. Since you refuse to bow your head, this emperor will drag your broken body back. Suddenly, the Bin Tai Tu roared, Sat Kiem. Dozens of lethal flying swords materialized, completely surrounding Lam Thun. Every razor-sharp tip locked onto his vital points, entirely under the Bin Tai Tu's wicked control. The ultimate execution formation was set to obliterate Lam Thun. A sickeningly arrogant smirk twisted his face. Let this emperor see how you survive this. Lam Thun analyzed the threat. This was the supreme king-tier artifact, the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 Trun. Blinding sword light, screeched through the air like a deadly storm. Yet, a calm, deeply condescending smile formed on his lips. I expected something far more impressive. Lam Thun deflected the lethal barrage with effortless grace. Deafening explosions shook the very earth. Radiant bursts of energy shattered the incoming blades. Is that all you have? He extended his palm downward, summoning a terrifying surge of ancient spiritual power. Raising an ancient divine scroll high into the air, an overwhelming vortex of energy roared to life. His voice echoed like the judgment of the gods. Thon Ve Thien Do. Devour them all. The devastating result surpassed even Lam Thun's expectations. The absorbed power was actually accelerating his own godly evolution. By absorbing this supreme king-grade weapon, he could evolve the heaven-devouring map. This was a truly unexpected harvest. The Spear Emperor stood utterly stunned. What kind of divine artifact could block his strike? To possess such terrifying growth potential, the mystic scroll rolled up perfectly into Lin Chen's grasp. The surging demonic energy slowly dissipated into the air. Lin Chen offered a mocking smirk. Senior Spear Emperor. Is this the full extent of your legendary power? Thunderous rage consumed the Emperor. He unleashed an even more devastating technique. A blinding golden pillar shot straight toward Lin Chen. What arrogance! Lin Chen looked up, instantly recognizing the threat. A low-grade Emperor artifact. The Dragon Annihilation Spear. Yet, as that golden death ray approached, he caught the blade with his bare hands. Lin Chen immediately retaliated. He drove the spear right back at his attacker, drawing royal blood. Suddenly, the barbarian king materialized, catching the falling Spear Emperor from behind. Second, brother, are you all right? Despite his bleeding wounds, the Emperor forced a calm demeanor. I am fine. His murderous gaze locked onto Lin Chen, burning with the desire to crush him. Second, brother, let me exterminate this brat. In that split second, an explosive aura erupted, surging toward Lin Chen like a violent lightning storm. The barbarian king launched a devastating high kick, aiming straight for his head. Moving at absolutely terrifying speed, Lin Chen braced himself against the overwhelming shockwave. The descending strike blazed with a fierce, fiery, demonic glow. Lin Chen locked his unwavering gaze on the attack. He raised his own leg to block the colossal strike, but the sheer difference in raw power sent him sliding back. The impact triggered an earth-shattering shockwave. As the dust finally settled, Lin Chen emerged with golden light blazing in his eyes. A violent azure aura swirled around his body. The barbarian king froze at the sight of this terrifying form. The Heavenly Fiend Yama Scripture. How does a mere brat know the Heavenly Fiend Yama Scripture? The Ice Emperor, the Fire King, and the Spear Emperor stood frozen in disbelief. They stared in absolute shock at Lin Chen's technique. Could this boy be the true heir of the Demon Emperor? How is this possible when the Demon Emperor is already dead? This kid is an absolute anomaly. While the three masters hesitated in their confusion, Lin Chen seized the perfect opening. He threw a devastating punch forward. The explosive strike buried itself deep into the barbarian king's gut. Caught completely off guard, the king absorbed the full brunt of the merciless blow. He instantly lost consciousness, crumpling against the rocks with dead, soulless eyes. But the backlash immediately assaulted Lin Chen. His body crashed into a state of severe exhaustion. Panting heavily between his words, he challenged them. Who is next? The Spear Emperor locked onto Lin Chen, instantly sensing his depleted state. He let out a cold sneer. A lethal glint flashed across the old man's eyes. The Spear Emperor lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. His hand locked tightly around Lin Chen's throat. Drained of all power, the boy was forced to his knees. Completely paralyzed by exhaustion, he could no longer fight back. Yunqing desperately sprinted forward, screaming out in absolute terror. "Brother Lin Chen." Lin Chen slumped toward the ground. Cold sweat dripped down his tense face. "I was too careless." The Emperor raised his free hand, summoning a blinding golden aura. The destructive light forged itself into a massive spear. He aimed the lethal weapon straight at Lin Chen's heart. An explosive collision echoed out. The violent clash triggered a massive explosion. Yunqing had thrown herself into the crossfire. She shielded Lin Chen with a desperate magical barrier. "If you want to kill him, you must ask me first. I will never let you take his life." The Emperor's killing intent flared even higher. He sneered viciously at her defiant words. "Yunqing, do you truly believe that just because you are the sister of the Yunluo Emperor, this emperor would not dare to slaughter you?" She glared at him. Her eyes burned with absolute fury. "I dare you to try." Pushed past his breaking point, Thuong Hoang snapped. He vowed to annihilate anyone in his path. Shielding Lam Than meant one thing: total war against Hinduang. Execution without mercy. Suddenly, the sky shifted. A rain of drifting petals fell from above. An echoing voice followed. Heavy, with a lethal warning. "What is this? Hinduang dares to threaten my little sister?" The three of them froze. They looked up to face this new presence. Thuong Hoang instantly recognized Van La Hoang. Van Than beamed with pure joy. "Sister." Lam Than simply watched. His gaze locked onto her descending figure. As her feet gracefully met the earth, a storm of floral petals swirled wildly around them, painting a breathtakingly majestic scene. The tension shattered. Van La Hoang stepped forward. "Thuong Hoang, you point your weapon at my sister. Do you intend to execute her? Right before my eyes?" Thuong Hoang flinched. His grip tightened around his spear. He stammered bitterly, "I would not dare." Peeking from behind Van La Hoang, Van Than flashed a mischievous grin and stuck out her tongue. "Thuong Hoang, weren't you just screaming for blood without reason? Why so cowardly all of a sudden?" Van La Hoang tilted her head. A mocking smirk graced her lips. "To Hoang, it seems. Your Hinduang has grown far too arrogant. Have all your brothers grown tired of living?" Thuong Hoang absorbed her humiliating insults. His eyes burned blood red with absolute fury. Gritting his teeth, he growled a dark warning. "Van La Hoang, stay out of this mess. Just leash your reckless sister. We only want Lam Than. Remove her from our path at once." Van La Hoang's expression turned deadly cold. She shot him a piercing, furious glare. "I will discipline my own sister. I do not need your pathetic lectures." The killing intent in the air was suffocating. Yet Van Than just giggled innocently. She rushed over and grabbed Lam Than's arm. He was still kneeling on one leg. Clutching his chest against the agonizing pain, Van Than gently pulled him to his feet. He winced in agony, but still managed a grateful smile, bowing his head toward La Hoang. "I thank the senior for saving my life." Van La Hoang glanced back at Lam Than. Her voice was entirely devoid of warmth. "Save your breath. I did not come here to save you." Van Than nervously stepped in, trying to soften her sister's harsh words. "Her words are sharp like blades, but her heart is soft. Just ignore her, brother Lam Than." A gentle smile finally broke Van La Hoang's icy facade as she patted Van Than's head. She teased her softly. "So grown up, yet you only care about boys now. Have you forgotten your own sister?" Van Than grew shy under the gentle touch. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully dodged. "Not true. You love me, sister. So obviously you must care for brother Lam Than too." La Hoang sighed in utter defeat at her sister's antics. Yet her eyes remained endlessly affectionate. "I truly cannot win against you." Meanwhile, Thuong Hoang and Hoa Hoang seethed with dark rage. Treated like mere air, Thuong Hoang's pride shattered. He could no longer stomach such crushing humiliation. He erupted in fury, bellowing Van La Hoang's name into the wind. "Do you truly wish to make an enemy of Hinduang? Just to protect this wretched boy, Lam Than?" Unfazed by his explosive roar, La Hoang's voice dropped to absolute zero. "Do as you please with Lam Than, but if you touch anyone else, you will die." Van Than's eyes widened in sheer panic. Gripping tightly onto Lam Than's sleeve, she cried out, "Sister, what are you saying? Did you not promise to save big brother Lin Chen?" Luo Huang closed her eyes in cold indifference. "The situation has changed. I refuse to make an enemy of the punishment hall just for Lin Chen. Hearing her ruthless declaration, Shang Huang, Huo Huang, and Man Huang flashed bloodthirsty red eyes. They glared at Lin Chen with sinister smiles. Yun Qing stomped her foot in fierce betrayal. But why? Brother Lin Chen was personally chosen by the Sword Pavilion. Luo Huang coldly turned away. Her voice was absolute ice. Then he is beyond saving. Yun Qing stubbornly screamed back. Then leave me to die with him. Luo Huang's patience completely snapped. Yun Qing, with a sharp wave, she summoned a flurry of mystical petals. Stop acting like a fool. A single pink petal struck Yun Qing perfectly between the eyebrows. Her vision instantly blurred. Her eyes widened in pure disbelief. The mystic petal instantly knocked her out cold. Lin Chen swiftly caught her falling body. He frowned, his voice laced with heavy disapproval. Senior Luo Huang, there was no need to go this far. You will only make Yun Qing resent you forever. Luo Huang turned her back in absolute disdain. She scoffed at Lin Chen's words. I am her older sister. I know what is best for her. She claimed she would protect you, that she would even lay down her life for you. But you are absolutely worthless in my eyes. Lin Chen let out a cold, helpless sigh, handing the unconscious girl to her disciples. The two of you truly share zero similarities. Yun Luo Huang securely caught Yun Qing in her arms. Her piercing gaze locked onto his face. Your heart already belongs entirely to Qing Ro. So why do you insist on toying with Yun Qing? I absolutely despise two-faced hypocrites like you. Lin Chen placed a firm hand over his heart. I have only ever loved Qing Ru. I see Yun Qing strictly as a little sister. What hypocrisy are you talking about? Yun Luo Huang's expression darkened. She sneered with utter contempt. Your silver tongue could deceive the heavens, Lin Chen. Mystical petals drifted violently through the air. He turned around, his voice echoed to the hostile crowd. Whatever schemes you are plotting, I do not care. But if a single innocent person is harmed today, I will show absolutely no mercy. Shang Huang let out a chilling, malicious laugh. Yun Luo Huang, our punishment hall will certainly remember this great favor you have shown us today. He pointed a deadly finger straight at Lin Chen. Without anyone left to protect your pathetic life, let us see how you survive this ordeal. Lin Chen flashed a fiercely arrogant, captivating smirk. I have absolutely no need for anyone to protect me. Have I not survived entirely on my own until now? Surviving long enough to stand here and defy you so-called seniors to your faces? Suddenly, a massive golden palm violently materialized above the four elders. A dominant and thunderous roar shattered the air. Who dares to claim that this boy has no protectors? He is under my absolute protection. Shang Huang snapped his head back in sheer terror. His eyes widened at the colossal golden construct. The divine palm crashed down toward Shang Huang. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield, but, by some sheer luck, he barely dodged the devastating impact. Shang Huang glared fiercely into the dust cloud. Show yourself. Qiao Yue majestically descended from a towering boulder. He landed firmly by Lin Chen's side, leaving the young man utterly stunned. Despite his stern expression, his voice held genuine concern. Hall, Master, are you unharmed? Did these wretched bastards dare to hurt you? Lin Chen beamed with absolute relief at the sight of Qiao Yue. This junior is perfectly fine. I deeply appreciate your concern, Senior Qiao Yue. But what brings you to this treacherous place? Qiao Yue radiated a magnificent white aura. He looked like an immortal descending from the heavens. He stood tall, placing one hand calmly behind his back. His piercing eyes locked onto Shang Huang's kneeling group. Qiao Yue spoke with absolute authority. He sneered at the enemies with absolute disdain. Then, he turned to enlighten Lam Than. Some arrogant fools dared to target the master of my medicine hall. How could I not come to his defense? Thuong Hoang froze in absolute shock. His expression turned deadly grim. Boiling with rage, he glared daggers at Lam Than. He roared furiously. This brat is the master of the medicine hall? Kyo Duok's aura turned instantly freezing. He mercilessly listed every single crime Thuong Hoang's men had committed against Lam Than. The punishment hall issued a kill order on my hall master. You even dared to brutally assault him. From this moment on, all pill supplies for the punishment hall are permanently severed. Begging will be absolutely useless. Hearing these merciless words, Hoa Hoang turned purple with blazing rage. Complete shock shook his core as he shouted, How could Lam Than become The master of the medicine hall? This has to be some kind of twisted joke. How did this nightmare actually happen? Thuong Hoang gritted his teeth so fiercely, they nearly shattered into pieces. He quickly sent a warning to Man Hoang and Hoa Hoang. Remember what 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 declared before. The one who masters the Thien Sat Diem La scripture becomes the master of the medicine hall. And do not ever forget whose younger brother 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 is. Lam Thon turned toward 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒. Clasping his hands with deep respect, he bowed to soothe the elder's fury. Senior 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 Hoang, please calm your wrath. But 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 fiercely pointed his finger straight at Thuong Hoang. He roared, "Take your punishment hall dogs and scram. Revoke that kill order instantly, and my anger might subside. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing absolutely zero mercy." Bin Hoang stepped up from behind Thuong Hoang, fuming with bitter rage. What is our next move? Who knew this wretched brat had such an impenetrable backing? Thuong Hoang's expression was terrifyingly calm as he reassured him. We simply wait for our hallmaster to arrive. No matter what, Lam Thon's death is absolutely sealed. The hallmaster will never let him walk away alive. Meanwhile, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 reached deep into his outer robes. He searched for a moment before pulling out a highly crafted wooden box. He gently presented it right in front of Lam Than, his voice completely softened with genuine warmth. Inside this box rests the Thu Thien Ngoc Lin pill. This old man also tossed in a few Gankot Dung Win pills, along with a mighty Dai Hoang pill. Lam Thon stared blankly at the wooden box in his hands, completely dumbfounded. Senior 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒, isn't this treasure trove far too generous? 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 just chuckled, pulling out a burnt orange cloth pouch. He looked at Lam Thon with absolute grandfatherly affection. The more the better, devour them as you please. If you ever run out, this old man has plenty more for you. Lam Than's eyes shimmered with intense, tearful gratitude. Senior, you are far too kind to me. Taking a deep breath, Lam Than slowly opened the wooden box. Instantly, a blinding burst of vibrant orange light flooded the air. He stared at the glowing red pill resting inside and pondered. Since Senior 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 has blessed me with an ocean of spirit pills, I should save this ultimate treasure for later. Using it when the time is right will be much better. Lam Than then shifted his gaze toward the pouch. Inside sat a magnificent purple pill, pulsing with intense divine energy. I will consume the Than Fat pill first. Let us test the absolute power of this medicine. If fate allows it, I will break through to the Than Fap realm right here and now. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lam Than pinched the Than Fap pill. He tossed it straight into his mouth. The potent medicinal energy rushed down his throat instantly. Mere moments after consuming the divine pill, thick spiritual steam violently erupted from Lam Than's entire body. Dazzling purple energy began swirling fiercely around him. The sheer, explosive surge of power left him utterly astounded. Seeing this, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒's eyes lit up with wild excitement. As Lam Than braced himself for the ultimate breakthrough, the mighty elder made a booming, confident declaration. To think you would dare attempt a massive breakthrough right on this battlefield. Ascending to the Than Fap realm, right here. Magnificent. This old man shall act as your absolute shield. Focus purely on your breakthrough. The blazing sun beat down without a single ounce of mercy, scorching the desolate, rocky wasteland. A massive defensive ring of allies stood firmly around Lam Than. Meanwhile, Thuong Hoang's hostile forces were forced to spectate from a bitter distance. In the very center of it all, Lam Than sat in deep meditation, ready to absolutely shatter his limits. The next breakthrough had begun. A blazing inferno erupted around his entire body, his face twisted in sheer agony as he cultivated. Nearby, Thuong Hoang and his group stood frozen in silence. No one dared to make a single move. Man Hoang scowled darkly, his voice booming with frustration. This brat, Lam Than, is a terrifying martial arts genius. He will undoubtedly become a massive threat in the future. Our punishment hall absolutely cannot let him live. Beside him, cold sweat dripped down Bin Hoang's forehead. He shouted in absolute urgency. We should shatter their protective formation right now, and execute Lam Than with a single devastating strike. Hoa Hoang gritted his teeth in blazing fury. He shot a desperate warning to Thuong Hoang. We cannot delay this any longer. Kill him. We cannot let him reach the divine law realm. Thuong Hoang pondered deeply, his eyes locked on the barrier. The shield was created to protect Lam Than. Heavy sweat poured down the young man's face. He clenched his jaw tight, enduring the bone-crushing torment of his chaotic breakthrough. Huet Lao materialized beside Lam Than. He offered a desperate and urgent warning. Lam Than, do not try to tame this berserk power. Yet, Lam Than gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Violent lightning sparked wildly around his trembling form. Huet Lao panicked, pressing him even further. Lam Than, you cannot tame this monstrous energy. Brat, stop acting so tough. Swallow the heaven-seeking jade spirit pill right now. Do not wait until your body is completely destroyed. Lam Than snapped his eyes open. He summoned the glowing heaven-seeking jade spirit pill, tossing the divine pill into his mouth. He crushed it with a loud crack. Moments later, Lam Than let out a mighty roar. A majestic golden dragon erupted from behind him. The golden beast soared into the heavens, unleashing a tremendous, earth-shattering roar. Van Than and Kieu Duok stared upward in absolute awe, completely paralyzed by the breathtaking sight. The dragon of magical power. Lam Than has finally broken through to the divine law realm. Two loud tearing sounds echoed. Two colossal azure gates suddenly materialized. Another thunderous crack rang out. A third massive gate crashed into existence, and yet another towering gate manifested, accompanied by deafening, earth-shaking rumbles. The azure gates circled fiercely around Lam Than. He sat cross-legged, absorbing the overwhelming surge of divine power. Thuong Hoang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he screamed, "The holy vein physique, the revered divine gates." Man Hoang maintained his arrogant smirk, sneering loudly. So what if he has them? If the four of us attack together, are we really afraid of a mere first-stage divine law realm weakling? Bin Hoang quickly corrected Man Hoang. 5 gates equal 5 seas of consciousness. His magical power is 5 times greater than a normal cultivator. Hearing this, Man Hoang was struck with pure terror. He shrieked, "How is that even possible?" Thuong Hoang placed his hands on his hips in burning fury. He clenched his fists, cursing his own hesitation. I should have killed him with one palm strike earlier. Now, with so many protecting him, we are completely powerless against him. Hearing this grim truth, Man Hoang cursed in absolute rage. Within an endless, pitch-black void, Lam Than floated in silent stillness. He drifted there without a single movement, until an ancient voice echoed deep within his mind. For reaching the divine law realm, I shall grant you a gift. Lam Than opened his eyes in stunned wonder. A massive bronze coffin emerged from the shadows. He shouted in shock, "It is the ancient bronze coffin!" The ancient bronze coffin shook violently as its lid crept open. Blinding golden light cascaded downward. The coffin expelled a radiant golden tower. Lam Than stared in absolute awe, asking, "What is this?" The coffin spoke directly into his consciousness. The third layer, the Supreme Monarch Tower. The Supreme Monarch of the 9 heavens and 9 profounds. The King of heavenly monarchs. Once this tower is fully formed, you will stand as a supreme sovereign, supporting the heavens and earth, worshipped across all eternity. A sharp tear echoed through space, prompting Lam Than to glance back. He witnessed countless brilliant beams of light. Lam Than saw. His 2 precious treasures vanished along with the massive tower. Damn it. My devouring furnace and devouring heaven map. The ancient bronze coffin swirled Lam Than's items around the tower. A cosmic voice echoed, "This is for you. Consider this my ultimate gift. I forged this tower for you, granting you unparalleled fortune." The coffin then turned its majestic presence toward Blood Elder. "And as for you," startled, the old man flinched. A vast domain filled with brilliant stars, forged by the coffin, illuminated the entire sky. The ancient voice spoke directly to Blood Elder. "You shall become the artifact spirit of the Supreme Sovereign Tower. A noble existence for 10,000 generations." Blood Elder was absolutely stunned. The artifact spirit of the Supreme Sovereign Tower? Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in a surge of deep blue energy. Moments later, he transformed into a mystical beast with a long tail. 2 tail-like appendages grew behind his ears. He cheered with absolute joy 3 times. "This is wonderful." Lam Than stood there completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped as he stared at the bizarre new form of Blood Elder. Wrinkling his face, the elder quickly explained to Lam Than, "The Supreme Sovereign Tower now holds 2 massive formations. The first floor is for absolute suppression. The second floor is for devouring. These floors can evolve. It will definitely surpass the heaven-devouring tower." Lam Than's eyes sparked with excitement as he leaned in closely. "As long as we use it, in real combat, we can become infinitely stronger." Blood Elder sighed helplessly, turning his back. "You brat are truly boring," he mocked. As time quietly slipped away, the intense cultivation session of Lamthan finally came to an end. As he slowly opened his eyes, his face lit up with pure ecstasy. He roared to the heavens. "I have truly broken through to the divine law realm. I finally did it." Suddenly, tiny footsteps dashed toward him. "Brother Lamthan!" Vanthan playfully leaped into Lamthan's arms. "Congratulations! You are so amazing!" Van Wy stood behind them, covering her mouth with a gentle smile, warmly watching the two celebrate their incredible victory. Bao Vuong walked over with a thumbs up, laughing heartily as he congratulated Lamthan. "Not bad at all, Brother Than. Now that you are in the divine law realm, I am no longer your match. Looks like I need to level up too." Amhu also stepped forward to praise his massive growth. "Lamthan, you truly never disappoint." Lamthan turned to his comrades with a bright, confident smile. "We will all grow stronger together." Meanwhile, Thuong Hoang gritted his teeth, plotting his next venomous move. Now that Lamthan has become the 18th sovereign, and with an expert like 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐼 guarding him, we cannot fight him head-on. We must report back to the Hallmaster first. We will plan our revenge later. Suddenly, an imposing figure stepped toward Thuong Hoang's group. "What's the matter?" 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐼 spoke with extreme arrogance, crossing his arms and lifting his chin. "Trying to figure out how to deal with our medicine hall's master?" Unable to attack Lamthan, Thuong Hoang swallowed his pride. Clasping his hands, he gritted his teeth and prepared to retreat. Senior Medicine Emperor, since fellow Taoist Lamthan is now the master of the medicine hall and the 18th sovereign of our sect, the kill order from the punishment hall is temporarily revoked. We shall take our leave. Seeing them back down, Lamthan playfully waved his hand, openly mocking his enemy. "Senior Thuong Hoang, aren't you going to stay for a cup of tea?" Furious, the man practically jumped in pure rage and roared. "Do not be so arrogant. Just you wait for this emperor." Thuong Hoang and his entire group flew away, under the watchful eyes of Lamthan, Vanthan, and 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐼. Even as they fled in complete defeat, they still had to force out a polite farewell. Watching his enemies disappear into the distance, Lamthan's expression darkened. He thought to himself, "Bring it on. I won't." Suddenly, a massive booming sound shattered Lamthan's train of thought. "What in the world is that?" The crowd screamed in absolute shock. "It is the new sovereign investiture." A golden list materialized in the sky. The sovereign board. The new 18th sovereign. Lamthan of the Killing Hall. The mandate clearly proclaimed his supreme status. He was the 18th new emperor of the Killing Hall. Lin Chen. Hearing this absurd decree, Xiao Yao exploded with blazing rage. "Punishment?" he roared. "How dare they punish the master of my medicine hall? Do those old fools in the sect no longer want our pills?" The more he thought about it, the deeper his fury burned. He stomped the ground, cracking the floorboards in pure frustration. "I said he is not going, and that is final. Causing internal strife within the sect? What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? He is not going." Elder Zetian looked completely helpless. "My hands are tied here. That high-ranking figure specifically ordered Lin Chen's punishment. I am caught in the middle." He glanced at Lin Chen, who sat there completely unbothered, casually sipping his tea. "Young friend, please just come with me. I cannot afford to offend the higher-ups." Lin Chen brought the teacup to his lips with a faint smirk. "It is fine. Let them punish me." He placed the cup down and stood up, his eyes gleaming with unexpected excitement. "Let us go, Elder Zetian. I accept this so-called punishment." Both Xiao Yao and the elder froze in absolute shock. Elder Zetian slowly nodded. "Very well." Refusing to let him go, Xiao Yao lunged forward and grabbed Lin Chen tightly. "Then I am going too. Let me see which bastard dares to touch a member of my medicine hall." Lin Chen replied with a helpless smile. "Senior, there is truly no need for you to come. If the sect hierarchy demands my punishment, I will face it." His smirk deepened as he added, "In fact, I am quite curious to see how exactly they plan to punish me." The scene shifted as the two soared through the sky. Approaching their destination, Lin Chen's curiosity piqued. He turned to the elder. "Who exactly issued this decree?" Elder Zetian met his gaze. "This person is incredibly eccentric. Just like Xiao Yao. He once used his spiritual power to argue with him, for a full day and night. Nobody could stop them." A mental image of the two old men, bickering endlessly like children fighting over a toy, instantly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He chuckled in amusement. Such an interesting history? The elder continued. Those two have been fiercely competitive since childhood. Currently, this patriarch's cultivation is 2 levels higher than Xiao Yao. He has reached the 5th stage of the divine law realm, holding supreme status in the sect. Lin Chen fell silent, his mind racing. Patriarch Feng Huo, the 5th stage of the divine law realm? It seems he is quite the formidable figure. The two of them accelerated through the clouds. Elder Zetian offered reassurance. You do not need to worry. Patriarch Feng Huo has always admired the demon emperor. He will likely show you some leniency. They finally descended upon a majestic courtyard. Elder Zetian immediately introduced the area. Below us is Feng Huo Hall. It is the mission distribution center and the residence of Patriarch Feng Huo. Lin Chen's boots touched the courtyard floor. The elder stepped forward. Patriarch Feng Huo, your junior Zetian has brought the newest emperor, the killing emperor, Lin Chen. A booming voice echoed from deep within the chambers. Enter. Before opening the doors, Elder Zetian shot Lin Chen a warning glance. Mind your words, and show some respect in there. Lin Chen simply blinked, completely unfazed by the warning. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a blinding light. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. As the interior of the grand chamber was fully exposed, he stared at the sight before him, entirely caught off guard by the sheer absurdity of this mysterious room. There stood Patriarch Feng Huo, tightly gripping a sacred scripture. Even crazier, the entire room was plastered with endless scrolls of ancient text. The old man's voice rang out from the paper maze. Come here. Lin Chen silently scanned the room. He observed his surroundings in silence. Were these really official sect missions? Why were they displayed so carelessly? Elder Tu, walking ahead, threw a sharp glance over his shoulder. Hurry up and follow me. Lam Thun quickened his pace. He stepped respectfully before Ancestor Feng Hoa. He closed his eyes in deep reverence. Bowing gracefully, he declared, This humble junior, Lam Thun, greets the great ancestor. The ancestor's face remained cloaked in thick darkness. His heavy voice echoed, Are you the demon emperor's youngest disciple? The very one, recommended by the master of the medicine hall. His piercing gaze locked on to Lam Thun. Raise your head. Let this ancestor look at you. The formidable ancestor rested his hand upon his knee. A highly satisfied smirk crossed his face. You are quite young, yet you have already turned the Tai Thon sect completely upside down. You certainly possess some impressive skills. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted drastically. His expression turned terrifyingly stern. I hereby sentence you for shattering our internal unity and destroying sect property. Do you dare to voice any complaints? Lam Thun kept his head bowed low. He closed his eyes and respectfully clasped his hands. This junior dares not. Ancestor Feng Hoa's aura grew overwhelmingly dark. He glared fiercely at the young man. The sect has officially decided your fate. You are banished to the blood abyss. There, you must to investigate its recent unnatural anomalies. Do you accept this decree? Hearing this terrifying, unfamiliar name, Lam Thun froze in confusion. The blood abyss? Elder Tu gasped in pure, unadulterated horror. He cried out desperately. Great ancestor, how could you possibly condemn him to the blood abyss? Panic drained all color from the elder's face. His voice trembled violently. The blood abyss is a realm of absolute death. Even experts at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the divine law realm would perish there. How could the sect issue such a cruel penalty? You are sending this boy to his execution. Ancestor Feng Hoa's eyes narrowed dangerously. This elder had completely forgotten his place. Furious, the ancestor hurled a heavy scripture straight at his face. His booming voice shook the very walls. Who gave you permission to speak? Get out of my sight immediately. Wait outside. Lam Thun was completely caught off guard. The sudden violent outburst left him staring in absolute shock. Poor Elder Tu was left battered and bruised. With a bloody nose, he huddled miserably outside the door. Back inside the deadly silent chamber, only Ancestor Feng Hoa and Lam Thun remained. The intense silence was suffocating. Why does he keep staring at me like that? Do I have a flower blooming on my face? Suddenly, the ancestor's imposing aura vanished. He spoke with dramatic jealousy. The Slaughter Emperor. Is it? That title sounds even more supreme than my own name. Lam Thun instantly beamed with pride. He scratched his head, putting on a humble front. Great ancestor, The sect bestowed that title upon me. I honestly feel it is far too heavy for my shoulders. The ancestor saw right through his playful modesty. A booming laugh escaped his lips. His gaze softened warmly. Listen closely, kid. Banishing you to the blood abyss was not the sect's decision. It was my own personal master plan. Lamthan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Ancestor Manhwa stroked his chin thoughtfully and revealed the truth. You remind me so much of my fallen older brother, the legendary demon emperor. The pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. Lamthan realized the truth. I just stumbled into absolute VIP privileges. The ancestor revealed the hidden opportunity. The blood abyss is overflowing with lethal blood aura. It is an endless ocean of pure slaughter energy. It is the absolute perfect environment to master your heavenly fiend demonic art. If you have the willpower to survive and endure the agonizing trials, your cultivation base will skyrocket to legendary heights. When that day comes, even Xing Huang will fear your power. Hearing this, Lin Chen respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. This junior will never betray your expectations. The ancestor added calmly. I have already discussed this matter with that madman, Qiao Yao. He offered to send this little brother to accompany you into the blood abyss. Right on cue, Qiao Long descended from the heavens, landing directly in front of Lin Chen. Shocked by the sudden arrival, Lin Chen cried out, Qiao Long? Before 2 seconds even passed, the boy was already clinging to his arm. He cheerfully announced. Brother Chen, Master said. Brother Bao and Senior Brother are heading out to train. He ordered me to join your blood abyss trial. I flew straight here without a second thought. Master also guaranteed that my alchemy skills would be incredibly useful to you. Brother Chen, you will never have to worry about running out of Dharma spirit pills again. A massive chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. He immediately pried the boy off him. Taking several steps back, Lin Chen forced a smile. Thank you. Senior Brother Qiao Long. Qiao Long beamed brightly and waved it off. It is nothing. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. Why does it have to be this chatterbox? My entire journey is going to be a massive headache now. Lin Chen and Qiao Long soared above the endless ocean. The deep blue waters stretched to the horizon. Lin Chen sighed in pure boredom. Flying over this sea region is absolutely dreadful. He glanced down at the calm waves. If only a sea dragon or serpent appeared right now. Wandering the ocean would be much more fun. Flying close behind, Qiao Long chimed in. Brother Chen, the Eastern Dynasty, is famous for its legendary artifacts. A sly smirk crossed his face. He continued excitedly. Rumor has it that, in a few days, a massive artifact auction will take place. If we can make it there in time, you could grab some king-tier weapons. We could soar at incredible speeds. Hearing this, Lin Chen forced a stiff smile. He nodded awkwardly. But inwardly, he scoffed. An auction? I am completely broke right now. I am so poor that I only have one Emperor-grade Tai King spirit vein left. Go to an auction to buy king-tier weapons? You really overestimate my wealth, kid. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. Lin Chen flinched in absolute shock. He frantically reached out and screamed, Qiao Long, watch out. Hearing his name, Qiao Long turned around in confusion. What is it? Just as he blithely called out to Brother Chen, a colossal jaw erupted from the depths, its massive maw ready to swallow him whole. Terrified, Qiao Long bolted. He desperately grabbed Lin Chen's hand and shrieked, It is a dragon whale! Brother Chen, save me! But Lin Chen was faring no better. Tears welled up in his eyes as he screamed back, I am terrified too. In a split second, the beast's jaws snapped shut on Qiao Long's pants. It missed his flesh, but mercilessly ripped his clothes away. The monstrous dragon whale vanished with his garments, leaving Qiao Long completely mortified, his face turning pale. He frantically covered his exposed lower half, whimpering pitifully, Brother Chen, I feel a terrible breeze down there. But the nightmare was not over. Beneath the churning waves, a massive swarm of dragon whales breached the surface, baring their razor-sharp fangs at the duo. Horrified, Qiao Long leaped and clung onto Lin Chen, completely oblivious to the fact that his dignity was fully exposed to the wind. He wailed in absolute terror. Brother Chen, they are attacking again. Lin Chen cocked his fist back and roared. Hold on tight. He instantly summoned his powerful artifact, ready to blast the monstrous beasts back into the abyss. The raging waters churned violently from his powerful impact. Massive waves crashed down, completely soaking his garments. Both warriors finally exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. But his pants were lost to the depths forever. Qiulong stood there awkwardly, left completely bare from the waist down. Lamthun glared at the dark ocean. What exactly are these dragon whales? Why ambush us? Qiulong reached into his upper robe with a smirk. Brother Than, there is much you do not know. Pulling out a mystical furnace, he chuckled softly. Dragon whales belong to an ancient sea beast tribe. Normally, 4 of these beasts at the half-step divine law realm could easily rival a true divine law realm expert. Qiulong carefully stored his treasure away. He let out a hearty laugh before continuing. But no matter how formidable those monsters were, they were still no match for my brother Than. This core can be refined into a water-repelling pill, a genuine low-grade king rank elixir. He continued rambling with absolute excitement. It creates a perfect barrier against the ocean. Even those who cannot swim would survive the deepest ocean depths without a scratch, but completely blind to the danger lurking behind him. A massive ship was barreling straight toward his back. Lamthan's eyes widened in sheer terror as he roared. "Watch out behind you!" Qiulong snapped his head back in confusion. The giant ship violently slammed into his body. The brutal impact sent him flying through the air. He let out a sharp howl of sheer agony. Lamthan froze in shock before shouting in panic, "Senior brother Qiulong!" He desperately rushed to lift him up. The brutal collision left its mark. 2 comically massive lumps were swelling on Qiulong's head. His eyes spun in a completely dizzy and blurry daze. Lamthan asked with deep concern, "Senior brother Qiulong, are you all right?" Suddenly, an arrogant voice boomed fiercely from above. "Which blind fool dares to block the path? You are standing in our young master's way." Lamthan instantly whipped his head toward the imposing sound. 2 mysterious figures stood tall upon the massive deck. They coldly looked down at Lamthan and Qiulong. One of them finally broke the heavy silence. "What is it, Uncle Lee? Who is floating down there?" The older man bowed respectfully. "Young master, they appear to be just 2 pathetic and impoverished rogue cultivators." Lamthan's hair was completely soaked. Qiulong was still seeing stars. He had not regained his senses. These 2 powerful warriors were just labeled as pathetic beggars. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 casually leaned over the massive railing. He gazed down at the water with pure amusement. He spoke with a bright and cheerful grin. "Oh, really? I never expected to actually stumble across someone out here who could entertain this young master. This entire journey has been dreadfully boring." Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes in strict caution. "We still do not know their true identities. Inviting them aboard might be highly inappropriate. Besides, the ocean's fury is about to begin very soon. We must hurry and depart immediately." 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 gave him a deeply annoyed look. "Uncle Lai, why do you always nag so much?" 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 immediately ignored the warning. He firmly grabbed the edge of the ship. With a joyful leap, he completely vaulted off the deck. "If you will not agree, I will personally invite them." 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 landed smoothly right in front, standing before Lamthan and Qiulong. Lamthan sized up the eccentric boy with a calculating gaze. Qiulong simply stared in pure, dazed confusion. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 respectfully clasped his hands together. "Greetings. To you 2 elder brothers. I am 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. My ship is currently sailing toward the Grand Eastern Dynasty. Seeing how effortlessly you slaughtered those dragon whales earlier left me truly in absolute awe. Would you do me the absolute honor of becoming friends with 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒?" Lamthan matched his polite smile. He replied warmly, "I am Lamthan, and this dizzy fellow beside me is my sworn brother. His name is Qiulong. We 2 brothers are walking the exact same path as you, brother 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. We are also heading straight toward the Eastern Dynasty." Qiulong's face twisted in sheer fury. He roared out loud, "You dared to bump into us! Pay up!" 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 scratched his head with an innocent smile. "My deepest apologies, Qiulong." Clasping his hands in a respectful greeting, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 made a sudden offer. "However, since our paths perfectly align, would you 2 brothers honor me by sharing my vessel? Uncle Lee warned me. Vicious demonic beasts roam these very waters. It is simply not safe." Lamthan smiled warmly, accepting without hesitation. "We accept. Thank you, brother 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒." Qiulong crossed his arms. His gaze was full of burning suspicion. "For all we know, this is a pirate ship. I refuse to step foot on it." Despite his protests, the majestic ship set sail. Deep within the luxurious cabin, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 hosted Lamthan and Qiulong. A magnificent feast was laid out before them. Lam Than smiled while tearing into a chicken leg. We truly appreciate your boundless hospitality, Brother Ao Duong. Qiu Long gripped a chicken leg in one hand. In the other, he held a massive, premium lobster. His previous anger completely vanished. This lobster is absolutely divine. Ao Duong Nuok beamed with pure joy. Seeing his guests feast so heartily warmed his spirit. I am just glad you brothers find it to your liking. Lam Than took another massive bite of his meal. Qiu Long fiercely devoured the entire lobster head. Yet, a trace of hostility still lingered in his eyes. Ao Duong Nuok finally voiced his burning curiosity. May I ask why you two brothers are heading to the Eastern Dynasty? Are you also attending the Grand Imperial Auction? Hearing this, Lam Than froze. His expression instantly hardened. His mind raced with calculated thoughts. That grand auction again. Could there be a hidden secret behind this massive event? Masking his suspicions, Lam Than smiled warmly. He carefully tested the waters. Exactly. Rumor has it that among the treasures being auctioned lies a truly rare and mysterious artifact. Has Brother Ao Duong heard any whispers of this? The question hit the mark. Ao Duong Nuok shot up from his seat, trembling with pure excitement. So you have heard the rumors too, brother. Legends say that mysterious artifact is none other than the ancient treasure map of 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. Who knows if the myth is true? Ao Duong Nuok leaned in eagerly. Are you hoping to claim that legendary item as well? Lam Than awkwardly waved his hands in denial. Please, a penniless wanderer like me? A heavenly treasure like that is far beyond my reach. Ao Duong Nuok slowly sat back down. He placed a hand over his heart. A radiant, innocent aura surrounded him. He displayed a soul utterly untainted by the cruel martial world. He spoke with absolute confidence. If I am lucky enough to win that treasure map at the auction, I will definitely let you study it, brother. Lam Than froze. His grip tightened around his food. He furrowed his brows in utter disbelief. He forced a polite smile while his mind screamed. Is this rich kid actually an idiot? Who in their right mind shares an ancient treasure map? Meanwhile, Qiu Long remained entirely focused on devouring the feast. The politics of the martial world meant nothing to him. Uncle Lee stood silently beside Ao Duong Nuok. The old servant deeply furrowed his brows in silent panic. Oh, my hopelessly naive young master. Time passed, and the magnificent ship reached the Eastern Dynasty. At the Grand Capital Pier, massive vessels slowly docked at the bustling harbor. A local worker shouted out a booming warning. Ship making port, clear the way, stand back. Lam Than and Qiu Long finally stepped foot into the imperial capital. They chatted as they walked through the lively streets. Qiu Long looked around in absolute awe. I never imagined the capital harbor would be this breathtaking. Lam Than threw him a sideways glance and chuckled. Just look at you. Spoken like a true bumpkin who has never seen the world. Qiu Long quickly defended himself. Hey, it is my very first time here. Following you on this journey, Brother Than, was definitely the right choice. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Brother Lam Than. Brother Qiu Long. The two men paused in their tracks and turned around. Ao Duong Nuok was rushing toward them, accompanied by Uncle Lee. The young master flashed a bright, eager smile. Why do you not return to my estate to rest? When the grand auction begins, we can attend it together. What do you two brothers think? Hearing this, Uncle Lai grew visibly tense. Lam Than respectfully cupped his hands. Many thanks, little brother Ao Duong. However, my brother and I still have crucial matters to attend to. We will not trouble you any further. Ao Duong Nuok poked his index fingers together. Pouting his lips in utter boredom, he sighed. Very well then. Take care, you two. I have matters awaiting me at home, so I shall take my leave. He cheerfully cupped his hands. Until our paths cross again. Lam Than and Qiu Long mirrored the gesture in perfect unison, replying, Until our paths cross again. With their farewells spoken, the three warriors turned away. Each stepped toward their own fate. Lam Than's expression immediately darkened. The capital truly lives up to its name. Overwhelming spiritual energy surges through the very air. I can only wonder if the hounds of the punishment hall have tracked me here. Meanwhile, Qiu Long casually admired the vibrant surroundings. Lam Than turned to him with a heavy frown. Qiu Long, stay focused. We have serious matters to discuss. Nearby, a local fisherman proudly held up a massive, glistening catch. He called out with a warm smile. Take 2 of these, young masters. Freshly caught this morning, they are practically still swimming. Qiu Long waved his hand in refusal. He offered an awkward smile. I am merely looking. Not buying. Lamthan stood in absolute silence, staring at his companion. Confused, Qiulong tilted his head. What is it, brother Than? Did you happen to see that magnificent flying fish back on Tython Island? Lamthan closed his eyes in pure exhaustion. I saw it. We are not on a sightseeing vacation. Feeling entirely mocked, the fisherman erupted in anger. If you are not buying, then stop staring. Ignoring the outburst, the two continued their journey. Qiulong spoke up with absolute confidence. As long as we have the ingredients, I can forge pills endlessly. Whatever you desire, you shall have. Lamthan shot him a piercing glare. His voice dropped to a serious whisper. Are you absolutely certain you can refine the Dharma spirit pill? Qiulong immediately straightened his posture. Not only can I refine it, my creation holds the power of 2 dragons. Its purity shatters the limits of any ordinary pill. As he boasted, his nose inexplicably began to stretch longer and longer. He flashed a cheeky grin. Do you finally see just how legendary your little brother truly is? A heavy drop of sweat rolled down Lamthan's face. Right. To break through to the divine Dharma realm, I will need a colossal mountain of those pills. My fate now rests in your hands. Qiulong beamed with overwhelming pride. He threw an arm over Lamthan's shoulder. Brother Thon, tell me the truth. In a massive empire like this, where are the pleasure districts? Lamthan could only force a weary smile. What is going through your head? Focus on your ingredient list. I need to know exactly what to hunt down. Qiulong waved off the concern. This capital is a treasure trove of heavenly herbs. Any common medicine pavilion will have what we need. So let us go experience the nightlife first. Rage instantly flared in Lamthan's eyes. He delivered a punishing smack straight to the back of Qiulong's head. He scolded fiercely. Forget the nightlife. Stop absorbing such absolute garbage. Qiulong crumpled to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Mercy. That actually hurts. Since when were you such a righteous saint, brother Than? A short while later, the 2 warriors stood before the towering gates of the 10,000 herb pavilion. The moment they crossed the threshold, a chorus of vulgar laughter assaulted their ears. That tonic the manager sold me worked absolute miracles. You should have heard the melodies that Brothel Beauty was singing last night. Spare us the fairy tales. With your pathetic little dagger, not even a divine pill could raise the dead. A burst of laughter echoed through the hall. Lin Chen locked his piercing gaze upon the 2 men, who leaned casually against the medicine counter, deep in conversation. His mind raced with questions. Liu Tongtian? The brown-haired cultivator suddenly spoke up, breaking the noise. We are in for a spectacular show this time. The Sword Immortal Sect and the Chaos Immortal Sect. 2 great immortal factions are clashing. Heads will undoubtedly roll, and blood will flow like rivers. It will be a ruthless fight to the bitter end. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in serious thought. Shouldn't Liu Tongtian be focusing all his power on breaking through to the 5th stage of the divine law realm? Why would he waste his precious time coming to the royal capital right now? Why show up here of all places? The shopkeeper spotted Lin Chen and Zhao Long. He eagerly waved his hands. Welcome, esteemed guests. Lin Chen met his gaze in cold silence. A bystander nearby called out. Let us clear the area. The shopkeeper has real business to attend to. The old man smiled warmly at the duo. What rare spiritual herbs bring your esteemed selves to my humble shop today? Zhao Long furrowed his brows and demanded straight to the point. Dharma dragon grass. Do you have a massive supply of it? The shopkeeper clapped his hands together, forcing a polite but nervous smile. We certainly have the stock in our vault, but the cost is rather astronomical. Zhao Long stepped forward with intense urgency. The price is absolutely no obstacle, but we require exactly 300 stalks. Can your medicine pavilion fulfill this massive order? The shopkeeper's jaw dropped in absolute shock. He gasped loudly. 300 stalks? That would cost an unbelievable 5 million spirit coins. Giant Elephant Zhao Long did not hesitate for a single second. He slammed a heavy pouch of wealth onto the counter. His voice carried a deadly, serious tone. Did you think we could not afford it? 500,000 is perfectly fine. Bring out the Dharma dragon grass for this young master immediately. The shopkeeper stared at the overflowing pouch. He was completely paralyzed by utter disbelief. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall. Shopkeeper, we are claiming every single stalk of Dharma dragon grass in the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Lin Chen, Zhao Long, and the old man froze in their tracks. The sheer audacity of the demand shocked them. Their eyes instantly darted toward the pavilion entrance. Zhao Long and the merchant immediately recognized the arriving figures. All the color drained from the shopkeeper's face. The Sword Dao Seven Heroes? The infamous seven, backed by cultivators of the Sword Immortal sect, marched into the room with overwhelming arrogance. The terrified shopkeeper scrambled over to greet them. He forced a trembling, submissive smile. Sword Dao Seven Heroes, I have revered your legendary names for ages. We welcome your esteemed presence. This is the ultimate honor for our 10,000 medicine pavilion. Zhao Long glared at the intruders with a heavy scowl. The leader of the seven heroes spoke with icy detachment. The seven of us have descended upon this place for the sole purpose of buying all your Dharma dragon grass. Spare us your pathetic flatteries. The merchant bowed deeply. Understood, my lords, perfectly understood. The blue-haired cultivator barked his orders impatiently. Hurry it up. Do not test our limited patience. Zhao Long's aura flared as he shouted back. We have already paid for our share. Lin Chen stepped forward, his tone sharp with warning. A merchant must honor his agreements. Shopkeeper, do you fully understand the grave consequences of breaking a cultivator's trust? The old man turned ghastly pale, glancing fearfully at Zhao Long. He was trapped in an impossible, deadly situation. His entire body trembled violently in sheer terror. Yes, esteemed masters, you are absolutely correct. Sweating profusely, he turned back to the tyrannical seven heroes. To speak the complete truth to your eminences, our 10,000 medicine pavilion held exactly 6,000 stalks of the Dharma dragon grass. However, these two young cultivators have just secured a purchase of 3,000 stalks. There are only 3,000 stalks remaining in the vault. The seven heroes slowly shifted their lethal gazes toward Lin Chen. The leader let out a mocking gasp of surprise. Immediately after, a dark, murderous intent shadowed his face. He roared with blazing fury. Whose disciples are you two? We are the seven sword heroes of the Sword Immortal sect. We are claiming every single Dharma dragon herb on this street. Those 3,000 stalks of yours, two are no longer yours to buy. Lin Chen frowned with a mocking smirk. My deepest apologies, gentlemen. We carry a vital mission. Our deal with the shopkeeper is already sealed. We cannot step aside. The seven sword heroes erupted in blinding rage. A suffocating spiritual pressure crashed onto the shopkeeper. The leader snarled. Shopkeeper, are you absolutely sure you want to serve them? The terrified shopkeeper stammered helplessly. Utterly drained, he cried out in his own mind. Both sides are in the mighty divine law realm. Why must heaven punish me like this? Losing his patience, the swordsman pressed cold steel right against the shopkeeper's throat. Tell these two fools that their little transaction is completely cancelled. The shopkeeper stared at the deadly blade, as tears of absolute horror spilled from his eyes. Cold sweat drenched his trembling body under the lethal threat. He frantically cried out, Fine, the deal is off, it is completely off. Their transaction is cancelled, right this instant. Hearing this cowardice, Zhao Long exploded in anger. He hoisted the shopkeeper up by his collar and roared, Shopkeeper, what is the meaning of this? Our business was already settled. You dare toss it aside just like that? If my master finds out, your life will be a living hell. The shopkeeper panicked wildly, waving his hands. Dear customer, please quell your mighty rage. I truly have no other choice in this matter. Lin Chen's expression darkened as his voice cut through the chaos. Seven sword heroes. The world of commerce operates on a first-come, first-served basis. Is such blatant coercion the act of a prestigious sect? The seven sword heroes flinched, their pride stinging. The swordsman raised his gleaming blade high. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed with venomous fury. What are you implying? You dare insult our Sword Immortal sect? Get lost this instant, or I will strike you down right where you stand. Unfazed, Lin Chen stepped forward, directly facing the armed swordsman. His piercing glare locked onto his enemy. Is that so? The swordsman froze, utterly stunned by this fearless aura. The green-haired and brown-haired lackeys instantly drew their weapons, ready to spill blood. But suddenly, the second senior brother strode powerfully into the room. He barked out a harsh, commanding order. All of you, get out. You are a total embarrassment. The dark blonde disciple asked in utter shock. Second senior brother? Why are you here? The seven sword heroes quickly turned to face him. The second senior brother stepped forward, his tone chillingly calm. If I did not come, I would be collecting your corpses. The dark blonde man instantly broke into a cold sweat. He was rendered completely speechless. The second senior brother suddenly clasped his hands in profound respect. Brother Lin Chen. These brats from my Sword Immortal sect are still far too green. They foolishly failed to recognize your legendary name. I beg you to show my senior brother some face. Please do not lower yourself to their miserable level. The seven sword heroes gasped, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. Is he the monster known as Lin Chen of the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 sect? The black-haired man beside him grimaced in utter disbelief. Lin Chen offered a faint, knowing smile. Since they are the junior brothers of Brother Wu Dao, we shall let this matter rest. The second senior brother immediately shot a lethal glare behind him. You absolute fools! Hurry up and thank Brother Lin Chen. The seven sword heroes and the black-haired man turned deathly pale. The once proud swordsmen instantly dropped to their trembling knees. The leader stammered out in pure terror. Big Brother Lin Chen, we seven heroes had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. We beg for your boundless mercy. Please do not hold this against us. We no longer want those Dharma Dragon herbs. They are all entirely yours. Lin Chen looked down at their pathetic state with an amused smirk. Is that so? Then I will not stand on ceremony. Qiao Long pointed an accusing finger at them, spitting with residual fury. If my brother Chen had not shown mercy, every single one of you would be nothing but ashes by now. Lin Chen shot his companion a sharp, sidelong glance. He issued a stern and annoyed warning. You are far too modest. Second senior brother looked at Lin Chen with absolute seriousness. Brother Lin Chen, did you come to the capital strictly for the Shengxi auction? Lin Chen maintained his calm composure. He thought to himself, so everyone is truly gathering for this legendary event. Without hesitation, Lin Chen gave a firm nod. That is absolutely correct. Rumor has it that a mysterious faction will join this time. I wonder if Brother Wu Dao has heard any whispers of this? Meanwhile, the shopkeeper carefully presented a wooden box. He offered an apologetic smile to Qiao Long. Respected customer, here is the Dharma Dragon herb you requested. My previous actions were strictly out of my hands. Please do not be angry. Qiao Long crossed his arms, fuming. I am already furious. Just wait until I return and report to my master. You are completely dead meat. The shopkeeper stood there, completely speechless. Back to the conversation, second senior brother's tone grew heavy. It is exactly as they say. The auction treasures have not only drawn emperor rank experts like Liu Tongtian, but they have also lured out other mysterious factions. Brother Lin Chen, you must stay entirely on your guard. Second senior brother reached inside his robes. He slowly pulled out two gilded invitations. A warm smile crossed his face. These are passes for tomorrow's grand Shengxi auction. Please accept them as my formal apology. I must make amends for my junior brother's sheer disrespect toward you. Lin Chen accepted the invitations, weighing them in his hand. He replied with polite respect, You have my gratitude. Deep down, a surge of relief washed over him. This is absolutely perfect. I was just wondering how to sneak into the venue. Now I can simply walk straight through the front gates. Night fell over the Wanlong Tavern. A brilliant moonlight bathed the entire courtyard in silver. It was a truly picturesque scene. Inside his room, Lin Chen rested his heavy head against his hand. Exhaustion crept in, and he was just about to close his eyes for a brief moment. Suddenly, Qiao Long's loud voice shattered the silence. Brother Chen, I have finally finished refining the Dharma Spirit Pill. Lin Chen groggily opened his eyes. But the moment he saw Qiao Long's current state, sheer shock woke him up entirely. The alchemist's hair was completely blown back in a charred mess. He flashed a wide grin, but a dark, ominous gas literally smoked from his teeth. Lin Chen immediately shoved 2 wads of paper up his nose. He yelled out, What in the world happened to you? Clutching a small medicine bottle tightly, Qiao Long just laughed with absolute glee. I dozed off and lost control of the flames. But do not worry, Brother Chen. The quality of the Dharma Spirit Pill remains absolutely flawless. Lin Chen stared at the glowing bottle. His eyes narrowed with deep suspicion as he asked, Are you entirely sure this will not kill me? Then his tone turned deadly serious. Qiao Long, stand guard for me. I must break through. I will advance my cultivation before dawn. Lin Chen and Qiao Long sat facing each other. Instantly, explosive auras erupted from both their bodies. Without wasting another second, the intense cultivation began. A majestic spiritual manifestation violently surged from Lin Chen's core. An overwhelming wave of power completely engulfed him. The sheer pressure forced a painful grimace onto his face. Qiao Long pushed himself to the absolute limit, pouring everything he had into assisting his brother. Watching Lin Chen, he thought, in pure disbelief. How is this even possible? This terrifying aura. He has not even reached the second level of the divine law realm. Yet, his pure strength. It completely eclipses 3 or 4 Emperor rank masters combined. Brother Chen is an absolute martial arts monster. Soon, the morning sun finally broke over the horizon. The rampant energy was entirely absorbed into Lin Chen's body. He opened his eyes, glowing with absolute satisfaction. Qiao Long, you have worked incredibly hard. The exhausted alchemist forced himself to stand. His body was completely drained. Dazed, he mumbled, the sun is already up. Brother Chen, we must head straight to the auction right now. Lin Chen looked at the burnt state of his loyal companion. He could not hold back a sudden chuckle. All right, let us move out. The scene shifts to the Grand Shengxi Pavilion. Located near the capital's royal palace, endless waves of cultivators were already marching through the gates. In the heart of the imperial capital, the grand auction awaited. At this moment, Lam Thun and Qiao Long arrived at the gates. The legendary Thin the Pavilion stood before them. He gazed up at the towering signplate. Thin the Pavilion. What an arrogant name. Suddenly, 2 massive guards blocked their path, towering over Lam Thun and Qiao Long. Their voices boomed in perfect unison, demanding proof of entry. Show your invitations. Lam Thun calmly raised his hand, revealing 2 golden passes. Are you looking for these? The guards' fierce expressions melted instantly, flashing fawning smiles. They swiftly cleared the path, bowing deeply. They chimed together. Yes, yes, of course. Please enjoy your time inside, honored guests. Lam Thun's sweat dropped, rendered completely speechless by their sudden change in attitude. Stepping into the grand hall of the pavilion, a whole new world opened up. Qiao Long flushed red, exclaiming with sheer excitement, Brother Than, look at all these beauties. Lam Thun was equally mesmerized, completely captivated by the sight. Look at you, acting so inexperienced. Lam Thun teased with a chuckle, though his own eyes were glued to the scene. But he is absolutely right, he thought inwardly. 4 breathtakingly beautiful women stood there, looking like descending goddesses, guarding the entrance to welcome the elite guests. The 4 beauties spoke in perfect unison. We welcome your esteemed presence. Greetings, little sword emperor. Lam Thun was drooling shamelessly. It was as if the spirit of Zhu Baji had completely possessed his body. Did 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 arrange this special welcome? He wondered inwardly. Qiao Long's eyes were practically sparkling with stars. Brother Than, we have struck gold. Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the hall, calling out to Lam Thun and Qiao Long. Brother Lam Thun, Brother Qiao Long. Startled, both snapped back to reality, turning around to see 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 approaching. His aura steady and refined. I have been respectfully waiting for hours. He offered a polite gesture. Please follow me. This was the famed Little Sword Emperor, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. The grand auction within the Thin the Pavilion was finally about to commence. Elite cultivators filled the luxurious seats. Waiting in tense anticipation, Lam Thun and Qiao Long took their places among them. Settling into their high-tier seats, their faces beamed with absolute excitement, ready for the bidding war. But suddenly, a chill ran down Lam Thun's spine. He flinched visibly. A familiar, suffocating aura pressed down. He narrowed his eyes. This heavy pressure, who is it? He sharply turned his head, locking eyes with a menacing figure. Lu Thongtian sat there, glaring forward. His suspicions were instantly confirmed. Lu Thongtian. I knew it was him. Beneath the soaring ceiling of the grand hall, a resonant voice echoed through the venue, grabbing everyone's attention. Welcome, fellow Taoists and esteemed seniors. The auction has officially begun. Mok Tam stood at the podium, a radiant, cunning smile on her face. Before the bidding starts, I have wonderful news for you all. Among tonight's extraordinary treasures, the organizers have added a last-minute surprise. A genuine Blood Abyss treasure map. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒's calm facade shattered. He furrowed his brows, a deep sense of confusion flashing across his eyes. Lam Thun and Qiao Long were equally stunned. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, igniting absolute frenzy. Gasps of disbelief echoed everywhere. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒's expression turned dead serious. The bloodlust aura in the Blood Abyss is devastating. The deeper you go, the more reality distorts. If anyone wants to explore its deadly core, an accurate map is a matter of life and death. Could this auction item truly be the legendary Blood Abyss map? Lam Thun and Qiao Long stared at him, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Qiao Long frowned with uneasy realization. My master warned me about this. The sudden, chaotic anomalies, surrounding the blood abyss lately. Countless experts are plotting to investigate. This is no ordinary auction anymore. A storm of blood is brewing here. Tension gripped Lamthan's voice as he asked, "Brother Vodao, are you also targeting the blood abyss?" 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐿 met his gaze. A subtle smile played on his lips. "I cannot hide anything from you. Rumors say this unprecedented anomaly was triggered by the birth of a quasi-Dao artifact, a weapon of divine power. Whoever claims this quasi-Dao artifact will gain absolute, world-shaking combat strength, will multiply immensely. To enter the Blood Abyss, we must first acquire the Blood Abyss map." Lin Chen and Jiao Long were completely stunned. They both asked in unison, "A quasi-Dao artifact?" A gray-haired elder leaped to his feet in sheer excitement. "Miss Mu Xin, what exactly is this? Stop keeping us in suspense." Another, gray-haired elder abruptly stood up, glaring at Mu Xin. "That is right. If you already possess the Blood Abyss treasure map, then there is absolutely no need to auction the other treasures. Bring out the treasure map right now, Mu Xin." Mu Xin smiled brightly and replied, "Do not rush, everyone. We have over 120 auction items. That legendary treasure map will be secretly hidden inside a random item. This means that whoever randomly purchases an item has a chance to obtain the Blood Abyss treasure map." Jiao Long focused solely on devouring his massive chicken leg. He asked in total confusion, "Damn it, why not auction the treasure map directly instead of giving it away as a random bonus?" Lin Chen observed closely and spoke with profound calmness. "No, I believe their method is an absolutely brilliant idea." Jiao Long turned completely serious and looked at him, asking, "A brilliant idea?" At that exact moment, Jian Wudao also asked the exact same question in sheer astonishment. "A brilliant idea?" Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brows and replied, with dead seriousness, "Think about it. The auction house suddenly announced they have a treasure map, while secretly hiding it within the 120 auction items. To get their hands on this legendary map, cultivators who originally only wanted to buy a single Emperor rank artifact will have no choice but to buy countless other items just for a chance. Does that not make this auction a massive, profitable scheme?" Jiao Long furiously took a massive bite of his food. He roared loudly, "Shameless merchants!" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Calm down. We cannot afford to buy anything anyway. Let us just enjoy the spectacular show." A moment later, Mu Xin brought out a mysterious circular treasure in her hands. She introduced it. "The Great Extinguishing Fire Flame Array. The starting price is 1,000,000 true chi pills." A man immediately shouted his bid. 1,200,000. Then another cultivator roared, 2,000,000. Another rival raised the stakes. 5,000,000. A long-haired man furiously screamed, 10,000,000. Mu Xin quickly called out, 10,000,000 going once, 10,000,000 going once, 10,000,000 going twice, 10,000,000 going thrice. Sold for 10,000,000. She slammed her hammer down heavily to seal the deal. Xiao Long muttered in sheer boredom, "I am so sleepy, Brother Chen. I spent all night refining pills without a wink of sleep. I am dying of exhaustion." Lin Chen merely kept his piercing gaze fixed on the stage, without saying a single word. As another ancient treasure was brought up, someone immediately shouted their bid. Mu Xin loudly counted down. 1,000,000 going once. Mu Xin continued to shout, 1,000,000 going twice, 1,000,000 going thrice. Sold for 1,000,000. The moment she finalized the price, her hammer struck the table with a resounding thud. The massive pillars of the Shengxi Pavilion stood unyielding. They projected an aura of absolute ancient majesty. Mu Xin immediately presented the next item. "The next treasure is a 1,000-year Emperor rank ginseng. The starting price is 3,000,000. 2 hours later, Mu Xin held a mysterious spirit stone that radiated a terrifying aura of dark energy. She spoke with absolute calmness. "Next up is our 101st auction item, a relic brought back directly from the forbidden Blood Abyss. Its original owner found it profoundly mysterious. Even when a half-step divine realm powerhouse exerted their full power, they could not break its seal. Thus, it has been brought to this auction. The starting price is a mere 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." The crowd erupted in fury. A blonde-haired man roared in protest. "What? Are you trying to scam us with this trash?" A blue-haired man snarled in agreement. "Do not tell me a treasure map is hidden inside this garbage." A brown-haired elder gritted his teeth. "How dare you auction a useless piece of scrap metal? Have you gone mad for money? Only a fool would buy this." Lin Chen rested his chin on his hand. A cold smile touched his lips. He was deeply intrigued. Brought back from the blood abyss? How fascinating. Mu Xin looked flustered. Although it is not a great treasure, the price is incredibly low. She forced a polite smile. The three men stared at her. They were utterly speechless at her weak defense. Suddenly, Blood Elder spoke up. Lin Chen, this is a fragment of the heaven-devouring tower. Such a massive relic is enough to push you straight into the yin-yang realm. Lin Chen fell dead silent. Why would a fragment of the heaven-devouring tower appear in the blood abyss? Blood Elder desperately urged him to buy it. Lin Chen grimaced, pointing at his pitifully empty pouch. He felt completely helpless. I do not have the money for this. Stop hesitating, Blood Elder shouted. If you wait any longer, someone else will snatch it. Lin Chen reluctantly raised his hand. 150,000 true Qi giant elephant spirit stones. He prayed silently in his heart. I only have 500,000 total. Please, let me win this one. The crowd instantly erupted in whispers. This fool has gone mad for a treasure map. Spending 150,000 on scrap metal. They burst into mocking laughter. Which sect does this idiot belong to? Give him a break. There is still a 1% chance that a treasure map is actually hidden inside. Lin Chen scratched his head in utter embarrassment. Mu Xin eagerly raised her gavel. Do we have any other bids? Suddenly, a massive bid shattered the hall's tension. 3 million. Mu Xin froze in pure shock. Lin Chen's blood ran cold. He stood there like a stone statue. 3 million? Is this a joke? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen's expression turned dark as he glared at Lu Tongtian. He was the one who bid 3 million. The arrogant man walked straight toward Lin Chen. Well, if it is not my little brother, Lin Chen. Long time no see. I never expected you to break through to the Emperor realm. How impressive. Lin Chen tensed up. Enemies truly do cross paths on narrow roads. To think I would run into you here. Liu Tongtian casually scratched his cheek. A provocative sneer appeared on his face. Honestly, I could not care less about that scrap metal. I simply wanted to snatch whatever caught your eye. Well, do you want to raise your bid? Liu Tongtian looked down at him with utter disdain. He continued his arrogant taunting. Or rather, can you even afford it? Lin Chen furrowed his brows in deep frustration. 500,000 true Qi giant elephant spirit stones is my absolute limit. He was truly completely broke. Suddenly, Qiao Long slammed his hand onto the table. He held up a massive pouch of spirit stones, a wild grin on his face. Brother Chen, there are 10 million spirit stones in here. Spend it however you like. Mu Xin stood frozen at the auction stage. The entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. Lin Chen grabbed the heavy pouch from Qiao Long, with one hand holding the wealth and the other resting on his friend's shoulder. Lin Chen grinned. You are a true brother. Qiao Long's eyes curved into a joyful smile. We cannot let them disrespect us like this. Brother Chen, spend every last stone. I will just get more from my master later. After all, my master has quite the legendary reputation. With immense wealth in hand, Lin Chen spoke with absolute dominance. Liu Tongtian stood completely still, halting his actions. Lin Chen revealed his heavy coin pouch with a bright smile. He fearlessly called out his bid. 10 million. The crowd instantly erupted into chaotic murmurs. 10 million. What incredible arrogance. To openly defy the Heavenly Ice Emperor like this. Is he actively courting death? Mu Xin nervously shifted her gaze between Lin Chen and Liu Tongtian. Her voice carried a heavy tension as she asked, Heavenly Ice Emperor, do you wish to raise your bid? Liu Tongtian replied with cold indifference. I am done bidding. Liu Tongtian settled back into his grand seat. He calmly picked up his teacup. Scrap metal is only fit for useless trash. Why would I ever need it? Would you not agree? My little brother. Lin Chen? Lin Chen returned the fierce banter with a cheerful smile. The Heavenly Ice Emperor is absolutely right. Scrap. Metal perfectly suits worthless trash like me. Otherwise, it would be entirely impossible to display its true hidden value. While a supposedly great and powerful figure, like you only cares about stealing martial arts from the Lin family's young master. Why would you ever desire such a trivial little toy, right? Boiling with sudden fury, Liu Tongtian clenched his fists tightly. He fiercely ground his teeth in pure anger. You! The surrounding crowd immediately began to gossip wildly. I heard the Heavenly Ice Emperor actually stole a martial art from the Lin family's young master. Is that rumor really true? If so, that is utterly despicable, right? Jian Wudao quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Chen tightly by the arm. He called out in a low, urgent voice, "Brother Lin Chen." Jian Wudao spoke with strict seriousness. "Are you out of your mind right now? This is definitely no time to pick a fight with Liu Tongtian. 10 million is simply not worth the price." Lin Chen cast a brief glance back at his companion. He calmly replied, "Do not worry. I know exactly what I am doing." Mu Xin cheerfully gestured toward Lin Chen with a bright smile. "Since no one else is bidding, congratulations to the esteemed guest in VIP Room 7. You have officially won the 100th auction item." Mu Xin swiftly struck her wooden gavel against the podium. "Will, the esteemed guest of Room 7, please pay the transaction fee right here." Without hesitation, Lin Chen quickly tossed the heavy coin pouch toward Mu Xin with a joyful expression. Jian Wudao watched this with a darkened, pained face. Ah, what an absolute spendthrift. Meanwhile, Qiao Long clutched his face in sheer excitement. He loudly praised Lin Chen's bold actions. "Brother Chen is so majestic. Brother Chen is simply incredible." Mu Xin caught the heavy pouch. A few stray coins spilled out, creating a crisp, clinking sound. Mu Xin held the pouch and picked up one single coin to inspect. She gazed at it deeply, revealing a subtle, knowing smile. Suddenly, Mu Xin beamed and threw a mysterious scroll directly toward Lin Chen. Moving on, pure instinct, Lin Chen snatched it right out of the air. His face showed absolute shock. Mu Xin announced in a loud, echoing voice, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 8, the fellow cultivator sitting in the special seat. Among the 100 auctioned items, you have successfully won the Blood Abyss treasure map." High above the hall, a grand banner unrolled to reveal the epic announcement. "Congratulations on finding the grand treasure." Lin Chen froze completely in place like a statue. The surrounding crowd screamed in absolute disbelief. How is this even possible? This level of luck is simply heaven-defying. Why could it not have been me? I would have gladly paid 30 million for that. Qiao Long cried out in pure, unadulterated joy. "Brother Chen is amazing. I absolutely love you, Brother Chen." Lin Chen stared intensely at the ancient scroll in his hands. Still completely stunned by the situation, he thought to himself, "What is up with this insane dog luck of mine?" Jian Wudao was deeply shocked, yet he managed to maintain a calm facade as he finally spoke. "This situation, Brother Lin Chen. This heaven-sent luck of yours." Lin Chen slowly unrolled the ancient scroll. Both he and Qiao Long shared a sudden burst of thrilled laughter, but lurking right behind them, countless bloodshot eyes glared fixedly at Lin Chen's unprotected back. Sensing the terrifying danger, Jian Wudao and Qiao Long swiftly turned their heads. Qiao Long asked in pure confusion, "Brother Thon, these parasites definitely want to steal our treasure map. What should we do?" 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 chimed in with a warning. "There is no shortage of royal elites here. Brother Lam Thun, you are completely doomed." Lam Thun just smiled faintly, replying with absolute calm, "It seems unless we fight to the bitter end, we cannot leave this prosperity pavilion." Suddenly, the treasure scroll erupted with blinding light. Lam Thun stood completely frozen. Qiao Long stared at him in utter confusion. Without warning, Lam Thun tightly grabbed Qiao Long's shoulder. The sudden move made him panic. Lam Thun tightened his grip and launched into the air. "Hold on tight. We are making a run for it." 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 instantly dashed right behind them. 3 men nearby saw this and roared in fury. "Chase them down. The treasure map is in his hands. No one is allowed to fight me for it. That map belongs to this emperor." Lam Thun gritted his teeth. He forcefully dragged Qiao Long, crashing right through the roof of the prosperity pavilion. The furious mob relentlessly hurled rocks at the two of them. Several men leaped up, violently grabbing onto Qiao Long's pants. His face instantly turned a sickly pale. Tears of sheer frustration streamed down Qiao Long's face. He screamed in pure panic, "Brother Than, my belt is about to snap off." Lam Thun shot him a deadly glare. "Is your life more important? Or your belt? Just hold on tight." Lam Thun, Qiao Long, and 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 finally landed on the city roof. Qiao Long desperately clutched his pants. He whined with an embarrassed face, "My precious belt." Lam Thun cast an annoyed glance over his shoulder. The relentless mob was still hunting the three of them, while keeping a desperately tight grip on his pants. Qiao Long nervously checked their rear. He asked in sheer confusion, "Why are they not launching any attacks at us?" 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐿 trailed behind and answered with icy calm. Within the borders of the imperial palace, using martial force is strictly forbidden. Violators are killed without mercy. But wait until we make it out. Outside the palace, it will be a completely different bloodbath. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐿 shouted to Lam Thun. Brother Lam Thun, what is your exact plan? Lam Thun continued his explosive sprint forward. He threw a quick glance back at 𝐓𝐑𝐿. We shake off this mob and head straight to the blood abyss. 𝐓𝐑𝐿's expression darkened with absolute gravity. It will be incredibly hard to escape this relentless crowd. It seems I can no longer share this path with you. Lam Thun fired back in total shock. Why? The three of us must leave together. 𝐓𝐑𝐿 suddenly halted his footsteps. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. With an incredibly serious tone, he spoke. Luothong Thien and the First Prince have already caught up. Both of you, leave immediately. I will hold the rear. Two menacing silhouettes were rocketing straight toward 𝐓𝐑𝐿's position. Lam Thun abruptly stopped as well. He argued fiercely. Let us go together. I have the map. The three of us can still fight together. Qiulong furrowed his brows in deep anxiety. He is right. Brother 𝐓𝐑𝐿, you must come with us. 𝐓𝐑𝐿 gritted his teeth and roared. Stop talking. Leave right now. Do not waste my noble sacrifice. Qiulong asked with extreme tension. Brother Thun, what do we do? Lam Thun ground his teeth together, torn by impossible choices. 𝐓𝐑𝐿 had already turned his back to them. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lam Thun forcefully spun his body around. Locking his eyes on the path ahead, he roared. Let's go! 𝐓𝐑𝐿 let out an icy, fearless smirk. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He gripped his sword with bone-crushing force. With a burst of aura, he unleashed a devastating sword strike at Luothong Thien. Caught completely off guard, Luothong Thien barely crossed both arms to block the brutal impact. The sun slowly bled into the horizon, casting twilight over the dense forest. Startled birds scattered chaotically from the towering branches. Lam Thun pressed forward, his eyes locked, onto the glowing treasure scroll unrolled in his hands. Travel 1,000 miles to the east. There lies a forbidden land known as Ghost God Valley. Cross Ghost God Valley, and we will finally reach the blood abyss. Xiaolong's brow furrowed deeply. My master warned me about this ghost demon valley. They say countless heavenly treasures are hidden within. He flinched, casting a nervous glance behind him. Legends also speak of a demon dragon. Who knows if the rumors are true? Lin Chen simply kept walking forward. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past them. Xiaolong froze in pure terror. Brother Chen, slow down. I am terrified. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Then hurry up and stay close. Trembling, Xiaolong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He forced a nervous smile. Brother Chen, we have been walking for nearly an hour. Let us rest for a moment. Lin Chen ignored him, his gaze locked. Intently onto the ancient scroll, he finally stowed the parchment away. His eyes drifted to a nearby stream, where a silver fish breached the surface. There is a river just ahead, Lin Chen noted. Let us catch some fish to fill our stomachs. Xiaolong immediately threw his hands up in agreement. Okay. Soon, an unlucky fish met its fate at their hands. They roasted it over a crackling campfire. The savory aroma of cooked meat filled the tense air. Xiaolong stared at the meal, practically drooling. Is it ready yet, Brother Chen? Lin Chen swallowed hard, fighting his own hunger. Wait just a little longer, you glutton. Xiaolong audibly gulped. Suddenly, a pained, agonizing groan echoed through the woods. Both men froze, cold sweat dripping down their faces. They asked in unison, Was that your stomach? Xiaolong rubbed his face while Lin Chen waved his hands. They violently shook their heads. Not me. The wretched groan sounded again, growing louder and clearer by the second. Panic struck the duo. They quickly realized the mysterious sound was coming from behind the nearby bushes. Xiaolong whispered, Did that sound like a woman? Lin Chen shot him a deeply confused glare. What do you mean by that? I am too young to understand. Lin Chen cautiously parted the thick foliage to investigate. Wearing a cheeky grin, Xiaolong peeked over his shoulder. Lying there was Qiu Yuning, her entire body covered in ominous purple veins. She was sprawled on the dirt, eyes squeezed shut in absolute agony. The moment Xiaolong laid eyes on her, his eyes lit up with utter infatuation. Brother Chen, a literal goddess has descended. Lin Chen's face remained deadly serious. I am not blind. She is critically injured. His sharp gaze locked onto the terrifying purple corruption spreading across her flesh. He thought to himself, is she being consumed by ghost demon Qi? But Jiao Long was completely lost in a trance, repeating like a fool, Brother Chen. A celestial fairy has descended. Lin Chen shot him a stern look. I said I am not blind. She is dying. He inspected her devastating wounds closer. This severe corrosion is definitely the work of demonic aura. Violent purple streaks pulsed menacingly across Yuning's skin. He gently propped her up. Miss, can you hear me? Her pale face flushed feverishly. She weakly shoved him away. Do not touch me. Who are you people? Jiao Long stood frozen in panic. He stammered frantically. Brother Chen, who exactly are we? Lin Chen swiftly draped his coat over her shivering shoulders. We mean you no harm. My heavenly fiend Yama Sutra can extract the lethal ghost demon, Qi, from your body. Do not move a muscle. Lin Chen's aura flared. He barked a sudden order. Jiao Long, pin her down. Both Yuning and Jiao Long gasped in absolute shock. They screamed in unison, What are you doing? Lin Chen glared at them both, his blazing eyes filled with unyielding resolve. A powerful energy erupted around his body. Black flames engulfed his hands. He shouted, Heal! He slammed his glowing palm against her body. The dark fire surged forward. Wu Nung collapsed helplessly toward Qiao Long. He reached out, fumbling in a total panic. Miss, please do not move. She hit the ground hard, kicking violently at Qiao Long's vital spot. A sickening crack echoed. She screamed, Do not touch me. Lay one finger on me, and I will end you. Qiao Long dropped to his knees. Trembling in pain, he groaned, I did not even touch you. Why kick me? Meanwhile, Lam Than relentlessly extracted the demonic aura from her body. Wu Nung winced in pure agony. Gritting her teeth, she endured the suffering. The dark demonic veins across her skin began to fade, eventually vanishing, without a single trace. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Lam Than spoke with grave seriousness. The demonic aura within you has been completely purged. Rest for a few days, and you will fully recover. Qiao Long chewed miserably on a roasted fish, clutching his injured pride. Tears streamed down his face. It hurts, so damn much. Night soon fell over the desolate wasteland. The three gathered around a crackling campfire. Breaking the silence, Wu Nung asked, Why did you save me? Qiao Long, still holding his fish, pointed straight at Lam Than. Why else? Because my big brother Than is far too kind-hearted. He could never bear to see a fairy suffer. Right, brother? Lam Than. He looked utterly baffled. Picking up his food, he muttered, Let us just go with that. He paused. But how did you get infected? By such a deadly demonic aura? Wu Ngung tightened her fists. Her expression turned deadly serious as she shouted, The demonic God Valley. Lam Than flinched in absolute shock. You came from the demonic God Valley? He pressed further. Qiao Long widened his eyes, in pure astonishment. Wait, does that place really have tons of Dharma dragon grass? Wu Nung nodded, solemnly. Tens of thousands of them. But they are guarded by a ghost iron earth dragon, a beast at the second level of the divine soul realm. It was that exact monster that wounded me. Instantly, the two men shared the exact same greedy look. Drooling at the prospect, they shouted in unison, Tens of thousands of Dharma. Dragon grass. They lunged toward her, staring with dead serious pleading eyes. Take us there right now. Stunned, she threw her hands up defensively. Hearing their insane request, she was utterly bewildered. Her face turned completely pale. Soon after, Wu Nung guided them to a lush green field. Brilliant emerald energy radiated from the earth, illuminating the dark sky. The trio stood atop a towering ancient ruin. Qiao Long beamed with overflowing excitement. Resting, his hands on his hips, he cheered. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible, Brother Than. 30,000 stalks of Dharma. Dragon grass. I can literally see them waving at me. Wu Nung pointed toward a shattered fortress in the distance. Sliced into massive fragments, it looked like nothing more than a pile of rusted, scrap metal. That is the lair, she warned. The ghost iron earth dragon resides right there. She turned to Lam Than with a stern gaze. You must give me 5,000 stalks of the harvest. Lam Than smirked confidently. He pushed off the tower roof. Without hesitation, the two men leaped into the abyss. Thrilled by the upcoming battle, Lam Than declared, Not a problem at all, Qiao Long. Harvest the Dharma dragon grass. I will handle this overgrown lizard. Falling right behind him, Qiulong cheered back. You got it, Brother Than. Lamthan plummeted toward the earth. He landed heavily upon the mystical grass. His piercing gaze locked onto the ruins ahead. With a mere gesture, black flames ignited around his hands once more. A deep, echoing rumble shook the ground. Gulu! Gulu! A colossal, menacing shadow emerged from the depths. It roared furiously. Curse you! Which shameless little thief dares to trespass? Who comes to steal this Emperor's Dharma dragon grass? The Earth Dragon's bloodshot eyes glared through the darkness. It continued its furious cursing. Damn it! Damn it! The gigantic black silhouette loomed over them. You deserve death, it bellowed. Lamthan braced himself against the pressure. He instantly unleashed his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra. A devastating stream of black aura blasted straight toward the beast. His fierce strike slammed directly into its massive body. The monster's crimson eyes widened in sheer shock. The Earth Dragon opened its massive jaws. Devastating energy gathered within. It roared. You insignificant human! How dare you provoke this Emperor? I will tear your flesh to pieces. A terrifying magical blast shot straight toward Lin Chen. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon launched a brutal assault. An earth-shattering explosion echoed. Yet, Lin Chen moved like a phantom, flawlessly dodging the strike. Its overwhelming power demanded absolute caution. A sinister crimson light swallowed the entire space. The beast channeled its raging aura. It forged a catastrophic sphere of blazing fire. Lin Chen refused to be a sitting duck. His brows furrowed in deep concentration. Brilliant streams of azure aura erupted from his clenched fists. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate combat art, the heaven-subduing hand. His supreme attack clashed directly against the blazing meteor of fire. It was an epic collision of absolute opposites. The scorching flames represented the raw power of the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, meeting the divine force of the heaven-subduing hand. As they struck, the sphere of fire shattered into blinding sparks. It immediately triggered a catastrophic explosion. Within that dense curtain of smoke, the ghost Iron Earth Dragon shifted. From a ferocious giant beast, it reverted back into the form of a tiny black dragon, small and utterly harmless. It glared at Lin Chen, thinking, You dare clash with this Emperor? You court death. Lin Chen was left completely speechless by the sight. He casually crossed his arms. He watched the tiny creature to see what, exactly, it planned to do. Why was it glaring at him with such intense hatred? The tiny dragon remained arrogant. It pointed a tiny claw at him. You cunning human, do not take another step, or else, this Emperor will burn you to ashes. Suddenly, Lin Chen vanished and appeared right before it. All of its previous majesty instantly evaporated in fright. But the tiny creature stubbornly refused to yield. A fierce light flashed in its eyes. It desperately tried to threaten him once more. Cunning human, stay back. Otherwise, this Emperor will reduce you to ash. Lin Chen just stared at it in pure bewilderment. Are you truly the ghost Iron Earth Dragon? It slumped down, its tiny body trembling as it squeezed its eyes shut. I am that very Emperor. Lin Chen casually grabbed the creature by its tail. He hoisted it upside down with utter amusement. The dizzy little dragon turned pale green. It flailed its tiny limbs in a panic. Release this Emperor at once. Release me. You foolish human. You filthy thief. Lin Chen looked down at it with a teasing grin. If the fairy sister knew a tiny black dragon hurt her, she would probably die of embarrassment. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon continued to glare at him. There was zero trace of friendliness in its eyes. So, you and that wicked woman, Chu Yuning, you came here together. You are all nothing but thieves. Lin Chen finally grasped the situation. Oh, I see. So the fairy sister's name is actually Chu Yuning? Does that mean the magic dragon grass outside belongs to you? That is right. It belongs to this Emperor. Did you think it was yours? Without an explicit order from this Emperor, the magic dragon grass will not simply allow you to harvest it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you mean by that? The tiny dragon crossed its arms with smug arrogance. I am their absolute master. They obey my every command. Without my royal permission, they will never reveal their true forms. Just as the dragon finished its boast, a loud shout echoed. Brother Chen! Lin Chen instinctively spun around. Thanks to his grip, the tiny black dragon was swung along, leaving it completely dizzy and disoriented. He rushed back and asked, "What happened here?" Qiaolong and Chu Yuning stared anxiously at the magic dragon grass. It glowed brilliantly, yet remained completely untouchable. Qiaolong spoke with deep frustration. "The magic dragon grass in this place is bizarre. We cannot grasp it at all. It has no physical form." Chu Yuning quickly added, "This had to be the trickery of the ghost iron earth dragon." Lin Chen hoisted the beast up to face him. It chuckled with pure arrogance and declared, "This is indeed the Emperor's handiwork. The Dharma dragon grasses of Ghost God Valley are all my loyal subjects. If you want to take them away, you must beg for this Emperor's permission first." Zhao Long and Chu Wuning heard the beast's voice. They gasped in absolute disbelief. Is this really the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon? Hearing this, its ego swelled even further. It flicked its snout with a smug smirk. But Lin Chen had completely lost his patience. Furious at the beast's petty games, he crushed its neck in a death grip and roared, "Let them harvest the Dharma dragon grass, or else I will take you." A dark smile crept across his face. "And tear you into 8 pieces," the beast replied. "You really think this emperor fears you?" Its words carried a tough front, but its trembling voice betrayed its sheer terror. The trio then moved in perfect synchronization. Lin Chen gripped the beast's 2 horns and ordered, "Tell the Dharma dragon grass to reveal its true form right now." Zhao Long grabbed its left leg with a wicked glare. "I wonder what kind of pill we could refine. Using a little black dragon as the main ingredient?" Chu Wuning snatched its right leg with a cold reminder. "You injured me during our last encounter. That is a heavy debt. And I still have not settled the score with you." Surrounded by such lethal threats, the dragon realized it was entirely outmatched. Trembling in absolute fear, it cried out, "I yield. Take them. Just take them." Satisfied by the beast's surrender, the 3 cultivators finally released their grip. Glaring down at the creature, they commanded in unison, "Do it now." The ghost iron earth dragon desperately stomped its foot. Spiritual energy pulsed as the Dharma dragon grass began to writhe. The beast roared, "Demon Eye, Dharma, dragon grass, awaken." But as the dragon's command echoed through the valley, something dark stirred in the shadows. An ancient presence answered the call. A massive eye snapped open. The true demon eye had awakened. This was the very curse binding the Dharma dragon grass, the seal keeping cultivators from claiming the ultimate prize. The 3 warriors froze in their tracks. A chilling sense of dread washed over them. The ghost iron earth dragon shrieked in panic, "Harvest the Dharma dragon grass right now, or the demon eye will devour you all." The dark entity pulsed with terrifying vitality. A blazing crimson aura erupted. Blood-red beams of light pierced through the valley. "Zhao Long, move!" Lin Chen bellowed. Wasting no time, Zhao Long unleashed his mana. He desperately gathered the Dharma dragon grass, while the demon eye's oppressive aura grew exponentially fiercer. Sensing the catastrophic eruption about to unfold, the ghost iron earth dragon panicked. It spun around and fled like a coward, wailing in absolute terror as it bolted away. "We are all going to die. Run for your lives." Lin Chen stood his ground, unmoving. He locked eyes with the terrifying anomaly, his mind racing to comprehend this ominous threat. While Lin Chen stood frozen in shock, Blood Elder suddenly materialized right behind him with a warning. "That is the demon eye. Quickly use your ghost god eye to suppress it." Lin Chen instantly obeyed. He clasped his hands together, channeling his profound secret art. A colossal, flaming eye manifested behind him. Swirling streams of dominant aura engulfed the battlefield. Its power completely eclipsed the lesser demon eye. This was his ultimate technique, the ghost god eye. He commanded his divine gaze to strike, catching the demonic entity completely off guard. Every single blast shattered the air with thunderous shockwaves. A relentless barrage of devastating power rained down, paralyzed by overwhelming supremacy. The demon eye could only stand still and endure the brutal punishment. This brilliant tactical suppression proved Lin Chen's combat mastery was truly legendary. He launched a barrage of boulders straight at the demon eye. The ghost iron earth dragon watched from behind, utterly stunned by his overwhelming power. Its arrogant gaze completely vanished, replaced entirely by deep reverence. The beast thought to itself, "An absolute idol." He actually suppressed the demon eye. Finding its ultimate protector, it shamelessly clung to Lin Chen's leg. Leaving him utterly confused, it cried out, "Respected master, I am willing to become your humble servant. The demon eye suppressed me for hundreds of years. I once swore an oath that whoever could conquer this demon eye, I would serve them forever." It sobbed miserably as it spoke. Lin Chen looked down and asked, "Why in the world? Should I trust you?" The ghost Iron Earth Dragon spoke with absolute certainty. "I can lead Master to the Demon Emperor's cave, to claim the everlasting blood spirit fruit." Hearing the beast's words, Qiu Yuning, Lin Chen, and Zhao Long all gasped in unison. The cave. The Demon Emperor's cave. The everlasting blood spirit fruit. Exactly. The ghost god's eye, also known as the demon god's eye, ranks number 1 in the Samsara demon tome. To unleash its true, boundless power, one must consume the everlasting blood spirit fruit from the Demon Emperor's cave. To verify this claim, Lin Chen asked Qiu Yuning, "Fairy sister, is it telling the truth?" She nodded and replied, "Yes. The everlasting blood spirit fruit can resist the blood fiend demonic qi, found deep within the blood abyss. Just one fruit can be sold for an astronomical price." Lin Chen and Zhao Long exchanged a wicked glance. An astronomical price? They excitedly high-fived. Zhao Long laughed brightly. "This is perfect, Brother Chen. With the Dharma Dragon Grass and the everlasting blood spirit fruit in hand, our upcoming trip to the blood abyss will be totally worth it." Lin Chen replied with equal joy. With this, why worry about failing the Windfire Ancestors' mission? Qiu Yuning watched the two of them in utter disbelief. Lin Chen turned to the ghost Iron Earth Dragon. "Little bro, I accept you. Lead the way." He patted the beast on the head. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon melted at the touch, feeling both joyful and delightfully shy. The mighty beast proudly announced, "Master, the Demon Emperor's cave is right beneath my dragon nest. That scroll of the ghost god, that eye of yours, it is the very key to unlock the ancient cave." Arriving at the Demon Emperor's cave, they stopped before the massive gates. Zhao Long pointed and asked, "Is that groove in the middle meant for the scroll?" Lin Chen smirked. "Only one way to find out." He reached out and placed the red scroll into the carved slot. Just as expected, it was a perfect fit. The moment the scroll clicked into place, the ancient mechanisms roared to life. Slowly, the colossal stone doors began to part. In that instant, the forbidden path was finally revealed, accompanied by an incredibly blinding light. From the depths, heavy snow began to surge, while massive boulders violently crashed down, smashing against the floor with a deafening roar. Lin Chen, the Earth Dragon, Zhao Long, and Qiu Yuning stood frozen, staring into the gaping maw of the entrance. Zhao Long shielded his face and yelled, "Holy crap!" Lin Chen shouted, "The door is open. The snow and rocks are coming down harder." Without a second thought, they sprinted wildly inside, moving at lightning speed, not daring to stop for a breath. The swirling snow brought a bone-chilling cold. Howling winds sliced through the air as the temperature plummeted. Freezing to the core, they charged deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, a massive chest appeared before them. Its grim shape resembled a coffin. Forged from ancient, precious wood, it radiated an unbreakable aura. Though trapped within this domain, buried beneath pure white snow and an eerie, biting frost, something stood out. Encircling that massive coffin was a striking bed of brilliant red flowers. But upon closer inspection, they were not flowers at all. They had leaves, slender stems, and calyxes, yet they bore a blazing crimson fruit. Their fierce, fiery glow completely shattered the gloomy, freezing grip of winter. But the most shocking detail? These mystic plants took root directly in pure gold instead of ordinary soil. Lin Chen stared at the bizarre vegetation. A thought struck him. Could these be the legendary longevity blood spirit fruits? The ghost Iron Earth Dragon nodded gravely. "That is correct, Master." Beside him, Zhao Long could not hide his overwhelming excitement. He dashed forward, shouting, "Look at all these longevity blood spirit fruits. Brother Chen, we have struck absolute gold." But Lin Chen instantly threw his arm out. "Do not touch them," he warned. "This place could be rigged with deadly traps." Suddenly, from the shadows behind them, heavy footsteps echoed. A sinister laugh pierced the cold air. "I was just worrying about how to find the Demon Emperor's cave. How fortunate to have you as my guides." Lin Chen whipped around. "Who are you?" The intruder sneered with crushing arrogance. "I am Xue Xiao of the Blood Fiend tribe. Scram now, unless you wish to die." The Blood Elder instantly manifested. "Lin Chen, be on guard. His cultivation has reached the 3rd stage of the Divine Law Realm." Lin Chen's mind raced at the grim warning. The 3rd stage of the Divine Law Realm? He could slaughter us with a flick of his wrist. Masking his tension, Lin Chen asked coldly. Have you been tracking us? With the Blood Elder's dire warning still echoing, facing a third-stage divine law expert whose power completely eclipsed their own, Lin Chen knew one wrong word could mean death. He calculated his next move with chilling precision. He thought to himself, meeting force with force is pure suicide. Shui Xiao simply scoffed at the question. Does it matter now that you are cornered? His killing intent erupted as he roared. Drop dead. Destructive energy surged into his palms. Forming a lethal cultivation technique, he unleashed the devastating blast straight at Lin Chen. Astral Chi Net. Lin Chen and Xiao Long were completely immobilized by the pressure, but suddenly, a sharp screech tore through the air. A massive shadow materialized to block the fatal strike. The sheer impact forced the trio backward. Chu Yuning gasped in shock. What just happened? Xiao Long cautiously approached their sudden savior. His eyes widened with absolute awe as he shouted, "It is the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon." Shedding its harmless miniature form, the little black dragon underwent a legendary transformation. Its colossal body completely dwarfed their enemy. Unleashing a storm with its massive wings, its eyes burned with apocalyptic fury as it roared. "Ignorant insect, how dare you lay a finger on my master?" Shui Xiao trembled, his arrogant facade shattering. The ghost. The Ghost Iron. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon. But the furious dragon showed no mercy. A devastating core of hellfire gathered in its maw. With zero hesitation, it unleashed a blazing inferno. Shui Xiao desperately channeled his aura to defend himself, but how could a mere mortal withstand the apocalyptic wrath of a true dragon? The merciless flames scorched through his defenses, incinerating his eyes in an instant. The once untouchable and arrogant predator was now utterly crushed prey. Broken by the terrifying beast, he managed one last, agonizing, blood-curdling scream before collapsing lifelessly to the frozen earth. His jaw hung open in permanent horror, his empty sockets a hollow monument to pure dread. But lurking in the shadows, a mysterious figure, a hooded figure stood silently in the shadows. A strange talisman covered his face. He watched everything unfold. His hands clenched tightly into trembling fists. The mysterious watcher could not escape the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon. Stray sparks struck his face. The talisman burned to ash and fell away. Beneath it, a blurry and distorted face was finally revealed. Two blood-red vertical lines marked his skin. Still hiding beneath his hood, he remained dead silent. Suddenly, he lifted his head. Pure hatred radiated from him. Even behind the mask, his eyes were terrifying. They glowed with a blinding, sinister red light. Without warning, an armed assassin gripped his sword. He lunged forward. Lin Chen quickly stepped back and roared, "Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, breathe fire." The massive beast hovered high in the sky. Hearing its master's command, it dove down at lightning speed. It rushed to Lin Chen's defense. A devastating torrent of roaring flames erupted from its jaws. It incinerated anyone who dared to threaten its master. But the enemies refused to back down. They quickly formed a powerful defensive barrier. Lin Chen thought there was only one assassin. Suddenly, an entire army appeared. They swarmed the area. Every single one wore the exact same outfit. Hooded cloaks, eerie masks, and piercing red eyes. Drawing their blades, they charged into the battlefield. Xiao Long frowned deeply. Chu Yuning's eyes went wide with pure panic. Their cultivation levels were a complete mystery. However, one terrifying fact remained clear. They did not fear the dragon's flames. The endless swarm pushed forward. Attacking relentlessly, their leader locked his glowing red eyes. He glared directly at Lin Chen with killing intent. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon let out a heavy sigh. "Master, my pure true fire. It seems completely useless against these monsters." Lin Chen quickly asked, "Then what should we do?" Without hesitation, he dashed in front of Xiao Long and Chu Yuning. He lowered his voice and gave a swift order. "Go harvest the longevity blood spirit fruit. I will hold the line and crush them all right here." Xiao Long shouted back, "Brother Chen, we are counting on you." Meanwhile, Chu Yuning asked with a worried tone, "Can you really handle this alone?" Lin Chen remained absolutely calm. He charged headfirst into the enemy ranks. Striking down foes, he confidently replied, "More than enough. Take this chance and go now." Hearing Lin Chen's unwavering confidence, Xiao Long and Chu Yuning did not waste a single second. They turned and sprinted to secure the longevity blood spirit fruit. Lin Chen called out to his beast. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon answered. One man and one dragon united to slaughter the mysterious assassins. With a casual flick of its massive tail, the dragon shattered the enemy formation. Crushing them was as easy as flipping its claw. With every single tail strike, multiple assassins were sent flying to their doom. Lin Chen and his dragon completely overwhelmed the invaders. The enemy ranks crumbled into dust. They had proudly marched in, hoping to steal the supreme treasure. But now, one by one, they paid with their lives. Corpses littered the blood-stained battlefield. Broken bodies slumped lifelessly across the jagged rocks. Out of an entire, massive syndicate of assassins, only 3 men remained standing. Even after witnessing their comrades getting slaughtered, they felt zero fear. The final 3 charged wildly together, aiming straight for Lin Chen. He casually waved his hand. "You guys are still coming?" Raising his palm, he unleashed a devastating secret art. Battle Heaven Yamastar soldiers. A divine barrier erupted around Lin Chen's body. The assassins utterly failed to pierce his defense. Worse, the shockwave violently rebounded their own attack. In the end, not a single soul survived the massacre. With the annoying roadblocks finally cleared, the longevity blood spirit fruit was secured. Lin Chen let out a slow, tired sigh. He casually rolled his wrists to shake off the stiffness. The assassins were not terribly strong, but wiping them out still burned a lot of stamina. Suddenly, Lin Chen looked up. A strange, mysterious object pulsed with a faint glow. Curiosity sparking in his eyes, he asked, "What is this thing?" Blood Elder materialized from the void, ready to explain. "It is the 6 profound gates of life and death. The formation you shattered was merely its seal, the legendary gate of life and death." Lam Than reached out and grasped the ancient artifact. Blinding light erupted from its core, radiating an overwhelming, god-like power. Hewitt Lau's voice echoed with urgency. "Absorb it quickly. This was once a peak-tier Dao artifact. It will grant an unimaginable boost to your cultivation base." Lam Than immediately closed his eyes. Focusing his mind, he began to draw in the gate's boundless energy. As the ancient power surged into his veins, the physical artifact slowly dissolved into nothingness. The moment the absorption was complete, Qiulong's excited shout shattered the silence. "Brother Than, get over here. There is something hidden inside this coffin." Qiulong rushed toward the longevity spirit fruit. Lam Than dashed over, only to freeze in his tracks. He could only stare in utter disbelief at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. On one side, Qiulong was straining, using every ounce of his strength to shove the heavy coffin lid. "Give me a hand, will you? This thing is way too heavy." Meanwhile, a furious Thu Vu Nung was trying to drag him away. "Stop messing with it. Do you want to wake up a corpse demon?" Seeing the ridiculous struggle, the ghost iron earth dragon puffed up its cheeks. Taking a deep breath, it offered, "Should I just burn this thing to ashes?" Panic flashed in Thu Vu Nung's eyes as she lunged at the beast. She clamped her hands over its mouth. "Are you out of your mind?" she screamed. "What if you incinerate the treasures inside?" Having had enough of this circus, Lam Than finally stepped in. "Step back, all of you," he commanded. With a single, devastating kick, he sent the massive lid flying. A brilliant golden aura spilled from within, but resting at the center was a human corpse. "Brother Than, what kind of treasure is this? Some kind of glowing pearl?" The group huddled together, peering into the ancient casket. Thu Vu Nung gasped. "This is the extreme Dao stone. It can condense divine martial abilities." "Master, you have to grab it," the dragon urged. Without hesitation, Qiulong reached inside. "Let me handle this." Qiulong grinned. "Brother Than's luck is too cursed for tomb raiding. Just be careful," Thu Vu Nung warned nervously. They successfully retrieved the extreme Dao stones. Yet, Lam Than's expression remained grim. His instincts screamed that disaster was looming. Meanwhile, the other 3 were absolutely ecstatic. They admired the legendary stones in their hands. Thu Vu Nung smiled brightly. "It feels incredible. So refreshingly cool." Qiulong could not contain his excitement. "What a top-tier treasure. This energy is insane." Each of them gripped a glowing stone, basking in the divine fortune radiating from within. Lam Than suddenly broke the mood. "Are you done staring at them? Put them inside the phantom spirit divine mirror, now." The trio reluctantly lowered their hands, letting out heavy sighs of disappointment. "But I just want to hold it a little longer," the dragon whined. "Any longer and you will break it," Lam Than scolded. "Wait. Who blocked out the light?" Qiulong, still mourning his confiscated treasure, sobbed uncontrollably. "It was not me. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 was no better, wiping away dramatic tears as she sniffled. Not me either. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon let out a miserable sigh, its face a portrait of pure devastation. Suddenly, the entire cavern fell dead silent. A chilling realization swept through them. An ancient figure had materialized out of thin air. His face was twisted, in pure, unadulterated fury. "You thieving brats! Stealing my longevity blood spirit fruit was bad enough." The old man clutched his head, trembling with overwhelming rage at their sheer audacity. He roared, "But you even dared to lay your filthy hands on my extreme Tao stones?" The group froze in absolute horror. Speechless and paralyzed by his terrifying aura, they could only stand there and take the scolding. 𝐬𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. The ghost Iron Earth Dragon burst into terrified tears. It hugged Lamthan tightly in absolute panic. They screamed at the top of their lungs. "Ah, the corpse is coming back to life." Lamthan stared at the dead body inside the coffin. It suddenly sat straight up. He quickly regained his composure. Steeling his nerves, he charged directly at the undead entity. He thrust the mystical mirror forward. A blinding light struck the corpse. Lamthan roared out, "What kind of wicked monster are you?" The corpse dodged the mirror's radiant beam. It angrily snapped back, "Who are you calling a monster? Go to hell, you rotten brat." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air. "Heavenly demon, you dare lay a hand on my own son?" The heavenly demon trembled in pure shock. Could it be? The surface of Lamthan's mirror rippled. The furious face of a majestic man materialized within the glass. His eyes burned with overwhelming wrath. It was none other than Lam Thuong Sin, Lamthan's very own father. His spirit surged out of the mirror. He furiously grabbed the heavenly demon's wrist. The mighty demon panicked completely. "Big brother? Why are you here?" Lam Thuong Sin glared intensely at him. "Heavenly demon, are you trying to wipe out the Lam family bloodline?" The demon frantically waved his hands. He desperately claimed it was all a giant misunderstanding. Lam Thuong Sin roared with fury. "He is your own nephew." The once terrifying heavenly demon practically cried. "I swear this is a huge misunderstanding, big brother." Lam Thuong Sin finally calmed down. He turned to Lamthan with a warm, loving smile. Lamthan's voice trembled with emotion. "Father, is it really you?" His father smiled with deep pride. "My son, you have grown so incredibly strong." He gently patted Lamthan on the head. The young warrior bowed with absolute respect. He looked up with pure determination. "Just wait for me, father. I swear I will break you out of there very soon." His father's voice grew soft and serious. "My time to control the illusion spirit divine mirror is quickly running out. Please take good care of yourself in this dangerous world. Do not let blind ambition consume you. Always show true loyalty to those who prove worthy, and know when to endure the storms of life." Lamthan nodded with complete devotion. "I will engrave your teachings into my very soul." The heavenly demon watched their touching reunion. A joyful grin spread across the old demon's face. Lam Thuong Sin then pointed straight at him. "Whatever your nephew desires, you better give it to him. Wealth means nothing in the afterlife. Stop being such a stingy old ghost." The heavenly demon laughed awkwardly. "You are absolutely right, big brother." With his heart at peace, Lam Thuong Sin's spirit faded. Lamthan offered one final, reverent bow. His father vanished back into the mystical depths of the mirror, resuming his long battle to refine the divine artifact. The heavenly demon gently patted Lamthan's head. He laughed warmly. "To think you were my nephew all along. Name your price, kid. Your uncle will give you anything." A massive grin spread across Lamthan's face. His eyes practically sparkled with greed. "Are you completely serious?" The heavenly demon tossed over a massive storage pouch. It was overflowing with dazzling golden fruits. Every single one was a priceless supreme treasure. Lamthan, 𝐬𝐈, and 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 were left completely starstruck. Their jaws dropped to the floor. 𝐬𝐈 cheered in absolute ecstasy. "Oh my God, Brother Than, look at all these divine artifacts. We are absolutely rich." 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 chimed in with a smirk. "Do not forget about the Tao gradestone. You still owe me that." Lamthan laughed heartily. "I could never forget. There is plenty of loot for everyone." Seeing the younger generation so thrilled, the heavenly demon stroked his beard with pure satisfaction. He smiled proudly. "Inside that pouch is the blood flesh, the azure origin, and the heavenly infant demon flower. Not to mention all the treasures you brats already stole. You basically emptied out my entire life savings." He let out a dramatic sigh. Then, a cunning glint flashed in the demon's eyes. But now, I have one small condition. The trio instantly froze. They stared at him in utter confusion. What kind of condition? The heavenly demon pointed a long finger straight at Q-Long. Leave this little brat right here. This emperor shall personally teach him the supreme arts of alchemy. The three of them stood completely paralyzed in shock. Wait, what exactly does that mean? Tears streamed down Q-Long's face as he clung tightly to Lam Than. I refuse. I must follow Brother Than. In life, I belong to Brother Than. In death, I remain his loyal ghost. Lam Than sighed heavily. Uncle Tianma, he asked. Why this sudden interest in teaching Q-Long the art of alchemy? He clearly holds no desire for it. Tianma's voice softened as he explained the ancient truth. This boy harbors the refining cauldron of the alchemy venerable. Give this emperor half a year to teach him. It will bring him ultimate fortune, not ruin. Q-Long pointed a trembling finger at the ancient demon. Do not play me for a fool. You wish to destroy me, you wicked old man. Tianma's expression darkened instantly. Literal steam blasted from his ears as he roared back in sheer fury. Destroy you? You ignorant brat. You dare reject such a heavenly blessing from this master? Q-Long merely pulled a mocking face, baiting the ancient master. Meanwhile, Lam Than sank into deep thought. His father shared a deep bond with Uncle Tianma. Yet, this ancient being remained an absolute mystery. Leaving Q-Long behind felt like a massive gamble. What fate truly awaited the boy in those demonic hands? Sensing his host's inner turmoil, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 materialized from the shadows. His spectral voice echoed with profound wisdom. Lam Than, command Q-Long to accept this elder's sacred offer immediately. The alchemy venerable was a supreme master who dominated the mortal realm. Inheriting his complete legacy is an absolute miracle. His future potential would become truly limitless. Lam Than weighed these heavy words carefully in his mind. If this ancient spirit spoke the truth, this was a once-in-a-lifetime destiny for young Q-Long. Forcing the boy to follow his path might actually chain down his true martial potential forever. Lam Than finally made his choice. Trusting 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒's ancient wisdom, he turned to his young sworn brother. Q-Long, you must stay here and train. Seeking absolute power is your true destiny. The boy froze completely at Lam Than's unexpected command. Shock widened his eyes. Brother Than, are you absolutely certain? Master ordered me to follow you everywhere. Who will refine your medicinal pills without me? Lam Than offered a reassuring smile. Have you forgotten that I still possess the spatial pouch? Its supreme treasures are more than enough for my journey. He patted the boy's shoulder gently. The spiritual resources hidden inside will easily sustain me for quite a while. Hearing this, Q-Long pulled a pitiful, heartbroken expression. But I cannot bear to leave Brother Than's side, he whined. All color suddenly drained from Lam Than's face. He stood completely paralyzed. Why was this boy acting like a pouting maiden? Act like a true warrior. Q-Long clenched his fists, fiery determination replacing his tears. Brother Than, I will accept this harsh training. Once I master these divine arts, I will track you down across the realms. A wave of deep relief washed over Lam Than. He placed a heavy, reassuring hand on Q-Long's shoulder. Good brother. I eagerly await your triumphant return. Q-Long nodded fiercely. Soon after, Lam Than and 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Nung, along with the ghost Iron Earth Dragon, bid their final farewells. A brand new, dangerous journey awaited them. Parting ways shattered Q-Long's heart. Sorrow crashed over him in devastating waves, tears blinding his vision completely. He stood, rooted to the earth, weeping openly while waving at their fading silhouettes in the distance. Brother Than, he sobbed into the howling wind. Suddenly, Tianma materialized right behind his back. A terrifying grin stretched across the demon's face. Good boy. Dry your tears. Your hellish training begins right now. Night fell over the dense, eerie forest. The absolute darkness was pierced only by the faint, flickering glow of scattered fireflies dancing in the air. 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Nung cast a shy, tender glance toward Lam Than. Thanks to your divine healing, my fatal wounds have completely vanished. Lam Than nodded calmly. You aided me greatly. Healing you was my rightful duty. Besides, I promised to gift you the legendary Dao-granting stone. Take it now. If you lose it, do not expect me to replace it. With a swift, fluid motion, he presented the glowing Dao-granting stone to 𝐓𝐑𝐀 Nung. She accepted the sacred artifact, asking softly, Shall I follow you? straight into the terrifying blood abyss? Lamthan placed a firm hand on her shoulder, painting her cheeks red. He met her gaze. If your clan was not urgently calling you back, our paths would have definitely aligned much longer. Finally arriving at the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇. Thu Vu Nung hesitated, her heart heavy with regret. Urgent family matters called her away. Who knew when their paths would cross again? Lamthan turned his back. He offered a gentle wave to say goodbye. All right, he declared. Until next time. Thu Vu Ngung's hands trembled. Nervous energy consumed her. Sorrow filled her eyes. Her chest ached as she softly called out, Lamthan. He glanced back. But before he could react, she pressed her lips against his. A deeply sweet kiss. It carried all her unspoken feelings. Perhaps it was her true farewell. A parting gift for a completely uncertain future. Her eyes squeezed shut in shy surrender. A tender blush stained her cheeks. Lamthan froze in utter shock. Her sudden affection caught him completely off guard. Even the fierce warrior felt a flash of bashfulness. Romance wrapped around them like a spell. Finally breaking the kiss, she spun away with a bright smile. Please, stay safe. Still stunned, Lamthan brushed his own lips. Yeah, you too, he whispered. Meanwhile, miles away, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 soared through the sky. Lamthan rode atop the beast. A bright crimson light illuminated the dark night. Towering stone slabs emerged from the shadows. Right in the center, a blood-red river flowed. Bizarre, eerie energy pulsed from the water. The majestic dragon circled the mysterious anomaly. Its ancient eyes scanned for danger. Without hesitation, it carried Lamthan straight into the glowing abyss. But down by the crimson pool, a massive ambush awaited. The crowd spotted the terrifying silhouette above. Panic erupted. It is a demon dragon. Hua Loi Hoang. Someone is riding the demon dragon. Man or demon, it does not matter. They are definitely rushing toward the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 tree. The hostile forces moved as one. Bows were drawn toward the sky. Deadly aim locked onto Lamthan and his dragon. Bowstrings groaned under immense tension. Fire, the command echoed. A deadly rain of 10,000 arrows blotted out the sky, flying straight for their targets. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇, Lamthan roared. A telepathic bond sparked. As you command, master. The mighty beast unhinged its jaws. A devastating torrent of hellfire erupted. The incoming arrows were instantly reduced to ash. Save us! Agonizing screams echoed from below. The ambushers watched in absolute terror. Total disbelief shattered their confidence. Their invincible attack had failed instantly. With earth-shattering weight, the dragon landed smoothly. Lamthan stood tall upon its back. His gaze was cold and piercing. Were those pathetic arrows your doing? He demanded. A colossal warrior with platinum hair stepped forward. The notorious Hua Loi Hoang. Slaughter Emperor Lamthan, he bellowed. Why are you here? Beside him stood an orange-haired menace, Huyen Luan Hoang. Lamthan scoffed. Do you own the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇? Must I report my every move to you? Fury flared in Huyen Luan Hoang's eyes. You arrogant brat, he barked. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the tension. Brother Than! Brother Than! It was the mighty Bao Vuong. But he was completely surrounded by the forces of Hua Loi Hoang and Huyen Luan Hoang. Lamthan beamed with a bright smile. What are you doing here? He asked. Than Nu and Van La Hoang told me to wait for you. I was supposed to guide you to the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 tree. But these shameless fools ambushed me. Bao Vuong sneered at his captors. Trying to steal my martial arts? Pathetic. Concern flashed across Lamthan's face. Where is Than Nu right now? Bao Vuong answered without hesitation. At the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 tree. Let us go find them. Hearing this, the Fire Thunder Emperor and Phantom Wheel Emperor explode into action. They launch a devastating strike at the Tyrant King. The Phantom Wheel Emperor glares menacingly. You are not escaping that easily. Meanwhile, the Fire Thunder Emperor snarls his threat. Hand over your martial skills at once. Do this, and this Emperor might just spare your pathetic life. But the Tyrant King refuses to bow down. His aura erupts as he unleashes his own devastating battle technique. Keep dreaming! He roars with absolute defiance. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoes from the stone ground beneath them. Massive fissures violently tear across the floor. The earth splits wide open. Someone screams in pure excitement. It is open! It is finally open! The gate to the blood origin pool has opened once again. The crowd roars as they sprint desperately toward the glowing rift. What are you waiting for? Jump in. The cultivators trailing behind the Phantom Wheel Emperor charge forward in a mad frenzy. Enraged by their insolence, the Emperor unleashes a brutal shockwave. The blast ruthlessly knocks the greedy cultivators away from the shattered boulder. Clearing his path to the Blood Origin Pool, he steps forward. His arrogant voice thunders across the chaotic battlefield. The Blood Origin Pool belongs exclusively to this Emperor. The rest of you can go straight to hell. Standing on the opposite edge of the chasm, the Tyrant King burns with fury. He points a steady finger and roars back. Phantom Wheel Emperor, you are truly shameless. Just then, a shadow falls over them. Lin Chen swoops down, riding the majestic Ghost Iron Earth Dragon. Diving straight toward the Tyrant King, Lin Chen reaches out his hand. Brother Tyrant, grab on, hurry. With a powerful heave, he pulls the Tyrant King safely onto the armored back of the beast. The two brothers share a triumphant reunion. Lin Chen chuckles warmly. You crazy brat. Then, his eyes lock onto their destination as he issues a fierce command. Aiming straight for the legendary gateway, he commands his beast, Ghost Iron Earth Dragon, charge right into the Blood Origin Pool. Seeing the duo about to claim the ultimate prize, pure panic strikes the remaining enemies. A desperate figure lunges forward. The Fire Thunder Emperor dashes with blazing speed. He brutally latches himself onto the tail of the mighty Ghost Iron Earth Dragon. A wicked, arrogant smirk twists across his face. Thinking of leaving me behind? It will not be that easy. But his triumph is incredibly short-lived. A chilling aura suddenly descends upon him, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Looking up, he meets Lin Chen's dead, emotionless stare. The young cultivator glares down at the Emperor like he is looking at trash. In Lin Chen's hand, the power of his divine law realm radiates a blinding light, revealing a terrifying high-grade Emperor artifact. The ancient weapon takes the glorious form of a golden tower. Seeing this legendary power, the Fire Thunder Emperor screams in pure disbelief. A high-grade Emperor artifact? How can a pathetic, first-level divine law realm, trash like you, possess such a heaven-defying treasure? Lin Chen completely ignores his desperate cries, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Mystic Supreme Sovereign Tower, suppress him. Instantly, the giant golden artifact expands into a colossal, mountain-like fortress. It plunges from the sky, casting a shadow of death over the Fire Thunder Emperor. His eyes bulge in absolute terror. No, spare my life. But his pathetic pleas fall on deaf ears. The golden tower violently swallows him whole. Trapped securely within its absolute domain, the once mighty Emperor is reduced to struggling like a helpless insect. Lin Chen, you little bastard, let me out, he shrieks furiously. You deserve 1,000 cuts for this humiliation. Lin Chen sneers coldly. If you love following me so much, then I will let you tag along to your heart's content. Even in captivity, the Fire Thunder Emperor's arrogant pride refuses to break. Just wait until I break out of this cage. I swear I will butcher you into 1,000,000 pieces. Unfazed by the threat, Lin Chen stares at the vibrating tower. Then let us see if you actually have the power to escape first, he replies calmly. Suddenly, his beast breaks the tension. Master, the entrance to the Blood Origin Pool is straight ahead. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon expertly clings to the jagged cavern walls. Stepping off, the Tyrant King points at the ancient stone tablet. Is this the legendary Blood Origin Pool? He asks, his brow furrowing. Why is there absolute silence? I cannot sense even a single trace of magical fluctuation from the Holy Maiden or Emperor Yun Luo. Lin Chen scans the ominous surroundings, his senses on high alert. Their spiritual energy signatures must be hidden by the overwhelmingly thick bloodlust aura. Let us head inside first before jumping to conclusions. Shrunk down to sit on his shoulder, the dragon trembles violently under the oppressive pressure. Lin Chen turns his head. Brother Tyrant, exactly how much do you know about this cursed domain? Striding cautiously into the shadows, the Tyrant King shares his knowledge. Legend says the Blood Origin Pool holds the purest essence of ancient bloodlines. It contains an overwhelming amount of divine seed energy. But more importantly, it produces blood spirit pearls. We absolutely need those artifacts to survive the lethal bloodlust aura in the deepest zones. Down in the blood abyss. The Tyrant King pauses, glancing over his shoulder with a serious gaze. The Holy Maiden and Emperor Yun Luo mentioned, if you absorb the power of the blood spirit pool, you will break through to the second stage of the divine law realm. Reaching the third stage is even possible. Bao Vuong suddenly snapped his head around. It must be the Holy Maiden and Van Lahong. The Ghost Iron Earth Dragon suddenly roared a warning. Master, be careful. There are 7 Divine Law Realm experts inside. Master, watch out. A blinding light erupted with streaks of blue energy. The voice of Vanthan Nu echoed from within. Go to hell, a menacing voice shot back. You want me dead? You must first prove you have the strength. Bao Vuong immediately charged toward the blinding light. One of the sons of the 5 stars gathered dark aura in his palm. A sinister smirk twisted his face. Vanthan Nu gripped her sword tightly. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she stood her ground. She was facing the sons of the 5 stars alone. Lamthan watched in confusion. Who are those people? They belong to the heaven-reaching faction, the Sons of the 5 Stars. The Sons of the 5 Stars raised their hands in unison. Crackling lightning surged violently toward Vanthan Nu. Overwhelmed, she crossed her arms to block the brutal strike. Vanthan Nu gritted her teeth in pain. I cannot hold on much longer. She desperately thrust her hand forward to counter their devastating attack. Her enemies laughed with cruel arrogance. So what if you are the Holy Maiden? You are utterly powerless against us. Just accept your death. They summoned a massive, terrifying vortex of energy. Shattered Star River. Vanthan Nu burned every ounce of her life force to block the catastrophic blow. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the sky. It made Vanthan Nu freeze in absolute shock. She snapped her gaze to the side. A colossal golden tower crashed down from the heavens like a meteor. It slammed into the earth right before her. Vanthan Nu instantly recognized the legendary aura, a supreme-grade Emperor weapon. The Profound Tower. The Monarch Tower. One of the enemies sneered in frustration. Who dares interfere? The heaven-reaching faction is conducting business here. I advise you to leave immediately. Lamthan stepped forward with a chilling, murderous glare. Since when do dogs of the heaven-reaching faction dare to step on the pride of the Supreme Purity sect? Lamthan immediately commanded the mighty artifact. Profound Supreme Monarch Tower. Devour. The colossal tower teleported directly behind the Sons of the 5 Stars. A brutal suppression attack began. One of the enemies desperately raised his arms to the sky. He chanted in absolute panic. Starlight Shield. The enemy poured out his aura to block the crushing weight. He struggled against Lamthan's overwhelming tower. But the protective shield he forged began to crack and shatter. The enemy gritted his teeth in absolute fury and despair. A terrifying sense of doom washed over them. This is bad. One of them screamed in sheer terror. Retreat. Run for your lives. But Lamthan had no intention of showing mercy today. Escaping will not be that easy. The massive tower instantly imprisoned the Sons of the 5 Stars inside. No matter how desperately they struggled, it was useless. Lamthan recalled the Divine Tower. It shrank back into the palm of his hand. Vanthan Nu's face lit up with overwhelming joy. Brother Lamthan. I knew it was you who came to save me. Lamthan offered a warm, reassuring smile. Than Nu. It has been far too long. Bao Vuong stepped forward and asked respectfully. Holy Maiden, why do we not see Van Lahong? Vanthan Nu urgently replied. We were ambushed by the Sons of the 5 Stars in this very place. They wanted to steal the Blood Spirit Pearl. I told Sister Van to enter the Blood Spirit pool and secure the pearl first. I stayed behind to hold off the Sons of the 5 Stars. Vanthan Nu looked deeply into Lamthan's eyes, but while I was locked in deadly combat with them, 2 of those bastards slipped past my defenses. I am terrified that Sister Van is in grave danger. Lamthan's expression darkened instantly. We cannot waste a single second. We must go after them. But deep down, he could not help but admire her. Than Nu has grown even more breathtaking than before. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure washed over the trio. Lamthan immediately roared out, "Watch out!" Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. A deadly blade shot straight toward his face. With lightning reflexes, he snatched the blade, just inches from his eyes. Yun Qinggro smacked his hand away in panic. Do not touch that. It is the toxic blade of the Human Realm Dark Clan. Lin Chen frowned in confusion. The Human Realm Dark Clan? Instantly, Lin Chen, Yun Qinggro, and Tyrant King formed a defensive circle. Backs pressed firmly together, weapons drawn and ready. Yun Qinggro whispered a chilling legend of the human realm. Wherever shadows fall, the Dark Clan is surely watching. They are the ultimate invisible assassins. Everyone, keep your guard up. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the void. Lin Chen, hand over your magical treasure. Do that, and I will spare your life. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Show yourself. Who are you? The unseen enemy sneered. That is none of your concern. Drop the dimensional pouch and walk away. Tyrant King roared in absolute fury. Damn you. Hiding in the dark like a coward makes you a hero? If you have the guts, step out. Face me in a fair fight. Without warning, a devastating rain of swords fell from the sky. Aiming straight for the trio, Lin Chen moved instantly, grabbing Yun Qingguo and diving toward the ground. He unleashed a blazing red aura with his free hand. Lin Chen, Yun Qingguo, and the Ghost Iron Earth Dragon successfully evaded the deadly strike. His powerful energy shield blocked the barrage. Crimson sparks scattered like falling blood. The entire group plummeted into the depths, landing forcefully in the Blood Spirit Pearl Blessed Land. Lin Chen quickly regained his footing. Emperor Yun Luo stumbled toward them. What perfect timing you have. She winced in agony, clutching a brutal wound. A blood-soaked blade trembled in her grip. Lin Chen gasped in pure shock. Emperor Yun Luo, who did this to you? She held her bleeding arm. Her voice shook with desperate panic. The Battle Emperor has stolen the Blood Spirit Pearl. You must go after him. Lin Chen was stunned. The Battle Emperor? He firmly supported Emperor Yun Luo to calm her. Do not worry. Even without the Blood Spirit Pearl, I can still take us into the Blood Abyss. Tyrant King grinned with wild excitement. Once Brother Chen successfully breaks through, reaching the 7th tier of the Divine Law stage, I will definitely challenge you to a proper, earth-shattering duel. Yun Qingguo stepped forward with a serious warning. Brother, absorbing energy from the blood spirit pool is dangerous. If anything feels wrong, you must stop the process immediately. Lin Chen nodded with unwavering resolve. Understood. I will be careful. Gathering his profound strength, he launched himself high into the air. Supreme confidence radiated from his face. Below him, the crimson waters boiled violently. Lin Chen plunged straight into the fiery depths. Bringing his hands together in a martial seal, radiant streams of spiritual light instantly surrounded him. He sat motionless within the chaotic currents. His surging aura crackled like blazing thunder. Suddenly, an ominous sound echoed. The stone walls began to crack. Tremors shook the very foundation. The cave ceiling was splintering apart. Deafening rumbles tore through the area. The entire cavern was collapsing. Tyrant King cursed in frustration. Damn it. What is going on? An earthquake? Massive boulders rained down around them. Emperor Yun Luo weakly opened her eyes. She forced the words out. No, it must be the blood crimson dawn bug. It is about to be born. Yun Qingguo and Tyrant King froze in absolute shock. Their voices trembled in unison. The blood crimson dawn bug? Tyrant King turned pale. The omnipotent quasi-Dao artifact? Emperor Yun Luo grimly confirmed their worst fears. It is not entirely impossible. But truthfully, this is a top-tier heavenly treasure. The current operation of the Tai Thon sect revolves entirely around it. Van Lehuang quickly distributed the missions. Thon Yu, Bao Vuong, you two will scout ahead to find the location of the Chuan Dao key. Ma Long and I will stand guard for Lam Than. Once he successfully breaks through to the 2nd stage of the Than Fap Can, we will come looking for you. Bao Vuong quickly agreed. Understood. Van Than Nu hurried away. She glanced back at Lam Than in deep cultivation, her thoughts lingering. Big brother Lam Than, I know you will overcome this trial. You will ascend to the 2nd stage of the Than Fap Can. Van Than Nu held absolute faith in his power. Yet, a trace of anxiety remained in her eyes. Soon after, Bao Vuong and Van Than Nu vanished into the distance. Before leaving, she turned back and pleaded. Sister Van, Big brother Lam Than, is entirely in your hands. Van Lehuang replied with unwavering calm. Rest assured, I am here. No harm will come to him. Debris rained down, continuously striking the magical formation where Lam Than meditated. Van Lehuang analyzed the grim situation. If this cavern ceiling suddenly collapses, his ascension will end in disaster. Without warning, a massive boulder plummeted straight toward him. Her eyes widened in shock, her instincts taking over. She instantly channeled her inner energy, casting a protective aura to envelop the magical formation where he cultivated. The barrier flared to life, successfully deflecting the crushing weight of the boulder. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the hard ground. She thought to herself, this is the limit of my protection. The rest depends entirely on your own destiny. She glared at the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 Long, her patience wearing thin as she asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Speak your mind. The dragon hesitated before asking, Have you fallen in love with my master? Hearing this sudden question, a deep blush painted her face. She quickly turned away and snapped, What absolute nonsense! Who would ever like him? Seeing right through her disguise, the dragon teased, Then why is your face burning red? Irritated, she shot back, That is none of your business. Suddenly, a mysterious letter cut through the air. Sensing the shift in energy, she darted her eyes toward it. She snatched the parchment mid-air. Her gaze pierced the darkness to find the sender. Show yourself. The dragon inspected the sealed envelope and noted, This belongs to your Tai-Thon sect. Engraved upon the letter were the words, A formal request from the Tai-Thon Hien Fu.